We'll stand up.
Perfect.
Anyway, so.
Quite frankly with it.
Okay, I'm gonna flip it. Let's do it. What's up, everybody? We're live.
Hello.
And we're alive. Let's see if you can see me.
for
Hold
his
on.
stream.
Let me take a look. Oh yeah, that's it. Oh yeah, your mic is hot, by the way.
Oh, hello.
So it's all good. Yeah. Oh, do we figure out how to mute it if necessary? You'll figure it out later. Okay, whatever. What's up, folks? I'm live and alive from Cambridge University's Cambridge Union, in these sacred halls of oratory combat with a 1,000-year tradition, more than 1,000-year no, not a 1,000-year tradition, but almost a 1,000-year tradition. And I'm going to be desecrating these halls with my silliness, but I was invited to come speak here on an issue, and an important issue that's near and dear to me. And I'm going to be over there, right on that podium right there, where the likes of Jeffrey Sachs and Mersheimer has stood behind and delivered excellent speeches. We're going to be doing a Q&A afterwards, a moderated Q&A with my friend here.
Hello.
So how does sorry, ew, we don't like Oxford.
No, we don't like Oxford.
How does Cambridge Union work? You want to explain that to him?
Cambridge Union, basically, we were founded in 1815. We're the oldest debating society in the world. We have lots of members who are Cambridge students or they live in Cambridge, and they can come to these events. We have debates, and we have high-profile, excellent speakers like Mr. Hasan here. Yeah, it'll be a lovely evening. We're gonna do.
Have you guys ever had a Twitch streamer before?
Have we had a streamer before?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I might be the first. Yeah. I don't think that they've ever had a streamer before. That's crazy.
I know some people have invited some in the past that we didn't go through with.
Yeah.
We have had YouTubers. Yeah.
YouTubers. Who'd you guys have?
We had Casper Lee. We had Will Any and Memulus. They've been British mostly.
Yeah.
It might not be.
So you've never had a Turkish-American Twitch streamer before, so that's a first. Let's go.
Probably
First
not.
streamer. Has Ben Shapiro ever rolled in?
Yeah. Ben Shapiro was here.
He
last
was
year.
here. Was that controversial when he came?
Well, it was. There was no protests or anything. Unlike Peter Thiel and Sam Altman as well. Also got protested the next day.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I remember the Peter Thiel conversation. I was talking with him earlier about that. He was very sweaty and very nervous, it seems. But we'll see. For those of you who are wondering at home, Hasan, did you write a speech? Did you prepare for it? He was worried about it as well. He asked me.
I'd seen. I had faith.
Yeah,
I
did.
Unworried.
I did write a speech. And it's somewhat long, I think. It's a little bit longer than I thought it was going to be. I got some help from Noah Culwin as well, friend of the show, Blowback podcast creator, former senior editor of Jewish Currents. He also helped me touch it up a little bit, luckily. So it'll be a decent speech, I think. It won't be super fiery or anything. But we're going to do a speech, and the format is I speak, and then we sit down on those chairs.
Yep.
And we will have a moderated Q&A where you're going to be asking some questions, right?
I
Just
will,
like
yes.
a little conversation. And then after that, they're going to open it up to everyone that's in this room, which sounds crazy. I didn't realize it was like that. I've watched videos before, but yeah, people just like sit here and they're like, it'll be like gray names. You know how I like yell at you guys in the chat sometimes when you chime in and you chirp at me over some silly shit? Can I curse here? I feel like it's disrespectful.
Okay. Don't worry.
It's disrespectful to the oratory tradition. Okay, I got the pass.
It's allowed.
But yeah, but before we do that, we have some limited time before we get set up in the next like 10 minutes. But we wanted to just like quickly look around the campus. We already got like a little tour ahead of time, but I wanted to show you guys around the campus to see how insane it is that these guys not only run this as students, but also simultaneously, this is a castle. Like these guys literally go to school in a castle. So yeah, what's up, guys? How do we get out of here?
We should be able to get out of these doors. They have been locked for security reasons, but
Go straight down.
Straight down there?
out there, yeah, it's probably best.
Hopefully I won't be too cold. I have a jacket normally that I would put on top of this when I'm outside, but I was too hot.
The other one, yeah. Well, it's always a problem in Britain, as we know.
I might be the first speaker that they ever have that pops the tarp and it sheds it completely when we're outside. Because, let's see, hopefully we don't, we're moving away from the, is it effing?
Yeah.
No, it's not, it's good. But yeah, I might be the first speaker who actually ends up popping the tarp, shedding the tarp, and showcasing the guns inside. Because it is very hot in there. What's going on?
I think we've had some interesting outfits in the past, I would say.
Oh, really? Okay.
I'm not sure you'd be the first.
They're impossibly polite, by the way. And I don't know if it's like you guys being British or what
Might play a part.
It's crazy. I've been unhinged this whole time.
So we're going to go to King's College.
Yeah. Well, you haven't done your British accent yet, which I feel
I'm trying not to do it.
polite
I feel like it's disrespectful to do to someone when they're in my vicinity. You know what I mean? Like from the comforts of my home.
Yeah, that's the appropriate place for it.
Far away from British people, it's easy.
Yeah.
It's effective. But when I'm here, it just like, it doesn't.
Faced with us in the flesh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's scary. What do you? What do you mean? What did you say? Are you talking shit?
Maybe you should have given
Oh. Yeah, Mister, I just got back from Japan. He's been complaining. March has been complaining this entire time, nonstop, about how disorganized everything is, and how dreary it is, how the food is not up to his standard from Japan, how nothing is like Japan, nothing compares. Freaking weeb.
Yeah. Cool gate there.
Yeah, look at that gate. Bro, this is the school. This is literally just straight up the school. Like, imagine going to school and it's just a castle. I feel like there's ghosts. They say there aren't.
Sure, there's ghosts.
But like, you
ghosts.
have to. There's so much.
For a second.
Like, there's so much carnage that has taken place here. Like, oh my God, you scared the shit out of me. That's crazy. Yes, it's fine. We were just talking about ghosts and you just popped up. I didn't even see you. I was like,
Definitely.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Okay,
I'm
that was
sorry.
horrible.
I know.
You gotta do another one.
Oh my God, I've been watching you for the last 2 years. Every time I eat in my room, you're the video that's playing.
Hell yeah.
I've gained so much weight because of you, it's Loki.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize for
My
that.
lockdown weight is attributed to.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
You are very entertaining.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so
Watch
much.
your speech in a bit.
Oh, hell yeah. All right.
I see.
That was crazy. Is everything good?
Yeah, probably a few ghosts. Maybe Oliver Cromwell's ghost.
Yeah. So where were the encampments? The
We'll see that.
encampments?
Yeah, that's where we're heading, outside of King's College.
There were further encampments this week, actually, at the Senate House, I can show you.
Yeah, that's like the university headquarters, basically.
Yeah, you guys also use different language, very different terminology for the same shit. Like, college here is high school, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
sixth form.
It's the
we would
same in
say.
Turkey too. But I was always, in America, college means college, university.
Yeah, and it's even more confusing in Cambridge because we have colleges which are like these.
Yeah.
There's 31 of them that make up. Yeah, it is.
At other unis, you're just accommodation.
So colleges here means what? Like if you're, like your specialty?
No, so basically you have the University of Cambridge, and within that there are 31 colleges, and each of those, they're where you live. You apply when you join, you apply to a college, not the university. That's where you live, that's where they organise your teaching. The lectures are centralised, but all the different colleges have their own sort of stuff going on.
That's crazy.
And some are richer than others, so it depends.
Okay, so
Yes.
which one's the richest? We don't like those guys.
No, Trinity,
Probably Kingsley.
and Trinity and St John's, which is St John's
Are
being
we
the one we
beefing
looked
with
in.
them? Is it on
We
site?
are, it is.
So what do you guys do? You play Quidditch? Like what are you playing with these guys?
Well, we get duke out over the lacrosse, I think.
You guys play lacrosse?
Well, not me personally. It's known to happen. There is a lacrosse society, yeah.
Okay, so and society is like a club.
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool.
Mind out for the bikes.
Yeah. Don't get killed, March, while trying to film. March is raw dogging this right now.
I have 2 left.
I'm good, thank you.
I could be here forever.
What was that, Santa Claus?
I only need 2 people to say backward.
Should we have taken it? I feel bad. Relieving of his post, his duty.
So to the right, this is Keys College. Is it Keys?
Yeah, Cumberland Keys.
They got heads on it, look.
Yeah.
Whoa. Hi. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Haley.
I'm Mimi, but thank you for being a voice for trans people.
Oh, of course.
I really, really appreciate it.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, of course. Let's do it.
Thank you very much.
Have a good one.
Yes, we're just about to arrive to the Senate House now.
Yeah.
The Senate House is
Where the encampment was this week.
where the encampment
New-
was, and
the
that's
second
the
encampment, yeah.
administration office.
Yeah, it's also where people graduate.
Got it.
So you saw the ladders, there were ladders that went so people jumped. So can you see is that like a fountain in the middle?
Yeah, I think so.
A statue.
Oh, people were jumping over this.
So they had
yeah.
a ladder and they were jumping over. Prior, it's just down there, so I'll show you to King's. But with King's, they barricaded it now with fencing.
Wow. Okay. That's crazy. What's
Yeah.
this? Oh, it's just the church.
This is Great St Mary's Church. It's
Great
there's a-
St. Mary's Church.
Yeah, it's like the official university church. You have to live within a certain number of miles of this church in order to stay,
really?
stay at the uni. Yeah,
Okay.
that's interesting.
What's up, man?
Do you mind if I get a picture?
Yeah, let's do it.
Thank you.
No problem.
Your hands are longer, so
All right, I got it.
thank you. I'm a big fan. Watch you on like Firand and stuff.
Hell yeah.
Fear and mention. Thank you so much. Hey, chat.
That's King's Chapel. So this is King's Parade. I would say the most famous street in Cambridge.
Yeah,
Whoa,
it's
what are
probably
these
the main
guys
famous
doing?
street. Well, with the Georgian flag.
Yeah, why are
Yeah.
they? Oh, are they protesting the Georgian government?
I imagine, yes, probably. There's
Yeah.
often sort of Ukrainian and Georgian protests along here.
It's crazy. I don't think you guys have enough chapels.
Yeah, we're really
not
short on
enough-
chapels. We only have
Not
about
enough churches around here.
40, 100.
I'm feeling.
I think a lack of God around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so they barricaded this here so that people can't.
The encampment was on the field over there.
Yeah.
And how long did it go on for, Alex?
It was a few months. It went on until just past the end of the last academic year. So
Sure, the encampments out here are no joke. It's cold as shit, dude.
yeah,
They are.
and wet.
I think it's kind of funny to do a pro-EU Georgian protest in a country that escaped that left the European Union, but I guess the irony.
Shall we stop?
Yeah.
Yeah, we should probably go back, right?
Back,
Yeah. Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah, that's King's scene.
There it is.
Yes, King's.
Yeah, it's
It's King's. Yes. They all blend into one. Right, we'll head back.
Yeah, that's the Senate House. That's where we graduate off, or when we finish our undergrad.
Yeah. For Americans, we don't have any cultural landmarks. We got like, Mickey Mouse and Burger. So going to school in like a castle or like a museum is crazy. You know?
It's pretty wild. You don't get used to it.
Is the Chancellor that?
The Vice Chancellor
Vice Chancellor that?
met with, does the graduation. Yeah, I think so. That's the best room.
General
have up
tailors and robes makers.
Yeah, that's like.
Cambridge merchandise.
You'll see people walking around with the puffer jackets with their college crests on. They'll come from there.
Oh, so those are all the crests of the colleges.
Yes.
Okay. That's cool. And this is the entirety of the campus?
No, there's. Oh yeah. Well, this is a map of the centre of town. We don't really have one campus. It's very spread out. There's a nice little model here.
So these colleges were warring against one another, like in direct hot battle?
They've had lots of
What's up, man?
beef over time.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of you. I've been
Nice to meet
watching
you.
you since like pre-2020. Like,
Oh, hell yeah.
It's so insane.
You want to take a photo?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Could you guys take the photo? Sorry.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's like I saw the union was like inviting you. I was like, oh my god, there's no way.
I've taken a few.
Oh my god, thank you very much.
Nice to meet you.
Hope you enjoy it.
Yeah. It's great. It's great so far. So yeah, the colleges were warring against one another. You were talking to my mom earlier about that?
Yeah, they've had some disputes. They back different sides in like the Wars of the Roses, and the rich ones back the right side, and the poor ones didn't. Well, poor in relative terms.
That's why the poor stay broke? Is that what happened? Your
Yeah.
college?
We backed the wrong side in the Wars of the Roses and the English Civil War, so we were really could be going better.
It's all good.
Yeah. Homerton there. That's.
So when you say brand new, it's like 1700.
It's the eight. Wait, when is it?
My college was 19th century.
Oh, okay.
So it's one of the newer ones.
That's a crazy sentence.
It's still older than most of America.
Yeah.
But no, my college was only established as one 12 years ago. So the buildings were old, but they decided to make it out as a college. So there's 31 now.
Wow.
Where I think Oxford have.
Oxford have more.
Oxford have
They have like 30.
Oh,
Yeah, it might be 40. I'm not sure. We don't.
Wow, we don't even bring up Oxford. No reason.
Don't talk about that.
No reason.
Yeah.
It's on site, Oxford.
If you talk shit about Oxford during the talk, you'll get a big cheer.
Oh,
Guaranteed.
that's a good point to make. Yeah.
Thanks.
Nice to meet you, man.
What was that? Can you see us?
What's up, man?
Selfie?
Yeah.
Briefly? Thank you, man. Thank you.
Have a good one. Okay.
In a few minutes away, we'll go to the green room.
Yeah.
Get you to sign our big book, and on this bit we've had the likes of John Mearsheimer sign on it recently, Ben Shapiro signed this book too.
Boo.
Yeah, we have a lot of academics. We have debates every Thursday here, so we get academics from all over the world, really. Do you know Stephen Thrasher?
I think so.
It's quite, he came, I had the privilege of touring him around Charles. He did a great speech.
There's never, before me, there hasn't been a Israel-Palestine focused speaker, though, right? Like, I think Mearsheimer and Sachs both talked broadly about like American foreign policy, potentially.
Mearsheimer was in the debate.
This house welcomes the decline of America.
Yeah, I saw that. I love that. That's a bold ass name for. Did you hear that, Chad? Their last, like, I guess it's a debate series.
Yeah, this
was the House welcomes the decline of America.
I think we voted against it, I have to say.
That is the least surprising thing that I've heard from a British audience.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get it. I mean, it's the same in America. Don't worry.
And then tomorrow we have the debate on China. Do you know the topic?
This house believes the West is hypocritical towards China, is tomorrow's debate.
Okay, that one is like, that's not very difficult to argue for. Who's arguing?
The president of the union.
It's his personal choice.
Oh,
we've
wow.
got various academics on there, I think.
Okay. That's cool. We're, it's kind of interesting because like this is a big deliberative body. Both the unions are, and I am very openly anti-debate. I engage in it and I do it from time to time, but for the most part, I'm like I usually consider it, especially online, the way it works. I consider it to be like pseudo-intellectual blood sport. And
you've seen the debate in Oxford, haven't you? How?
Yeah, I saw the Yosef Haddad one where he had to get escorted out. He's getting a little too spicy.
Yeah.
Son.
What's up? Oh, that's crazy. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you.
This guy fucking poop socked me in real life. That's insane. You want to take a photo?
Yeah, please.
All right, let's do it.
That's a good way to start conversation.
It's a community meme. Here, I got it. You're shaking.
I cycled in.
Well, it's been that good.
Just kidding. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you as well. Thank you for watching.
Good luck with the speech.
All right.
Can I just shake your hand?
Yeah, what's up? Nice to meet you.
That's not podcast.
Yeah. Hi. It's crazy. So like, there's people that go here, but they have no idea that I'm on their college campus speaking.
Yeah.
It's always funny. Imagine you're just.
In London.
Yeah. You're like, oh, I saw you yesterday or 2 days ago. You were in LA, and then 2 days later, you're like, what the fuck are you doing?
Cambridge.
I'm on my way to Spoons.
Spoons.
Yeah. Grab a pint.
Oh, we can
Grab
go there.
it's coming out.
after.
You're gonna grab a cheeky pint of Spoons.
You go right at it.
Oh, should we go through here?
Yeah.
You've got your card.
I do. Yeah, well, Cambridge has one of the top 10 biggest spoons in the country, so it's a perfect.
Oh,
place.
wow.
Yeah.
You don't know Spoons? I feel like you and I have been to a Spoons. Is it Weather Spoons?
Weather spoons, yeah.
Yeah, it's an institution. Bro, it's literally, it's ass. It's like Applebee's. Which is kind of crazy that you guys have your own Applebee's.
And everyone loves it. Yeah.
And everyone loves it, and everyone rides it. What's up?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi guys.
All right.
Oh, we can go upstairs, yeah.
Hi, nice to meet you. Oh, that's you.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Of course, this is exciting.
Yeah, no, just upstairs, thank you. Good?
Yeah, all good.
Watching your tour.
You've been watching the stream, have you?
Yeah, it looks great.
Have you all been watching the stream in there together? Oh, that's fun. Oh yeah, these are all people who've been. We were. Well, Hasan's not a fan.
About what? Oh, we're going this way or that way?
Oh, just up there.
We need you to sign our big book.
Yeah.
We're waiting for publicity.
You want that on camera?
That's fine.
Waiting for a moment.
Okay.
I'm sure everyone's interested.
Would you like anything to drink at all?
Is there water?
It's going well. This live mic is on me. Everyone can.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's on hot mic.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to hand it over?
If you want to, between now and if you want to put it back on before we start. Yeah, sure thing.
You never figured out how to.
I did.
Oh, you did figure out how to mute it.
Do you want to do that? I want to test it. Let me test it.
Okay.
It's off now.
Oh, it's off. Okay. That's cool. Oh, thank you so much.
No worries, thank you. How's it been then? Enjoying the wonderful sights of Cambridge?
Yeah, it's really nice. Outside of London, we have only been to Brighton and Birmingham, which is.
Why did you go to Birmingham?
It was a photo shoot. It was like a work-related thing. But yeah, Birmingham leaves much to be desired. But Cambridge is very quaint. It's really nice.
How much
It's
are we
sick.
talking about South Korea today in the Q&A?
We can talk about South Korea.
Pretty cool. Yeah, it's been pretty insane to follow overnight.
Yeah, I have no idea how what the Q&A format is going to be like. I assume that people are just going to be like shooting random questions.
Yeah, I mean, like for my questions, there's some about Israel Palestine. There's some about there's more general ones in there as well. Mm-hmm. It's kind of wide ranging, and I imagine people will ask about all kinds of kinds of things.
Yeah, that's exciting. We can talk about South Korea too.
You need to sign our big book.
Of course. That's so funny.
So with the book, you should get our speakers to write a message.
Hi, chat.
Do your signature and a message you have for the union.
I'm holding.
Okay. I can flick through it.
Whoa, there's posters.
Yeah.
Why do they always use this picture?
This house would disband the UN Security Council. God damn. This house will prosecute those who led the Iraq War. That's cool. This one's the crazy one. This house welcomes the decline of America. And then you got Mersheimer's signature right there. This house believes British democracy has failed. Okay. I don't have to do this house, right? I can just like.
No, this is what you want to do.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna have to sit down. I'm a little too tall for this.
Orders to arrest not only the leader of the opposition party, but the leader of his own party, and basically every single senior parliamentarian in the chamber.
This is how he tweets.
Yeah.
I can't see chat right now, but I just know they're doing the
I said from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Which I don't even know. Is that considered like a part of the anti-Semitic statute here in the UK? I don't know if you guys have adopted the IHRA definition.
Sure, but we are
Society. So
There you go.
Free speech.
And then you want me to sign these?
Yes.
Well, one's just for you to keep if you want to, so you don't have to sign that.
No, it's all good. We can give it to someone.
Yeah.
Okay. Should have never let my hair grow that long. It was a major mistake. Who do I give this to?
Let's place it on the table.
Okay. All right, perfect.
Now,
And then now we just get ready, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
at what point do you think I should go out there and post them up?
I think, I mean, it's like right when I go down.
Okay.
We'll just, because it's easy, right? You just have to
Snap it on, yeah.
snap off the lens and then put the new lens on.
No, this is the new lens.
Oh, that's the zoom lens?
Yeah, it's 24-100.
Oh, then we're fine. We don't even have to do anything. We just have to
Tripod.
prop it on the tripod. Okay, we'll just chill out here for a little bit. What are you guys drinking? Hot cocoa? Oh, coffee. There's coffee? I haven't eaten yet today. I forgot.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yes. No, I don't want it. It's fine. Just straight coffee is fine for me. Maybe leave a little room up top for some water because it's gonna be too hot, I assume.
Yeah, wait, no, I can
Yeah.
Yeah, Oxford is shit. That's
Thank you. Yeah. No, I know that.
Alex, the reason why Cambridge was actually founded was because there were a bunch of academics at Oxford in like the 1200s.
Yeah.
Really pissed off, hated what was academics, whatever. So they killed a bunch of people and they came here and founded Cambridge.
They just threw hands like that?
They do hands like that, yeah, it was crazy.
That's crazy.
That's why we're on top.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't do that no more. I feel like it'd be a lot cooler if the academics were duking it out and they were fighting. What's happening? Way too dank? What did you do? Oh, is it the audio?
Oh, I was just turning it off.
Yeah. Let's go. Yeah. All right, chat. Are you guys excited? Is it weird that I have it written on my notes app?
No, not at all. That's really chill.
Okay. All right. Cool. Because I was worried that I was going to delete it on accident and then have nothing. Have nothing left.
Notes app is all good.
Yeah. And it'll probably be around like 15 minutes.
50 minutes, yeah. Then
Yeah.
Alex will ask some questions, then turn to the audience.
What's the longest speech anyone's ever given here?
There was a 55-minute one by Peter Thiel.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a rant.
What was he yapping about for 55 minutes?
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yes, the dangers.
Oh, he's
the
dangers
of wokeism, basically, for about 55 minutes.
That's
we get a few. It's like very like flip of the coin. I think we rarely get like a massive name that's like right in the middle. It's sort of like someone like yourself or sort of complete other side of the spectrum. Ben Shapiro, Peter Thiel. So it's
yeah.
It's,
Shapiro did keep it short though.
Oh yeah, to be fair, yeah.
Yeah, he kept it short because he was probably trying to dunk on some college kids.
Yeah, he was. There was a whole format where they were like going up one by one against him.
Yeah.
I can't like he failed though.
Yeah.
We put one of our like best debaters at the time up against him.
Yeah.
You can tell that like she fucked him up because all the comments were like her skirt was too short. It's like, bro, just admit like.
Yeah,
like,
I remember watching that.
Dunked on, yeah.
I remember watching that, and I think it was because he does this thing very well where, and this is I think one of the shortcomings of debate, in my opinion, as someone who sometimes participates in it but is like rather critical of the format in general. He's a very skilled orator. Like he knows how to weave away from subject matter when he doesn't know the actual truth. Like I think it was the girl who brought up the Great March of Return in 2018, and I remember watching his face and him being like just oblivious. Like he had no idea what that was, and he very quickly like immediately deflected it back to something else, like where he was like in a more comfortable pocket. So. Some of the shortcomings of debate in general.
We have a debate tomorrow. This house believes the West is hypocritical towards China.
I love that.
I'd be curious what your thoughts on that would be.
I mean, yeah, the West has always been hypocritical, not just towards China, just in general. Mm-hmm. So I think, I'll touch on that a little bit, not about China, but I'll touch on that a little bit tonight, I think. I'm sure that people will bring questions up in that regard as well, in terms of the numerous times that the United States has vetoed things on the UN Security Council, including, multiple ceasefire proposals. I feel like that is, it's definitely a glaringly obvious instance of Western hypocrisy. And I feel like it's undermining a lot of the international institutions, and I think it's undermining American soft power in general. Mm-hmm. So that's something that I've argued about as well, that America's soft power capabilities, I believe, are diminishing. Mm-hmm. And I think Israel has a lot to do with it, especially in such close proximity to Russia. It happening almost back to back and now simultaneously, where you see the ways in which America dealt with Russia's unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine, where despite not being a part of the Rome Statute or even, ever really appreciating the existence of the ICC, they were very collaborative with the ICC when they were prosecuting Vladimir Putin. But when the crosshairs have turned on a very valuable ally like Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, all of a sudden it's just they flipped the switch. They're like, this is a banana republic. These guys are only supposed to go after thugs. I can't believe they're doing this to our ally. We're next. Lindsey Graham is shitting in his diapers, talking about we might be next if the ICC comes after Israel. And I think that kind of stuff is, I think a lot of people see it. Yeah. People that believed in these institutions, not out of mere formality, but because they wanted to believe it. They wanted to believe that these are actual instruments of justice. All of a sudden, seeing the obviously hypocritical ways in which the American government and Western powers have used them.
Yeah, we actually had a debate 2 weeks ago. This House would disband the UN Security Council, which was sort of echoing a lot of the stuff that you just said there.
Yeah.
Whether actually,
I think they should just kick America out. That's what they should do.
We did that one as well the week before.
The decline of America. Yeah, I saw Mersheimer was advocating for that.
Dinner was crazy.
Yeah, he's
so interesting.
I heard he's he was debating all the way after, even after his debate time was over.
Yeah, so in the bar afterwards, normally people go and sort of the conversations continue, and normally it's sort of the younger professors and the younger politicians. He's quite old, but he was there all the way till closing time. So it's arguing with 18 and 19-year-olds. So
yeah, he loves that shit. He's an interesting guy.
Yeah, and then Jeffrey Sachs before as well.
Yeah, also an interesting guy.
Yeah,
especially his. I feel like if you only knew Jeffrey Sachs from the media hits that he does now, you'd be shocked to find out what he was doing in the 90s. Yeah. You'd be like, what? Yeah.
Breaking just for 2 seconds. We usually do a 30-second clip with our speakers before they go on for the Instagram story.
Yeah.
Do you have a moment to do that now?
Yeah, of course.
Great. If we just find a good background to do that against, yeah. Is here okay?
Yeah, wherever you're comfortable with.
Great, thank you. So, doesn't need to be anything long. Just who you are, why you're maybe excited to be here, and what you might be speaking about today.
Yeah.
Right. So if I go 3, 2, 1, and then you start on your feet. Okay, right. 3, 2, 1. Go.
I'm Hasan Piker. I am an American political commentator on Twitch. I'm here to speak at Cambridge Union about Israel-Palestine. I'm very excited to hear what all the students have to say.
Brilliant, thank you.
All right.
I'll just listen to that back and see if we can hear what people talking about. Yeah, perfect. Great, thank you so much.
Good? All right.
I didn't mention that you went viral.
Oh, you went viral with the...
Well, Elon Musk reposted
Elon Musk put it, and with a interesting, and it about, got 45 million views or whatever.
Oh my God. Elon Musk. I hate him.
I can't say I'm a big fan.
You guys hear that he wants to give Nigel Farage $100 million?
That's cursed. And surely illegal.
Yeah, but when you're a billionaire, you get to do whatever you want. So we'll see. We'll see how illegal it is. It's I like that we're treating the UK as as though it's a developing nation. We're like, oh yeah, we're gonna democratize the UK, whether you like it or not. Bring some of that wonderful American spirit of enterprise and the free speech, money.
Freedom brackets money.
Yeah.
That's good.
He thinks Keir Starmer's a Stalinist, which is quite funny.
Well, he is, yeah.
He thinks he's locking up people. He thinks he's locking up people for sort of thinking bad thoughts. That's Elon Musk's perspective on it. Which is quite threatening when it's the richest man in the world, actually. Who hates your country to that degree.
Well, he hates our country to that degree too. So I think he's doing a lot of damage right now in America. We'll see how he can branch out internationally with that. All right, we got 7 minutes.
Do you mind if we do a quick headshot just for the YouTube thumbnails that we do?
No, of course, let's do it. Right here?
Yeah, we might get you sitting in that chair. If that's
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want me to do a YouTube thumbnail face? Like, hit one of these like, oh.
Not said by Hasan Abi addresses the Cambridge Union.
Is it just my head or is it the whole thing? Should I sit like this? I don't know.
We'll do that.
I feel like this is slutty.
So yeah, free speech means freedom of expression. Do what you want there.
Yeah.
We had pole dancers in the chamber 2 days ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So we're open with our less.
And drag queens.
And drag queens, yeah. Anything and everything in the Cambridge Union.
That's great, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. King, sit forward. They're gonna call your head tiny. Oh no.
True.
No, I messed up. That's true.
Chat tried to warn you.
It is kind of wild to just go to college in a castle. I can't get over that. That's crazy. You know? Oh man. Of course. Like professional or just chill?
Just chill, yeah. I mean, I'm on the student committee as well. It's not right.
So I'm just getting past that.
Well, so, hold on, let me just the white balance. This thing is fucked up.
Sure.
Oh, hold on. Did you blink? Oh god, I don't want you blinked. Right.
Oh,
well, what's oh god. The idea of 20,000 people watching this is insane to me.
Don't make it good.
Oh, good? Of course.
Oh my god, I sent the invite email. I'm so excited.
Without the vowels.
Oh.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Yeah.
Cheers.
Everyone's muting so hard.
You got to.
Anyone else want to put the lens cap back on?
I mean, if you're insisting.
Tim is the president.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Of course.
I texted him when I called him that he wasn't outside the front. I'm already here, no worries.
Thanks, Chris.
All right.
Appreciate it. Of course. Used to being in front of the camera by now.
Doesn't he sound like Connor Dog, Virginia a little bit?
Oh fuck! Is this an insult or a...
No. He does a little bit. You don't think so? Maybe I'm being anti. I guess like technically, I mean he's Welsh.
He's Welsh?
Yeah.
I've never.
Wow. See, it comes out.
That part kind of says, yeah.
Yeah, Chat's saying yes, dude.
Chat.
Yeah, Chat agrees with me.
Chat, is he cooked?
Yeah. No, he's a voice actor. He's great.
A voice actor.
Yeah. He does like video games and stuff like that. He's a Twitch streamer.
Okay. Nice.
He do you guys know what's the Chris Broad abroad in Japan?
Oh yeah, I fucking love Chris Broad.
Yeah, so he's one of Chris Broad's good friends.
No
he's
way.
always in the videos.
Oh, bro, Chris Broad.
He's the Welsh guy in the videos.
No, I've not watched him like a year or two. He used to be like my favorite YouTuber when I was a kid.
It's Japan is amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do that. Let's get the other one mic'd up too.
Yeah, he's getting mic'd up right now.
Mind holding it for a sec?
Yeah. Hi, chat. I'm a little nervous, a little excited.
Could you put
I think I rely a little bit too much on my yap ability, the gift of yap, the gift of gab.
We're going to also
But I think it'll be all right. Ultimately, I wrote the speech in the car over here. In the car ride. It was a long car ride, to be fair.
Thank you.
Very long. So hopefully, I won't be embarrassing Twitch and my community and the heads. Yeah.
All good.
Fab, we're going to give you one of these. You've got a jacket pocket or something that we can pop the
Put it in here.
into, if that's okay. That will work fine. Let me just pop
I don't know if you want to, in case you need to take the jacket off, it's too hot. I don't know if there's any risk for that.
I can handle it. I can deal with the microphone.
Let's just click that up here. There we go. Yeah, good. So
Worst case, I'll take the turtleneck
you can just clip
off.
that on there, maybe.
Yeah. And then put the jacket back on with a tank top. I have a tank top underneath. It is hot.
It'll be cooler down there.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure about that.
No, there's gonna be like 500 people in there, so I don't think it's gonna be hot.
Everywhere in Britain is cold except for the Cambridge Union Chamber.
Yeah. The spirit of debate.
Yeah.
Keeps it hot.
Absolutely.
I'm thinking, do I pee? I don't really have to, but I feel like it's gonna be a gamble if I don't.
Think of everyone else's pee there though. Ronald Reagan, Winston Churchill.
Yeah. Oh no, I peed downstairs already.
Oh, okay.
Ronald Reagan peed here?
Ronald Reagan peed there.
I didn't
know
verify
that.
whether he peed at the time in the 1980s,
He
but
did.
do you know?
I
Oh,
don't know if there's like a vial of it anywhere, but.
oh wow! What a vial!
He did.
Someone went in the drains and
I
what a good. That's a
crazy.
great fact. That is a top Cambridge fact.
That is, I mean, yeah, they were here, so they must have.
Yeah.
They spent the whole day.
Churchill. Churchill came here, right? Yeah.
James Baldwin came here.
Who?
James Baldwin.
Oh, I thought you were, yeah. I thought you were talking about, what's the guy that we have here now? That's your cultural, is your cultural export?
John Oliver?
No, John Oliver's a good one. No,
James Corden.
James Corden.
James Corden.
Damn.
James Baldwin.
What a reaction. They're like, you can keep that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, John Oliver is
Sorry,
great.
James. Please, if we ever invite you, don't be offended.
Yeah, that one is the more controversial, I think, a person to invite to the Oxford. Sorry. Cambridge Union.
Yeah, we could get processed.
Boo, we don't
if
like
you-
Oxford.
We don't like Oxford. Oxford are really bad.
Yeah.
So
Actually,
true.
now, I step down tomorrow. I can say what I want. Actually, Ken Griffin, 28th richest man in the world. He said that Oxford. He said that they were their committee. No, not him. Sorry, his team. His team said that their team were awful at responding to emails.
Wow. Boo.
Oxford are bad at responding to emails, guys.
Well, I'll tell you this much.
We love an email.
They originally said that it was okay for us to stream it, just like you guys did.
And then they try and sell you it, right?
And then,
Like, oh.
and then what happened is, as soon as I touched down in London, they reached back out to my manager and were like, "Oh, you can't stream it, by the way." So like,
that's rude.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. But
we followed through. I don't think anyone's ever streamed this bit before. This is a real behind the scenes.
They care about money, making a buck. We care about, we do this for free. We care about,
Yeah.
we care about the
Getting it
message.
out there.
Exactly.
I like that.
Yeah. This is a Stephen Hawking room, actually. I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By
Oh.
Stephen Hawking's family.
They were here the other day.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Okay. Do
That's cool.
those of us want to head down?
You want to tell the chat that I'm
Yeah.
setting up a tripod?
Yeah. Chat, we're going to go downstairs in a little bit. And March is going to plop the.
Thank you.
March is going to plop the camera on the tripod. It's not going to interfere with anything.
No, but you'll be off camera and they'll be.
Yeah, I'll be off camera while you do that, but not really.
I mean, your mics will be hot still. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
Shall we step down?
All right, everyone else is sitting down. They'll take their seats. Do you want to go to the toilet beforehand? We've got time if you want.
Give me your mic if you do.
No, but you know what? Sure, I'll give you the microphone. I mean, I have another one. The Oxford people will be able to rate the.
It's okay.
They'll be able to rate the stream.
I'm just gonna set
the bathroom's the one downstairs, right?
There's a couple.
Like the closest one here.
The closest one should be the disabled one, if that's. Yeah.
Maybe I'll go set them up now then.
Yeah. Just go set it up now.
Okay, just remember to come grab the mic from me.
Yeah.
All right, chat. Fucking little Marchy side quest. Excuse me. Okay, hold on, chat. I gotta set you down for a sec. Somewhere. Okay. I'm gonna set you down and then put you on a tripod. Hold, chat, hold.
You can go through, you can go in if you want. Sit down.
Oh, are we meant to sit down now?
Yeah, if you can.
I know it's dark and scary. Just hold on, chat. Just hold.
Hello, Chris. I won't. I'm sure all of the chat will remind me if I'm looking.
Alright, y'all still with me?
Yeah.
So he's going to be up there. I'm going to give you guys a better angle. One sec, please hold.
I'm sure
Something like this.
You wouldn't say anything you didn't want 17,000 people to hear. I agree.
I'll adjust depending on what chair he's sitting in, okay? Don't worry.
I hope not. I hope everyone's polite.
Holy shit, it's a good thing I brought the wide angle lens.
It should be
or the zoom lens.
Yep.
This is the whole area. Also, the other guy is still mic'd up. I really hope he is not peeing or saying something.
Well, we'll start in a second. Once
crazy.
If you just stay out here and then give us the mic.
I'm just going to grab the microphone real quick.
Yeah.
Unless you want to grab it from him.
Yeah. Yeah, all good. Is he okay to get the microphone back?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Am I good here?
Yeah. Very cool. Anyway, you're fine.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
We need to fill the camera up. We don't need to fill it up. No.
Like, there are people where are you guys going?
What's that?
Where are you going?
No, I was just saying about front row. It's fine.
Yeah, it's about to start. You should go on the front row. Okay, all good? Ready to go?
Yeah.
Nice, okay, I'll just go introduce you and then
okay, and then I walk in after you introduce me?
Yeah, I'll sit down, then you can come and do your speech.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Awesome. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for coming today. We have a very special guest today. He's a live streamer, he's a political commentator, and he's a powerful public figure. Please give a very warm welcome to Mr. Hasan Piker.
Okay. What's up, everybody? I hope everyone's having a great time. Before I get started, I asked if they'd ever actually hosted a Twitch streamer here before, and apparently I'm the first, and judging by my performance, I'll probably be the last. I don't really know why I'm here, but or what I can contribute to the conversation in terms of the ongoing genocide in Gaza that has unfolded over the past year and a half almost, that many other more credible speakers could speak to convincingly from a point of personal involvement and a position of authority. Having said that, however, I'm going to try to do my best here. This august body has seen some of the best minds inside of its halls, and now it's hosting a Twitch streamer. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you following the footsteps of intellectual giants as nothing but a simple man who understands right from wrong, and sometimes that's all that matters. In the words of my friend, the late great Michael Jamal Brooks, there's nothing complicated about apartheid. The morality of it is clear. If the roles were reversed and a captive Jewish population of 5 million people were being systematically starved, sieged, and dominated, everyone would understand what's going on. Its ancestral lands being destroyed, everyone would understand what's going on. So in his words, it's not a complex issue. It's super simple. It's the most powerful country in the Middle East. It's backed by the United States, the most powerful country on the planet, and it acts on another population of people with total impunity, and is never held accountable for anything. Well, I guess some things are changing in that regard, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But there is no symmetry in this relationship, period. That's what Michael Jamal Brooks said. So I see no need for obfuscation, no arguments for complexity, no reasoning for preemptive genocide. Israel is an apartheid state, and its inception was a violent one, with the forced displacement of 700,000, which gave birth to a settler colonial entity that continues to dominate the lives of more than 5 million Palestinians under its illegal occupation, totaling 15 million Palestinians around the globe that are permanently displaced. Its demographic concerns, Israel's demographic concerns, are never seen in the same lens that we view nationalist and fascist projects of the past. It also happens to be one of the most impressive nationalist projects the world has ever seen, from the revitalization of Hebrew as a language to finding a nation state for a revolutionary people who had been historically oppressed, victim to countless pogroms and the Holocaust. Israel could have been a story of success and overcoming great odds, except its inception was built around a lie, that this was a land without people for a people without land. Albert Einstein called out that lie early on as well. 10 years before the inception of Israel, Einstein described the proposed creation of the state as something which conflicted with the essential nature of Judaism. He warned against the violence of Menachem Begin and many other early Zionist militias. In 1948, Einstein and a number of Jewish academics sent a letter to the New York Times to protest against a visit to America by Menachem Begin. Menachem Begin also was never able to actually come to the UK either for his involvement in previous bombing campaigns as well. In this letter, they denounced Begin's Herut, Freedom Party, likening it to a political party closely akin in its organization, in its methods, political philosophy, and social appeal to the Nazi and fascist parties. Einstein understood the dangers that nationalism of this sort presented. After all, he had fled Nazi Germany. Nowadays, this sort of analysis is met with tremendous resistance. Given our comforts living in the heart of empire, we focus more on the feelings of those in the West rather than the violence that our tax dollars are contributing to. But I want to go back to the beginning for a little bit, which helped me understand the ways in which Israel's violence has remained unchecked, especially because the similarities in the contemporary way that Israel has dished out its violence are glaringly obvious. I want to talk about the atrocities committed in Deir Yassin, the former Palestinian village a few miles west of Jerusalem. I say former because in April 1948, over 100 of its Arab residents were executed, ruthlessly slaughtered. There were graphic stories that were told of some of the survivors, including but not limited to having a baker and his son lined up against the baker's oven and trying to force the baker to throw his son in the oven. And when he refused to cooperate, throwing his son in the oven and then throwing him in afterwards. The only reason why we know is because there were survivors that were left to tell the story. So they could go and tell the other Arab villages that if the Zionist brigades were coming, that they must evacuate. The massacre was committed by Zionist forces. Radical right-wingers led the attack, but were supported by the Haganah, which later became the IDF. But Deir Yassin was not an isolated massacre. It was a pivotal moment. Deir Yassin helped convince the Arab governments to fight Israel. People fled their towns and villages, fearful that what happens at Deir Yassin might happen in their towns. 700,000 people never allowed to return to their homes. Palestinians call this the Nakba. It's also known as catastrophe. But this wasn't just the fog of war. The Nakba was, in the words of historian Ilan Pape, a master plan for the massive expulsion of Palestinians, also called Plan D or Plan Dalit. Hundreds of thousands were expelled before Israel's so-called War of Independence had ever started. Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion, to use Pape's words, orchestrated the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. These were not merely nationalists or settlers run amok. This was clearly defined state policy. To this very day, Israel denies having forcibly expelled Palestinians, instead claiming that they voluntarily left their homes. This myth can be considered one of the earliest and perhaps most powerful forms of Hasbara. In Hebrew, Hasbara means advocacy or explanation. In the Western world, it just means lying. In 1948, there were Jewish extremists supported by the main military raiding and depopulating Palestinian communities. In 2024, we have the same problem. In 1948, the Israeli government told the world that Palestinians were responsible for their own suffering, lying about the orphans, widows, and the homeless that Israel had created. In 2024, we have the same problem. And in 1948, when people all over the world took notice of Israel's savage treatment of Palestinians, Israel could only respond by lying, using Hasbara to tell a different kind of story about its atrocities. In 2024, we still have the same problem. Now, people always ask me, Hasan, why is Israel so important? And I think this is a rhetorical trick. Why is Israel's allegiance to America so important? I think a lot of people ask this in earnest, but some people ask because they want me to say anti-Semitic things. They think that I'm going to say, oh, because Jews are powerful, they control the media, they control the government. This is not true. That's not the reason. At this point, at different points throughout time, the story in Israel and Palestine has been more or less the same. But ultimately, Israel has served different purposes for the United States, its primary benefactor. Israel has been our Cold War ally. Israel has been a punisher of misbehaving Arab oil states. Israel has been a partner in Western espionage. It is an unsinkable aircraft carrier in a resource-rich region. That's very important to American State Department interests. But for 66 years, the violence has continued, with broad support from the West. The Israeli government has been free to occupy Palestinian lands and destroy Palestinian life. Ever since the failure of the Oslo peace process in 2000, the rise of the settler movement, and Benjamin Netanyahu taking control of the Israeli government, America's ironclad support for Israel has remained exactly that. But in the last decade, something has changed. Two things have changed, as a matter of fact. The first is that Israel has totally lost the younger generation. The younger generation of Americans, but also the younger generation of the Western world in general, who are shocked by its policies in occupied Palestinian lands. And the second thing that has happened is that Israel's powerful advocates in US politics and media, the Israel lobby, no longer have a total stranglehold on the left and the right. The media is not as favorable to Israel as it once was. I'm obviously a living, breathing example of this. I think someone like myself would not exist in any other format, in any other medium, in any other time. But that's not the entire story, obviously. I'm not just here to focus on myself and what I do. I think I want to talk a little bit more about the broader picture, the bigger picture. You never could really hide a genocide from the world, but it's especially difficult in the present moment. Every day, we are inundated with footage from Gaza of untold atrocities, countless atrocities. We see depictions of the worst that humanity has to offer. We see children in body bags, drone strikes, mass displacement, the horror. We see missing relatives, sick babies, wailing mothers, and so on. This accumulation of this evidence, freely available on today's internet, is what is currently burying Israel in the court of public opinion. It's turning Israel into a pariah state. Hasbara wasn't built to refute this many dead children. Israel was really bailed out in the media in the past because of how slow the establishment press was to recognize the atrocities that are unfolding. It took prestigious outlets many weeks and months to tentatively identify an obvious genocide that quickly came together in a matter of days. Nowadays, you learn about the gruesome conditions of Sde Taiman, a concentration camp, or quadcopters sniping children, or broadcasting the sound of children crying for help to lure out unsuspecting Palestinians with the express purpose of murder, months before it reaches the headlines of legacy publishers in the West. That is, if they're covered at all, like the pro-rape riots, pro-rape January 6th, that took place after the Israeli government tried to prosecute 9 concentration camp guards for, I'm sorry for using this language here, for raping Palestinian prisoners to death on camera. I say tried because not only did the riots succeed, the main perpetrator became a television personality. And so we have learned since October 7 that Israel can conduct such wide-scale atrocities, killings, kidnappings, and bombings and expulsions, even without its usual PR shield, so long as its actual political shield in Washington holds up, as well as the Iron Dome. Now, there is a subtle but horribly corrosive effect that this has had on how people understand the world around them. At the very moment when fact-based reporting and serious journalism is most needed in this time, people are distrustful of the news. Platforms like Twitter routinely surface the worst of the worst kinds of content, but the most divisive, most hateful content. But Elon Musk is not the only person responsible for this. And I hate Elon Musk, okay? I hate Elon Musk as much as you guys hate Oxford College. I heard that if I say that, I'll get some applause breaks there. So that was my exit ramp. But it's not just Elon Musk, it's not just Twitter. It's happening all around. Young people, men in particular, who don't have much education or literacy skills with no hopeful prospects of the future are being propagandized by waves of right-wing influencers who have never had megaphones this loud. Although this issue most often gets brought up in the context of the 2024 election and Donald Trump, there's more to this. I think it's important to connect it to Palestine as well. These are forces who want to normalize the current levels of violence and to convince people that actually it's good to be this bloodthirsty. While it was Joe Biden who gave Israel the blank check with which to commit a genocide, that decision has created an entire galaxy of right-wingers who are actually in position to cash it. And cash it they are currently. If you've seen the Donald Trump cabinet picks, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The traditional forces that could keep this kind of thing in check, particularly in politics and in media, are unfortunately weak. And they're getting weaker by the moment. They're out of power. They're broke. They're technologically weak. They don't understand the space. They don't understand the online content creation sphere. And I feel like they've, most importantly, with their coverage of Gaza, discredited themselves to an entire generation. It seems right now that those people who genuinely desire for a better future, who want an alternative to the genocide, will have to start looking amongst themselves, looking within themselves, their friends, and away from the mainstream if they want to help bring something like justice into the world. So I stand before you as a man who simply wants some semblance of justice for the Palestinians. I urge you not to lean into nihilism and succumb to helplessness, because you do not need the academic pedigree to know right from wrong. All you need is your moral compass. As someone who has seen the Palestine question evolve over my past 10 years of public advocacy, I never would have imagined international organs demand legal restitution from America's most valuable asset. After all, there are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happen. Thank you. It's a little bit more somber of a tone than I take normally.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for that speech. Just to run through how the rest of the evening will work, I'm going to do a moderated interview Q&A, and then after a while we're going to throw it open to questions in the audience, or I'll bring you a mic. Just to reiterate, this event is being live streamed on Twitch, so bear that in mind when you ask a question, if that's something you might not be comfortable with. Where I wanted to start, just picking up from where you ended that speech, of where we should look to, where people should look to if they want to affect change, of looking outside the mainstream. We've seen a lot of student movements here in Cambridge, over in America, of students taking direct action to try and change the policy of the government towards Palestine. How optimistic are you about the potential for change from these kind of movements?
I'm more optimistic than I've ever been, because as I kind of alluded to in the end of that speech, anyone that has been aware of the situation in Palestine for longer than, 5 years, will be the first to tell you that the attitude from the Western world is dramatically different. This doesn't mean that the governments have changed their attitude or shifted their policies, although some have, and it's unique, especially, and I stress the importance of the Western world specifically, because I think the Global South is known what a settler colonial apparatus looks like with their own personal experience with such things. But the allegiances that America needs to maintain in Europe, and even its own population, and the outlook that people have organically has shifted dramatically in the position of maybe not full-blown emancipation for Palestinians, but at least like some recognition for the atrocities. And I think that is truly unique, and it's a sign of hope despite all of the horrifying things that we see on a daily basis.
So what does a path look like for you towards genuine change in the Israel-Palestine situation?
I think we have also completely nullified mechanisms of pressure. In the past, we at least had labor unions that even engaged in militancy at times, and we've completely neutered them in the Western world, especially in America. Our labor union participation rate is around 10%. It's actually lower than Chile, which is a country that we specifically wrote the Constitution of to institute a neoliberal project there, and they still have a higher labor union participation rate than we do. And I think that is one of the major issues. So I hope that people can focus on unionization and engaging in community activism a little bit more in this process. And I think that under the Trump administration, people will be forced to do that regardless. Participate more in politics by not directly participating in the democratic process, but organizations outside of just simply voting for the Democratic Party, for example. Political actions like that are necessary. Yeah. And that's the only way that I think this pressure valve will release.
Do you think that Western governments' reluctance to endorse rulings such as the ICC against Benjamin Netanyahu, do you see that as something fundamentally damaging, or are you already less optimistic about how much change those kinds of international institutions can have?
I mean, I think it's unique when you see the very fact that the ICC prosecutions are even taking place. It's obvious that this is a new step. These organs of international justice, the Geneva Conventions, or I guess in American terms, the Geneva Suggestions, the United Nations, like all of these international organs that are supposed to uphold humanitarian laws and principles are historically only used against the enemies of the West. And some American politicians are very open about that. I believe it was Lindsey Graham that might have had a conversation with Karim Khan in private. Karim Khan is the current ICC prosecutor that actually facilitated the arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. And in that private correspondence, I believe he told him that the ICC is not there for our allies. They're there for African warlords and thugs like Putin. And technically, throughout its inception, throughout the way that these international organs of justice have worked, that is true. That is what they've usually had in the crosshairs. So I think things are changing, and while this kind of broad sweeping change is not going to happen overnight, I do feel optimistic. And ultimately, there is, especially if there's continuous pressure from the public against the governments, that inevitably they are going to have to succumb to that pressure, or they're going to have to become more militant and maybe even more fascist in an effort to quell the naysayers, the people that are protesting against the government. We've seen a little bit of that in America in the way that our campus protests were packed up. There were prosecutions that took place, which is very unique in a country where we are supposed to be the bastion of free speech. But I think all of that resistance only causes people to grow more and more angry. And there's only so much a government can do when there's enough people that say this is inappropriate, it's done.
Yeah, you've received backlash at various points for what people perceive as excessive sympathy towards groups like the Houthis or Hezbollah, who share your opposition to Israel, but may have what many would think of as quite regressive views in other areas. Is that something you think about, worry about?
No, not necessarily. In terms of their domestic affairs, a lot of these like militant movements, these non-state actors, I am not aligned with at all. Having said that, however, that is not the reason for why they are persecuted or killed in many instances. Like Hasan Nasrallah, he's homophobic, right? Yeah, I know that. But they didn't kill him because he was homophobic. They killed him because he was a part of the axis of resistance. So I don't place a lot of emphasis on the internal dynamics and internal policies of these resistance groups, just as I don't care that America was homophobic, segregationist, and misogynistic when they aligned against the Nazi rise of power. I still rooted for Easy Company. And every time I watch Band of Brothers, I still stand up and salute, you know, because they did what had to be done in that regard. And I can't even change the political discourse in my own theoretical democracy. So I feel like the hypothetical conversation that we're having about the civil governance of these militant groups is simply to just say, well, they're bad too. They're bad too. They deserve punishment. When in fact, the real reason I think people are critical of them is because of their opposition to Israel. I mean, I'll take it one step further. The Gulf allies that America have done a metric ton worse things than even Hezbollah has in terms of its own personal civil governance, but that's never a point of contention with our allegiance with Saudi Arabia, for example. That's unconditional. That allegiance happens because they are a very valuable asset in the region. They're a client state. We give them unlimited weapons. They sometimes use those weapons on Yemen. And that dynamic is never called into question because I don't think that honest State Department employees care about that. They care about their goals in the region.
Aside from domestic political change in the US and across the West, what do you think a permanent, stable solution looks like in the area that is currently now split between Israel and Palestine?
So this is, I have a rather controversial opinion on this, I guess, but I take note from the likes of Avi Shlaim, who have also evolved in their understanding of Israel-Palestine and have found themselves in the one-state solution camp, and I'm definitely there as well, because the settlement expansion project that happened, that coincided with the so-called peace process, made a two-sovereign state solution virtually impossible. Either you have to forcibly expel 750,000 settlers from both occupied East Jerusalem and occupied West Bank, which is not only impossible, but would be very violent. Or you recognize that the current order of business is that Israel is the singular sovereign state, but it's an apartheid state. And that's the way I approach it. I believe that Israel must dissolve its apartheid and offer citizenship to every single Palestinian, equal rights, equal representation, and become a secular democracy. Israel cannot maintain its demographic concerns. Because what are demographic concerns at the end of the day? I mean, we have demographic concerns in America, but we know exactly what that means when a white supremacist says we have demographic concerns in America. But that calculation is so different when it comes to Israel. Israel's demographic concerns are not seen in the same lens of ethnic and religious superiority implemented by one group and completely dominating and subjugating the outsiders in a similar vein as Nazi Germany or even apartheid South Africa did. It's seen as a mechanism of defense. We have security concerns. We have to have a demographic majority. I can't think of another state that is in the comfortable bosom of Western empire that openly states in its laws that they have to populate certain areas with a certain percentage of Jewish people or any number of any kind of ethnic group. It doesn't have to just be Jewish people, but that is the reality for Israel. So I think that's old school politics, and I think it has no place in the modern world.
Just to touch on something else you brought up in your speech, social media. Do you think that is something that has fundamentally changed politics, sort of the democratization of information, or do you think that it's the same dynamics playing out over a new medium?
I think it's fundamentally changed politics, sometimes for the good and oftentimes for really awful purposes. I obviously benefit greatly from it. Someone like myself would never be considered a media figure, especially with how isolated mainstream publications are. I feel like I do not fit in the boundaries of permissible speech in mainstream politics and mainstream political discourse, there's a lot more space on the right for that sort of thing, but there's rarely ever any space for the left in this conversation. So yeah, I greatly benefit from the democratization of media. I also understand that for the first time ever, we get to see conflict in real life as it's happening, as it's unfolding. We get to automatically see the victims of American empire or the victims of Israeli actions as real human beings. In the past, I think, and in the early stages, in the immediate aftermath of October 7, CNN and numerous other publications basically kept running the same route. They immediately had a IDF officer that is tasked with basically propagandizing and contextualizing whichever new fresh hell Israel had unfolded upon the Palestinian population. They would go on CNN and immediately talk about how these are terror babies. They had to be killed. This hospital is a terror headquarters. We had to bomb it. And because of TikTok and because of other various social media platforms, people were able to see that that was not the case. People were able to see that, no, you're killing, regular civilians. Like, I know because, I watch them on TikTok. And I think that has definitely played a role in people no longer being as confident in legacy publishers. But there's also the downsides of the democratization of media, whereas people with whichever mindset can go on and do something that we like to call grifting, where you saw a lot of this during COVID, where people were just straight up saying, mainstream narratives on COVID are all false, COVID is fake, it's not real, the vaccines make you gay and autistic, don't take the vaccine. And there was plenty of space for that. Like, some people were actually selling their own personal products and trying to monetize on this. But other people were simply doing it because there was a lot of interest in this. There was a market for fake information. And I don't know how to deal with that. I guess spirited debate is one method, but when the faucet is so when the faucet is open and it's uncontrollable, when there's so much disinformation, I truly don't know how you deal with that.
How do you see your role within that new space? Is it more of an activist, more of a journalist, an entertainer, or some kind of mixture of the three?
I would say a mix of the three. I don't call myself a journalist. I'm a political commentator. But first and foremost, my goal is to be educational, but also be approachable and appealing and entertaining. So I try to make things, I try to make certain subjects that are otherwise complex easier to understand and also entertaining. That's the value I think I provide, and urge people to take action as well, whether it be going to a campus protest, or whether it be unionizing their workplaces, or whether it be joining a local organization. And many members of my community have gone out and done just that. Some have actually gone into local office as well. But outside of that, I also try to combat the misinformation as well, because there's a lot of that out there. I try to hold people's hands through the process of looking at the news. I look at it with a critical lens, and I try to explain to people the biases that certain outlets might have in favor of a particular direction. Omitting key details, burying the lead. Something that a lot of people, I think, are now familiar with is passive voice. This is something that Americans, at least, are very knowledgeable on. Whenever there's any instance of police brutality, the media always makes it seem as though this chaos unfolded on its own. I think mainstream presses utilize the passive voice for all actions that Israel is engaged in as well, quite a bit. Bullets enter the leg of Palestinian. Like, who shot the Palestinian person? Like, how did we get here? I try to explain to people why there are some editorial controls in this regard. But ultimately, I rely heavily on mainstream reporting. I have wonderful friends in these institutions, these outlets that do a tremendous job, and I still greatly value objective news reporting. I wouldn't be able to do what I do without it.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting what you say about the passive voice. We actually had the head of the BBC here a few weeks ago and asked him about that, and it's obviously something they think about, but it's obviously up to you how you interpret where that comes from. You did an interview actually on CNN recently where the concept of you being the left's Joe Rogan was brought up, which is something you're quite dismissive of.
Yeah.
Because you think...
Because I'm not bald. That's what it is.
That's the only difference, of course. You think it's more about policy. It's not about the left finding a Joe Rogan figure. It's about the Democratic Party changing its policies.
Yeah.
Do you think is that the right kind of analysis we should take when looking at Donald Trump's election victory, as opposed to policy over sort of the more ephemeral stuff, the media communication?
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think Donald Trump represents a shift in attitude towards these institutions that people are obviously very upset about. And one of the major gaps in communication for the Democratic Party was their position as the defenders of American institutions. And it's very obvious, and this is maybe a little bit scary to contend with, but Americans don't care about these institutions. They don't give a shit. They just want the price of eggs to go down. They want housing to be more affordable. And if one side is at least looking at the anger and frustration that people have and saying, you're angry and you're valid to be angry, and you're angry because of marginalized people, you're angry because of the establishment, you're angry because undocumented migrants have actually taken your social safety nets, and the other side is simply saying, no, you shouldn't be angry, things are good, it's a vibe session, the economy is actually not that bad, shut up, you had marginal improvements in your life, why are you complaining? Then yeah, people are going to be like, I'm angry, and that guy at least recognizes that anger. And I think that's what Trump did very well. It wasn't because he's like, he's a policy wonk or anything, of course not. But at the very least, there was a recognition of the frustration that people had. And then he was able to channel that anger and frustration at appropriate targets that, especially in a country like America, have always been under attack regardless. And that's what's very frustrating about this process, because Democrats should technically have the right solutions to these issues. But if they also are zealots in terms of advancing this neoliberal project, this third-way neoliberal attitude unconditionally, yeah, they're going to end up losing over and over again to increasingly more right-wing charlatans like Donald Trump.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of commentators around the Democratic Party and sort of observers here in the UK who would question that characterization of the Biden presidency in particular as unmitigated neoliberalism. They would point to, the Build Back Better Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the infrastructure spending, the student loan stuff. They would argue, there's an argument that exists that Biden did all that and he still lost, so why does it matter? Why do you think that's wrong?
I think that's wrong because this is something that I saw on Twitter that is just like has burned into my consciousness at this point. But if you see a homeless person and you chuck 2 pennies at them, technically their material wealth improved by 2 cents. They had 0, now they have 2 cents. But the homeless person yells back at you, says, fuck you, throws the pennies back. Why is the homeless person angry at me? I actually improved his material wealth by a dramatic percentage. I don't understand. Why is the homeless person so angry at me now? That is the way that the Democratic Party operates. When I say we need broad left-wing populism, I'm not talking about like a technocratic approach that will maybe unfold a decade later. I'm talking about real, genuine, immediate change. Like Kamala Harris talked about building 3 million housing units. Now, there's a way to do that I think is good, and there's a way to communicate that I think is good, and then there's the way that Kamala Harris communicated it. She said, this is the opportunity economy. She said, we're going to build 3 million housing units with a public-private partnership. This kind of language is is just simply undesirable for people outside of the halls of academia, or people who are really invested in YIMBY urbanist Twitter. That's just the unfortunate reality of it. I think she should have come out and been like, we're going to build houses, we're going to do a federal jobs program, we're going to get everybody to work, and we're going to build public housing. We need to claw back the housing market from the hands of everyone that considers homes to be a speculative asset. This is not Wall Street. Every American needs home. Every American needs shelter. And we're going to give that to you. That is left-wing populism. The technocratic approach that the Democratic Party follows is not left-wing populism. It's just, again, private-public partnership, tax cuts, deregulation. She even talked about deregulating housing. Now that might mean zoning deregulation, or that might mean deregulation that makes houses even shittier than they are in America. And they are pretty shitty. So that's what I mean. If you're going to lie, if you're a politician, and you're not going to implement any of your actual policies, then why not lie about broad, sweeping legislative changes? Why simply lie about the most boring, technocratic, nerdy ways in which you will not actually implement any sort of reasonable changes that will immediately improve people's lives? So while Biden did a lot with the NLRB, for example, and this is something that I've actually talked about quite a bit, there was an issue with communicating that, in my opinion. They failed on that front. Republicans campaign every 4 years, or Republicans campaign every single day for 4 years straight. Democrats only campaign once every 4 years or once every 2 years when they remember there's an election. And so on that front, they didn't even do a good enough job of communicating what these changes were that they had implemented. They constantly got held up in their own internal strife with the likes of Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema that actually undermined some of these bills. They were too procedurally invested in the Senate parliamentarian. There was supposed to be a bill that was going to pass with a simple majority that would have tacked on a federally mandated increase in $15 minimum wage. The Senate parliamentarian said no, and the Democrats went, what are you going to do? It's the Senate parliamentarian. She said no. Okay, fire her, and then hire a new Senate parliamentarian. That's precisely what the Republicans had done under Dick Cheney, under the George W. Bush administration. There is no reason to hold up these procedures, and there's no reason to claim that you are the institutional norm defenders when in fact you have no respect for these institutions at the end of the day anyway, and you know for a fact that the Republicans are always going to violate those norms and violate these institutions in an effort to get whatever their agenda is across. And Democrats don't do that. They don't fight. And I think that people have lost confidence in them as well because of this. And they have a long way to go, I think, to recreate that trust in them.
Thank you. As we are here in the UK, I thought I'd ask a question about British politics.
Love that.
You haven't done the voice so far during the main talk, which I think is we're all grateful for, but there's still time.
I'm trying. I'm holding on.
What do you think are the main conclusions that should be drawn from the general election this July and the subsequent first few months of the Starmer government?
Oof. I said this originally. Obviously, Keir Starmer, also known as Keir Stalin, he was slated to win. The Tories had the incumbency disadvantage that everyone experienced all around the globe, pretty much, with the exception of Mexico. And he was going to win regardless. But I was very worried, and I think my predictions are coming true already, that his approach to fixing all of the problems that England and the UK is experiencing was not enough. There was another side of this conversation that didn't get as much coverage, I think, even in America, the Reform Party's movement and how successful they were. I think that's terrifying. And now it seems Nigel Farage is a more popular figure than Keir Starmer already. And I said at the time that if Keir Starmer does not, immediately work to fund the NHS, and like really hire a lot more people and fix public transit and try to fix the housing market in the UK, the Reform Party is going to come in inevitably and sweep. And I'm afraid that is the direction that you guys are heading in. Not dissimilar to what we're experiencing in America.
Okay, my final question before we throw it open to the audience, a simple one. Do you think the world will be a brighter or a darker place in 10 years' time?
Oof. I want to hope that it's a brighter place, but all trends point to the exact opposite of that, it seems. I feel like we're experiencing a lot of chaos all around the globe. Russia has invaded Ukraine. Now they're talking about potentially North Korean troops that might be deployed. Obviously, Israel is pummeling Gaza and is slated to permanently annex North Gaza. They're still bombing Lebanon as well. There's a lot of back and forth happening there, despite the fact that there was supposed to be a ceasefire with specific carve-outs that allow Israel to continue bombing Lebanon and killing Lebanese people. You have, I guess, the incel president of South Korea that decided to do the shittiest martial law coup of all time, who backed away because quorum was established. That was really funny. But there's a lot of chaos and a lot of instability. And I think more importantly than all of that, there is, especially in the Western world, these liberal democracies that have gone unchecked with no like even ostensibly socialist or communist counterpower, any like other pole that maybe moves people in the opposite direction, have had unlimited neoliberalism for the past 3 decades. And I think we're seeing the impact of that now and what that has done to the economies individually, and that's done to the public as a whole. Like I think that a lot of people do not have a lot of optimism for the future, especially our generation and younger, and the economic anxieties that they experience, if left unaddressed, if left unexamined, is going to continue building the otherwise nascent fascist movements that we've seen in many Western European nations and even Eastern European countries as well. You have the AfD in Germany, you have the Reform movement here, you have Marine Le Pen's party in France, Meloni is already in power in Italy, and it's happening globally. You have Donald Trump in America. Like, these guys are all ideologically aligned on the boundaries of nationalism. And I'm very fearful about the prospect of the future, especially when there's no mechanism of pushback. And in all of that instability, I think, at least historically speaking, fascism has always been a means to reinstate control, to institute some stability and control. And that's a terrifying prospect for the future. Not to be too much of a downer, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so now it's time for some questions from the audience. If you just stick your hand up and then wait till we get a mic over to you, then you can ask your question. We'll go just here. Yep, let's stand up.
Hi, I'm Sadiq. I go to Down College. I've been a fan for a number of years. I just wanted to ask, what's your view on the Global South's prospects going forwards? Because obviously we hear news about their constant domination by the West. What should we be optimistic about when looking at the Global South?
I mean, I think, all things considered, the prospects of the Global South is definitely trending in a more positive direction than the rest of the world. And I think that has somewhat to do with Chinese initiatives as well. They're offering more favorable loans. They're engaging in development because they're interested in creating a secondary market, because everyone understands that, like, the next stage of the Cold War is most likely going to be the United States of America against China. And if the tariff faucet opens up, all of a sudden you need other developed markets to be able to sell products to. So in that process, I think a lot of people are, I guess, hedging their bets. They're leveraging against American dominance. And this has been somewhat prosperous for the Global South, but I don't I don't necessarily know where it goes in the next 10 to 20 years. But it's not that bad, all things considered.
Should we go on the front row here?
Hi, first of all, I'd like to thank you for your moral force of your arguments, and I think most of us can agree that the people who perpetrated these crimes in Gaza should face the full force of justice. But I do struggle to see in your arguments actual moral consistency or constancy. How you just talked about the Houthis, for example, I'm sure it's disturbing, not only for me as a gay man, but for other gay men, when you dismiss things like the murder of tens of people at the hands of the Houthis as a mere internal issue. It strikes me that that doesn't seem very morally consistent. And likewise, I think some of your remarks on Gaza have been troubling for many women. As you know, in the October 7th massacre, the Hamas forces who entered not only murdered hundreds of teenagers our age, but also, according to the United Nations, committed a pattern of sexual violence, targeting many of the most vulnerable women, including people who were taken hostage. It strikes me to win this argument and to actually provide justice to the causes you seek about, you need to be morally consistent. And you need to understand that there's a universality in our values, where we must think about women and think about gay people, no matter where they are. And I'm wondering, have you always been the most helpful advocate for your causes?
Great question. So, in terms of the sexual violence, I've never denied it, and that there are definitely people that have clipped things out of context to make it seem as though I have. But my approach on this has always been consistent. Whether it be the Ansar Allah administration and the violent actions that they take against the gay Yemeni population, or whether it be any sort of sexual violence that anyone has been victim to, I think that is completely unacceptable. There is no world in which that I would say that the perpetrators of such crimes should not face any justice whatsoever. I think that I simply look at historical reference points such as like the Nat Turner Rebellion, for example, or the Haitian Revolution, or even the many acts that the ANC's militant wing engaged in the struggle to abolish the apartheid in South Africa. And I recognize that when the dust is settled, those historic wrongs must be accounted for, but the much larger problem here is still always going to be the maintenance of the apartheid. So it's not necessarily that I dismiss these acts. It might come across as dismissive, but the reason as to why I cover it in the way that I do is because I understand that there is still a much greater problem, and I consider many of the ways in which people bring this up to be, I wouldn't say whataboutism, but to serve the purpose of deflecting the attention away from Israel's actions. Does that make sense?
Shall we go right there in the third row? Yeah, you. Yeah. It's up to you.
Hi, I was struggling whether or not to ask this question, but potentially following on from what was just asked. I do appreciate the work that you do for the left. I don't want to diminish the extent to which you advocate for people's, general rights to exist, especially women. However, I think maybe the person is political here. So you have been embroiled in controversy on account of your use of sex workers in your personal life, which you do openly speak on.
Yeah.
I support making the safety and autonomy of sex workers a priority. I don't oppose the criminalisation of women who take part in this kind of labour. But I equally think that if we are to accept the premises that all work is ultimately coercive and that sex work is work, which I think we both do agree on that, then what is the word that we use in society for coerced sex, right? Secondly, do you accept that, hedging your bets, that sex workers you see are wholly consenting is perhaps naive, especially insofar as like a plumber fixing your bathroom who's in a tricky situation is incomparable in terms of the degree of suffering undertaken, like in terms of a woman engaging in sex work, for example, due to her limited options.
No, absolutely. You're absolutely correct in terms of the extra coercion that might take place, and in many instances it is a very real problem. But I think that my approach to this has always been, first of all, I've dated sex workers as well. I'm very public and very open about my advocacy for sex work. In terms of the moral dynamic of it, yes, I understand that there is a difference there as long as people are voluntarily, as adults, consenting to the act. And the only way, I think, to ensure that that is the case is to not only destigmatize sex work in general, but also make sure that there are proper mechanisms in place to ensure that this is a safe process, that people are not engaging in this act involuntarily. So I understand your concerns. This is something that I've talked about with many sex workers, both on my stream and outside of that, and they seem to think that the best possible pathway forward is through decriminalization and destigmatization, and that the ways in which we currently analyze sex work is only unhelpful because it makes it virtually impossible to seek out help and to ensure that these criminal elements that are truly atrocious are prosecuted with and dealt with.
Should we go right in the back corner over there?
Trinity College is the largest and by far the richest college at Cambridge. It built over £2 billion worth of wealth through all the nefarious means you'd probably expect, including continued investment in arms companies like Elbit Systems. After student pressure and protest last year, the college pledged to divest. In October, the college broke that promise, backtracking, the master saying that they regretted creating hardship funds for students affected by conflict. My question, given this, is, as a student at that college who has been involved in organising direct action, I have been staggered by the apathy of my peers. How can students encourage other students to use their voices to pressurise the institutions in which they exist? And how can students stave off demoralisation when shouting at ears that seem not to be listening?
Yeah, that's a tough one. So I think that you have to see the successes that you have gained through direct participation and direct action, such as the college encampments, and keep the pressure as best as you can, and continue the struggle, because at the end of the day, there's only so much pressure that these institutions can withstand. If there is more and more protests and more disorder, civil disobedience, campuses are inevitably going to have to buckle. And there are many different examples of success in this regard. There is a lot of academic divestment that is occurring already. But I'm sorry to hear that Trinity College went back on their promise and is continuing to I guess fund Elbit Systems. It's a truly heinous company.
Shall we go right on the back row there?
Hi, thank you. You've kind of previously made comments about streets soaked red in the capitalist flood of landlords. In an era of really endemic political violence, where in Britain we've seen 2 MPs killed in the last 2 years, do you think that's kind of a constructive way of bringing a left-wing position or kind of criticising capitalism and the role of landlords into this discourse, or is it sort of something you can say from behind a camera that actually has real consequences but doesn't actually make kind of the impact that you'd hope to make?
I was talking to a landlord when I had that conversation, and I don't think that he had an issue with it. He knew that we were messing around. But given that this is a 6-year-old conversation that I had with a landlord friend of mine at the time, I wouldn't take that too seriously. But thank you. No, I am not an advocate for killing landlords.
Shall we go right there? Yeah.
Thank you so much for your speech. It seems over the past 5 years, the left has spent a lot of time building up defenses against hate speech, which in the past year and a half, have been really turned against us on college campuses. In England, the child of Holocaust survivors was arrested for terrorist speech. Why does it seem that only the right fights for free speech? Why does the left not fight for free speech? And should the left fight for free speech?
So that's an interesting question because I think that historically the left has fought for free speech, and this still has limitations. I guess if you're talking about free speech in the American understanding, because that's the most expansive, we have never really abided by the principles of free speech to begin with. It seemingly only encompasses protecting hate speech, and rarely ever speech that is truly disruptive to the pre-existing hierarchies. And what I mean by that is, and this has happened in the UK as well historically, where fascists, when they protest in the streets, they get police protection. But when you know, and there's any sort of socialist uprising or leftist uprising, they're usually the ones who have to face police brutality and police violence, at least historically. America, like I said, has the most expansive free speech protections, and yet in 32, if I'm not mistaken, it might be 36 now, states in the United States of America, you actually have to sign a pledge if you want to become a school teacher in the state of Texas, for example. You have to sign a pledge that says you will never engage in BDS, boycott, divestment, and sanctions on the state of Israel, which is, once again, a formerly successful initiative against apartheid South Africa. That's where BDS comes from originally. And yet we have these very obvious restrictions on free speech when it comes to Israel. I think that ultimately the notion that there is free speech absolutism is somewhat silly. It's never really existed. And I think that there are well-established boundaries that many people agree to across the board. Like, there are certain kinds of freedom of expression that obviously should be considered criminal. Child pornography, for example, like that's not protected under free speech. And some places are more expansive, others are not. But ultimately, I think it doesn't really matter. There's no real champions of free speech absolutism. That doesn't exist. I guess maybe like with the exception of Noam Chomsky, I've rarely ever heard anyone make a convincing free speech absolutist argument that is genuine. It's just not something that the right believes in. That's why they have been able to portray themselves as champions of free speech in an effort to get away with hate speech without any consequence whatsoever, because free speech doesn't mean that there should be any sort of freedom from consequences. And yet they have positioned themselves as champions of free speech while simultaneously, in the United States of America at least, right-wing groups are responsible for book bannings, books being pulled out of libraries all across the country. They very successfully launched an initiative against what they consider to be CRT, critical race theory, woke DEI policies and the like, and they have truly undermined free speech and free expression, and also just like a normal education about American history. And they've been doing this very successfully while simultaneously pointing the finger of blame at the left. So I think ultimately we just have to be reasonable about it and understand that there are very real limitations to such things. And when people cynically try to regulate free speech with honest parties that are involved in spirited debate, then you can shout them down a little bit. You can tell them, no, that's not the case. I think one very clear example of this is the conversation surrounding Israel-Palestine. In America, we censured Rashida Tlaib. She's a Palestinian congressperson. We censured her in our Congress because she said, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." This is an emancipatory slogan that I think people cynically claimed was anti-Semitic and censured her. No such censures exists for the likes of Tom Cotton, who very famously wrote a New York Times article demanding that Black Lives Matter protests would be violently squashed by the military. Tom Cotton has demanded that pro-Palestinian protesters and environmental activists be killed for protesting and blocking roads. There is a Louisiana Senator Kennedy who, in a congressional hearing about anti-Semitism, hate speech, and Islamophobia, turned to an Arab speaker and said, that she was in support of Hamas, Hezbollah, and that she should put her head in a bag in shame. No censures existed there. No one is really principled on this, and I think it's important to point out those inconsistencies and just say, look, in order for there to be a productive conversation, there's going to be some boundaries, and if there are no boundaries, then you're not going to be able to have a productive conversation. So that's what I think. At the end of the day, I don't know. It's not a very great example. It's not a very great way to end that point, but it's not something that I have any sort of like well-defined perspective on. It's a case-by-case basis. I'll know it when I see it.
Let's go just there. Yeah, in the green.
Hi. Considering the success of right-wing initiatives across the West, how do you think these will impact the way in which left-wing speakers conduct themselves? And do you think we will see left-wing politicians engage in maybe more centrist policies, or perhaps engage in the type of rhetoric we see from the worst of their right-wing counterparts?
I hope that they don't do that, but all signs point to that right now. I mean, Seth Moulton came out and immediately after the election defeat was like, oh, we lost because the Democratic Party was too pro-trans. That was never even a conversation. There was no trans speaker at the DNC. The Democrats didn't even aesthetically point to any marginalized communities and said, we're going to defend you guys. They didn't even do that. They went super right-wing. And it seems like they are more comfortable capitulating to right-wing framing on issues like we saw with the conversation surrounding undocumented migrants and what to do. America is a nation of immigrants. The reason why we have not fallen in the trap that many developed countries have in terms of their population growth stunting is because of the unrestricted immigration into the country that has kept the nation young. And yet, the Democratic Party this time around did something that I truly consider to be unconscionable, where they caved on the right-wing framing on this issue and basically admitted that undocumented immigrants constitute a national security threat. So if they go in that direction, they're just going to keep losing as the right continues to increase the stakes. Because there's no world in which you can outflank the Republican Party on hate, on bigotry. That's their territory. That's the comfortable space that they exist in. So they're just going to keep upping the ante, the right is, as the Democrats try to catch up and make a fool of themselves. And even if they were to be able to successfully, capture the attention of white nativists who want this kind of anti-immigrant agenda, do we really want that, is the question that Democrats should ask themselves.
Let's go right over there in the third row, in the pink.
Hi there, Hasan. I just wanted to ask, since you're known for blending humour with serious political discussion, in your opinion, what is the role of comedy and satire in shaping political views? And how do you prevent this from possibly undermining the gravity of the issues you're trying to address?
I feel like there's a time and space for it, right? I'll crack a couple jokes here and there, but obviously if I'm going to be talking about some like very serious things that are happening, I try to limit the ways in which I quip. But I think comedy is a very important tool in helping people understand the world. Good comedy, specifically comedy that punches up, exposes the idiocy of normal existence, and has the capacity to to undermine pre-existing social hierarchies that we take for granted. So I value it quite a bit. But there's a time and place for it. I think that there are certain things that, I guess, the higher the stakes get, the trickier it gets to be able to truly find humor in otherwise very humorless situations. And a good comedian can take that and find humor in it, whereas many who don't actually end up, I think, coming across as though they're reactionary. This is a problem that happens a lot. Comedians test their bits. If they want to be edgy and they fail and they bomb, they come across like they genuinely believe these things. These are firmly held opinions. That's what it comes across as. And it's, I try to be as unrestrictive as possible and as understanding and as charitable as possible to people who are trying to make other people laugh. But having said that, I think it's both a very important tool and maybe sometimes something that has no place in certain subject matter. At least I'm not well equipped enough to be able to make jokes about certain things.
Okay, I think we've got time for a couple more questions before the end. We'll go there in the you in the college buffer. Yeah.
Hello. I'd like to ask you about your inconsistency when it comes to Russia and Ukraine compared to your takes on Israel-Palestine. You talk a lot about displacing the Palestinians, which I agree is a horrible act, but when considering Russian annexation of Ukraine, you quote say, "It boggles my mind that Crimea belongs to Ukraine." And when you talked about Crimea's should own Crimea, you said that Ukraine was like, "We'll stick with that to Mongolia," I think.
No. I said Crimea belongs primarily to the Tatar population, which is historically...
Greece, Russia...
I said Greece. I said Turkey and Greece. That was a joke. I don't think, for the record, I don't think Crimea belongs to Turkey. Just so you understand. Maybe you didn't get it. But I don't think that that's valid.
And the other question...
Go ahead.
In addition to this, but when asked for your opinion on the ceasefire, you mentioned Boris Johnson as the reason for why it failed, even though Boris Johnson's arrival that was on the 9th of April, and then Lavrov mentioned his arrival to Kyiv was on the 9th of April, and Lavrov himself said on the 7th of April, way before that happened, the Ukrainian demands are unacceptable, a ceasefire and a peace deal will not happen. So the question is, why do you flirt so much with Russian narratives when it comes to Russia and Ukraine?
So in terms of Russia's annexation of Ukrainian territory, I think it's wholly unjustifiable and inhumane and very cruel. I've made that very clear time and time again. As far as the ceasefire negotiation, I believe you're talking about the 15-point plan that was discussed in Antalya, if I'm not mistaken, at a time when Ukraine had maximum leverage in comparison to where it is now. And there is no inconsistency in that narrative, especially because I was a champion of a ceasefire for Ukraine very early on, just as I am a champion for ceasefire in Israel-Palestine as well. Because first and foremost, I think what we have to do is stop the bleeding. And I thought that the Ukrainian leverage at the time was much better. And I actually celebrated Zelensky for engaging in this conversation in a very meaningful way, where even trickier demands that he could have made that would have been tricky for the Ukrainian population to accept, he was conciliatory on, where he wanted to push the Crimea question back to a referendum 15 years in the future. And I think that that was a very solid way to potentially try and stop the Russian onslaught. Now, make no mistake, I don't believe that Russia was going to be committed to the ceasefire negotiation either. That much I made clear as well. But the point I always stressed was, ultimately every conflict ends with treaties. And that the quicker you can arrive at that position when you have the most amount of leverage, the better it will be to save the lives of countless people in Ukraine. And I believe, unfortunately, that is what has happened. In terms of Russian posturing on the ceasefire process, you mentioned Lavrov. Yeah, they have the same political pressures, maybe not to the same degree as Zelensky does, But they have the same political pressures. They have to posture. They have to make themselves look strong. I think ultimately what matters is what you leave on the table and what you come to terms with. And one thing that I stressed over and over again for people who kept saying, this is appeasement, at the time, this was years ago at this point, was that if the ceasefire process falls apart and if Russia continues to bomb Ukraine, then you're still back to square one. So nothing technically changes with the exception of a period of stability. So I am always going to be in favor of trying to maintain any sort of treaty or any sort of ceasefire in general. Same with Lebanon and same with Gaza. So I don't think it's inconsistent at all.
Okay, and we will take one final question. Let's go right all the way at the back in the corner over there.
Thank you. You claim to be anti-establishment and say we need left-wing populism. So why have you not only criticised but colluded with the establishment on several occasions to denigrate existing left-wing populist movements, like Galloway and the Workers' Party, and Jackson Hinkle, HasanAbi and the American Communist Party, which is new?
Did you say I've denigrated George Galloway? Is that what you said? Yeah. I don't think I did, but I don't think I've done that. But as far as the American Communist Party, more power to them. If they're able to successfully mobilize, then that's great. Do I trust Jackson Hinkle, former HasanAbi head, to not be a federal agent and be genuinely invested in the uplifting of the working class all around the globe? Time will tell. I think if someone is going to occupied Ukrainian territory and then posturing alongside the Russian forces and then freely traveling back to the United States, I'm gonna look at that guy and go, maybe you're a Fed.
Okay, that's not.
I'm just saying, that's my red line. Usually, there's a lot of infiltrators. There's a lot of infiltrators that historically have tried to undermine any kind of leftist mobilization, and I think that's a pretty valid red line for me, at least. Like it goes beyond reasonable disagreement when when you are positioning yourself as someone who is going to be against America at every step of the way. Many people that have come before you in this great deliberative body have criticized me for even misunderstanding my positions and saying that I am a unconditional anti-American commentator. But I think I'm a little bit more reasonable than that. For me, if you go to occupied Ukrainian territory to do propaganda for the Russian government, which is not a socialist government at all, and it's a autocrat-backed plutocracy that is engaging in completely unjustifiable actions and engaging in slaughter of people. I think that's, and then you were freely able to travel back to the United States. I'm gonna be like, oh, this might be a Fed.
Okay, we're gonna have one more. We're gonna squeeze one more extra in after that one. Let's go right here. Yeah. So, well.
Talking about all these different issues, I want to head to another issue which I find particularly interesting. You're widely considered champagne socialists across both aisles. And I saw that you were traveling here on first class when you came to the UK. Personally, I never went on first class. I hope you had a comfortable travel. I still think it's an issue worth pointing out, because when it comes to especially the consumption of luxury goods, sports cars, $1 million property, which you have been known to engage in, how can you justify yourself as a moral character on the left when you are benefiting more than many capitalists are from what you're doing as being a Twitch streamer, exploiting other streamers through your reaction content, which you are, which is a widely established fact. They're socially necessary every time. Considering what you earn, you put in that much effort as the other streamers that you're engaged, do reacting to. And furthermore, when it comes to...
Can we keep it brief if we can?
When it comes to the consumption of luxury goods, what do you think Marx, Lenin, Rosa Luxemburg, Liebknecht, what do you think they would say about this kind of new brand of socialism that you represent? Which is, by any measure of it...
I think we're asking the same question.
I think that you are...
We're very short for time, please.
To real societal revolution change, because you are no more than a cafeteria.
Okay. Thank you for the question. I don't know how familiar you are with Karl Marx, but his bestie literally had a factory, so I don't think that he had that much issue with people that came from means. But having said that, however, I do think that it's a good point. What you rise is the point that you brought up, that socialism is about being in a poverty cult or living an ascetic lifestyle is, I think, pure reactionary garbage. The entire purpose of socialist movements is to allow people to have their own individual freedoms, to have autonomy in their lives, to be able to have some semblance of workplace democracy so they can experience these freedoms and feel like a fucking human being. And that is what I practice, and that is what I preach as well. I have a cooperative in the way that I have my own podcast is Equal Say, Equal Pay. My producer, March, is sitting right there. Makes a lot more money than the average Twitch streamer does, as a matter of fact, for that reason. And I'm a truly fortunate person. I'm truly fortunate for being able to find such success in this field. As far as the accusations of exploitation outside of participating in capitalism, which is impossible to avoid unless you go and, I guess, live in the woods and make your own axe and cut the trees down and build a home for yourself that way, it's impossible to avoid capitalism. That's why most socialists will say that there's no ethical consumption. As far as like my glamorous lifestyle goes, these are voluntary subscriptions that people choose to sign on for. I've told people time and time again that they do not have to subscribe to me, but if they want to, they can. Back in the day, it was to avoid the top of the hour ad break. I don't even serve ads anymore. I do a decent amount of fundraising on top of that, even though I don't think that philanthropy is socialism. I don't think that it works that way. And I work with labor movements in general. I'd say that someone of my level of wealth or my level of means is perfectly valid and perfectly appropriate. You might consider that to be self-serving, but I don't. And it's never been something that is inconsistent. When I was broke, I advocated for the same exact things that I advocate for now, and people would say, you're just jealous of the wealthy. Now that I do have money, people say you're a hypocrite. And I don't know what the expectation is from for someone like myself to just like cast aside. Once I got a little bit of money, this socialism shit is over. You want me to become like a right-wing Ben Shapiro type of person? Like, you want me to cast aside my values and my principles? No, I'm not going to do that. So I'm very fortunate, and I try to use all of that fortune for good and to continue uplifting voices that are unheard and to continue to advocate for people to get that same level of emancipation and autonomy in their workplaces and across the board. It's no different than my advocacy for against police brutality. I'm not black, but I speak on black issues. I'm not trans, but I speak against transphobia. It's I am not any longer broke, but it doesn't change that dynamic for me even a little bit. I think that it's I'm still going to continue doing that, regardless of the home that I purchased for myself. It's not my fault that the California housing market is dog shit. I purchased a house for myself that my family can live in. That's a pretty valid thing. That's a pretty normal thing. I think that's something that everyone should be able to do, should be able to get. Now, if I were to say, well, I own a home now, So I think the housing market is good. We shouldn't do any public housing. We shouldn't claw back housing prices. Then yeah, that would be inconsistent. That would be hypocritical. I guess it would be more consistent in the way that you interpret who I am and what I should be, what values I should be presenting. But I think that would be true hypocrisy. And as far as the luxury car goes, I leased a dentist car, an EV, just so everybody knows. It's, I'm going back to a Toyota, don't worry. So I can get my socialist bona fides.
Okay.
But yeah.
Thank you. That is sadly all we've got time for. I'm going to say a couple of other things in a second, but first of all, let's all say one thank you to Hasan. So for those of you in the room, tomorrow we will have our final debate of term on the motion, this House believes the West is hypocritical towards China. For those of you watching online, we are the Cambridge Union. Find us on Instagram and YouTube for so much more. It's great. For those of you who have signed up for the meet and greet, that will be upstairs in the library. You will have got an email. There is only people who've got the email can come in, so please don't come along unless you have received that. There was a ballot on our story. So if you just remain seated whilst me and Hasan leave the chamber, and if you are in the meet and greet, then come upstairs. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having me, guys.
I'll join you shortly. Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah.
Should I take this mic off?
We can do it upstairs. That's all good.
Okay.
So if you want to, we can just go back to room before. Take a minute whilst they set up everything for the meet and greet, and then...
How'd that go? Is that good?
I thought it was really good.
Expected?
Yeah. I mean, there was lots of challenging questions, as I suppose we could have...
Oh, no, that's nowhere near as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so sorry, Hasan. Do you mind if I take a second? Because
yes.
I didn't get through a ballot
Mind
to
if
the
I-
meet and greet, but would you mind signing a book for me?
Yeah, of course.
Thanks so much, man.
Thank you very much.
I'll get
You try
the
to
pen
that
inside. And much appreciated for your advocacy.
Oh, hell yeah! Thank you. Thank you for watching.
I also have a question. Galatasaray.
Oh my God! My dad would kill me. We're a Fenerbahce family.
All right. Okay.
Nice to meet you, man.
Thanks,
Thank you.
I'm Kirill, by the way. You
Carol?
student here. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
What's
going on, man?
I've got a quick question. Well, first of all, thanks for coming around.
Oh, of course.
Second of all, do you feel that, like, as your platform grows, this manner in which you have to communicate your topics and what topics you choose changes? And how does that go along with, like, the evolution and growth of platforms like Twitch going forward?
No, I mean, it might be the case for other people, but no, I've maintained the same exact positions and have the same fire and same heat for it for years now. You can go back and watch, like, I don't know, things that I've talked about 10 years ago, 8 years ago, 9 years ago, and you'll see, like, it's identical. Oftentimes, that's what makes my commentary a little bit easier, I think, because in many instances, I'm just, given the problems are unchanging.
Yeah, have you got the...
In many instances, I found myself repeating
and you've got the list,
same
right?
exact things.
You can...
the same exact statements in general. What's up?
Yeah. This whole one here.
Okay.
I'll let...
Yeah, no problem. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Where is it happening? Here? Should we just go over there?
Yeah, if that's all right. I think the stuff's already in there. Cool.
I think people really liked it I mean, I haven't seen my chat, but they did? All right, good.
I'm glad.
I don't know why people think that when they, like in real life, if they treat it like a gray name, that they're gonna come across like sound and confident.
Yeah.
I don't think they understand that. In their head, I think in many instances, people in their minds, like they're like, oh yeah, this is going to be my pop-off moment. But then when in practice, when you're in person against someone, especially someone on a podium, it's very intimidating.
Yeah.
And that's why they come across as like kind of silly.
I'm gonna run the tripod really quick, okay?
Would you say that? Yeah. Would you say that Ben Shapiro got more naysayers, or I did?
Oh, I think he got more naysayers. Well, he did it a bit differently. We got people to actually come up and debate against him. You know, I saw you reading the people from a certain community planning their.
I mean, and it did happen, but I think it's silly overall. I don't know why they thought it would go down differently.
No, I thought
it actually did.
I thought it went down well. There were a good balance of people.
Yeah, it would have been boring if everyone was like glazing.
The last few questions were just.
I didn't want to end on George Galloway.
That wasn't a question.
George Galloway mention.
What's up?
Why do you think so many former Young Turks end up joining the right after a while?
Oh my God, I don't know. If only I knew. Trust me. It's become a breeding ground for the Jimmy Dores of the world. Yeah, I think people. I mean, I've had this conversation with Cenk as well on Thanksgiving. It's just like, I think it comes from hopelessness, where people just like look at the situation and they're like, nothing's changing. You know what I mean? So then in their minds, I think they're like, well, let's just stop the bleeding. And the quickest solution always is going to be like right-wing reactionary solutions to ongoing problems. It's much harder to solve poverty, intergenerational poverty, than it is to simply say, yeah, we got to lean into the crime panic and we have to like do something about criminals. They're going crazy.
So do you think it's more of a right-wing grift, or do they genuinely change their position?
Yes. I think they genuinely have changed their positions, I think, which is kind of sadder, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, on some issues, I think they have. They have changed their positions.
No, it's just very interesting. I've been watching the Young Turks for like a decade, I think.
Yeah.
Seeing so many people leave is just...
Well, I mean, there's the regular grifters like Dave Rubin. Yeah. Like that, he was never really all that invested. Like he was just like a media person, right? He didn't care. Whatever buttered his bread, he was going to go in that direction no matter what. So that one makes sense. And then there's the cranks that I think like start leaning into the crank side of things, and they're so invested in being anti-establishment that they end up championing the right, which is weird because it's like you're not outside of the orbit of politics. You're literally just a right-winger now, which is the most establishment. It's the most successful out of the two. It's more successful out of the two parties. The fuck? And I think that's another thing that occurs.
Thanks so much. I don't want to disturb you.
No problem.
Yeah. Your parents are gonna go get food.
Okay, good. Chad, did you like it? Bro, the fizz in this room go incredibly hard. Yeah, it's just like how British people dress. This is how it is.
It's freeform.
Call that in the Cambridge Halls?
What?
Little March call that in the Cambridge Halls?
Yeah. Yeah. Get your money up, March.
Yeah.
What's up?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I watch you every day.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. Ever since like the election cycle started.
Oh, nice. Okay. Well, I'm sorry that things didn't pan out well for America or the future of this country, or future of any country, really.
Not really, no.
I just wonder, where do you get your information on? Because like you seem to be right on almost everything. Like the elections.
I mean, I think like as far as like predictions goes, I'm not like interpreting events or like rehashing what any like legacy publisher is saying or any commentator is saying. It's more so I'm looking at it from the lens of materialist analysis and judging it by like party track record and what has happened in the past. And I think that's where it comes from. But there's still plenty I get wrong. I mean, I still thought that like while the Harris campaign was taking on a dangerous gamble, I still said that there is a chance that she could eke out a marginal victory in the Electoral College while still losing the popular vote to Donald Trump. And she lost. I thought that the blue wall would potentially hold, and it didn't. So, you know, I'm not always on the money. I try my best, though. Yeah, it is, yeah.
Top of the hour.
What?
Top of the hour.
Oh, no, I don't run the ad breaks anymore. So, but yeah, nice to meet you, man. Thank you for coming.
Can I have a photo?
Yeah.
Do you want it sideways?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Hi, nice to meet you.
What's up, man? Nice
I
to
got
meet
a
you.
question that I didn't get to ask.
All right, what's up? Let's hear it. This is a sick jacket. What's going on here?
Yeezy Gap.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So 2 weeks ago, Slavoj Žižek was up Oxford,
Uh-huh.
and he spoke about similar to what you're talking about with the Western, like nationalist and authoritarian parties
Mhm.
increasingly coming to power. He pointed out that one kind of side effect that comes with this is the political class and the media, but also the public, a rise of shamelessness in society.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he proposed that we need an increased shamefulness in how we operate and conduct and act with each other.
Like shame others, or does he mean like we have to be shameful?
So everyone, the political class, media, but the public as well, needs an increased sense of shamefulness as a society to continue functioning. What were your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think Slavo needs to needs to be a little bit exercise a little bit of shame himself. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting theory. It seems patently anti-materialist. So
No, but he's very materialist.
yeah, so I don't know where he's coming from with that, but he said a lot of stuff that I don't fully agree with as of late. So who knows? But I mean, I think his old works they stand for themselves. They're good.
And what do you think of like Norman Finkelstein?
I love Norm.
Yeah.
He's the GOAT. Yeah. Norm is, with the exception, I think, like anything outside of his chronicling of Gazan history and the Palestinian struggle and Palestinian oppression, everything outside of that, I often will not pay a lot of attention to, whether it's like social issues or whatever. I mean, he's a boomer. He has a landline still, you know? So I don't think he's like gonna understand trans people. Like, I just don't think that's not my expectation. But he is probably one of the most vindicated men in American academia at this point, because virtually every single thing that he has been championing for many, many years has now become almost commonly held opinions. And yeah, I mean, I think he is he's a fantastic academic. He is a very stubborn man. I really appreciate that. I think I'm a stubborn guy as well, and you know, I hope to be as I hope to have an impact as important as his one day, maybe.
Cheers, man. Can I get a picture of you?
Yeah, of course.
Cheers, thank you. Mind I get a picture? Cheers. Thank you. Cheers, thank you. All right. Thank you. Cheers.
What's going on?
I also had a bit of a question.
All right, let's hear it.
It is like 500 years old.
Do you think, congrats on your recent CNN appearance, do you, I don't know if it's worthy of congratulations, but it's like, do you ever feel like you have to compromise on your values in terms of how vocally and how brightly sort of you discuss certain topics in order to get the opportunity to speak on more mainstream platforms? Or do you feel like it's more important to stay true to your own values in terms of how you talk about and how you message on particularly more?
I think I always stay true to my values, but I also value the importance of reading the room, and not everything has to be like almost hysterical. You know what I mean? Like I try to moderate my perspective with the full knowledge of the audience that is receiving it, and I think that's a really. I mean, I urge others to do that as well, to put their best foot forward to the best of their ability, and maybe not even get emotional, you know. It's just, you know, I definitely, I wouldn't say I moderate my perspective, but I definitely try to be. Wait, March.
Yeah.
You can film this. We're talking politics.
Oh, I was just showing chat the room.
Yeah. But yeah, I try to moderate my position. Never compromising on my values, but I try to moderate it because I'm aware of the audience that I think is receiving it, if that makes sense.
Well, great speech.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, nice to meet you.
UK.
No.
We've got 5 more years before.
If I get fired, it's on you guys.
Yeah, but also the weather is ass. The weather's ass. The sun sets at 3 p.m.
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
I can't tell you what were you doing? Cheers.
All right, no problem. Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I've been watching you since 2019.
Oh, hell yeah.
I used to watch you when I was waiting at the hospital. So it was really helpful listening to you and that you've been a voice for left-leaning politics, especially because everything seems really right-leaning. But although when I do watch your streams on YouTube, I do get recommendations for Ben Shapiro, so that's really lovely.
Yeah. The right wing floods the market with a lot of junk. So it's hard to overcome that. And I think YouTube, whether they're aware of it or not, I don't know, but they definitely do facilitate this this unlimited, unrestricted amount of right-wing content on the platform. Yeah.
That's why I kind of use your streams as like a buffer zone when you watch their videos, so it's actually bearable.
Yeah. Oh, that's the other thing. Yeah, because I do routinely criticize Ben Shapiro and the like, so that's probably the other reason why the algorithm picks it up. Yeah. You want to take a photo? All right, let's do it.
Okay, got a few. Thank you.
Okay.
Really nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
I
can just ask him that.
Question.
What's up?
How optimistic are you that the Democratic Party will embrace left-leaning, real
I think
left-leaning?
if I know anything about Hasan, he would like everybody to at least get a chance to get a picture or something.
I don't.
feel like there's hope.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not optimistic. I think that's never going to happen unless there's like genuine pressure.
Do the whole line.
Genuine pressure from the likes of the UAW, for example. Like the Democratic Party relies on certain institutions like unions still to drive turnout. Uses that as a network to get people to go out and vote. And if left to their own devices, they'll just keep losing. They're perfectly fine being graceful losers and fundraising off of like the horrifying things that the Republican Party does. So I think that there needs to be a more solid network, a mechanism of pressure that will force the Democratic Party to concede. Yeah.
Can I get a photo with
Yeah, of course.
The voices. Or can we see the roof? Okay, just really quickly.
Awesome, thank you.
Nice to meet you. What's up?
Hi, thank you for the talk. I really enjoyed it.
Oh, nice to meet you. Thank you. Thank you for watching.
So one question I have is, well, I feel like most of arguments about Palestine, especially not only about the current conflict but the sort of broader situation, focus on things like colonialism or comparisons to white supremacy. And I personally come from Poland, where I feel like these topics aren't really taken very seriously. I mean, like the most sort of connection with imperialism might be old communist propaganda or stuff like that. So how do you think the arguments could be adapted to work better in such environments?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I guess maybe you could point to the Nazis. That's one aspect that you could point back to. I don't really know how Poland sees Israel. Like I don't know what the dynamic is there at all. But yeah, I rarely use academic language describing the atrocities that are unfolding in Gaza. I don't think there is a reason to talk about like imperialism of that sort. I mean, I do consider Israel to be a settler colonial entity, which it is, but overall, I think it's a much simpler argument that you can present, where you're like, these guys are just killing a shit ton of Palestinians, and they're doing it with the full unconditional support of the West. And in countries like mine, for example, the simplest argument that I see have a tremendous amount of success is, your roads are fucked. We have potholes. Our internet sucks. Nothing is good. Housing is impossible to obtain. And we have natural disasters. And then our congresspersons are giving $18 billion to Israel so they can, continue baby murder. And it's like, that's ridiculous. Most Americans, regardless of their background, look at that and go, what the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. So I think that's something that you can present as an argument as well, which is that, like, why are they doing that? Like, why? This is like untenable. It's destabilizing, and it's unfair and unjust. So I think that's probably a better way to communicate that than talking about like imperialism or white supremacy. Especially because like Israel is, I mean, there is white supremacy there, but whiteness in that regard is something totally different than like the black-white dynamic in America. Because most Israeli Jews are Mizrahi and Sephardi, and those guys don't look any different than the non-Jewish Arabs that live in the region. You know, they look the same. So it's not exactly whiteness in general. Even the likes of Itamar Ben-Gvir. I mean, he's Iraqi. You know, he's from Iraq. He looks like an Arab uncle because he is Arab. He's Arab and Kurdish. So it's too complex for people to understand, because then you'd have to describe whiteness as like proximity to power and all this stuff. So you don't need to engage with it in that regard. I hope that was helpful. I don't know.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right,
if
no
you're
problem.
Curious, Polish Socialist Party.
Oh, okay. How many people does the PPS have? Is it? I don't know enough about Polish politics.
Currently, we are in the government, though a small part. But we're coming back. Don't worry.
Okay. All right.
Can you take a photo for me? Thanks.
All right. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
What's up?
I am Riyadh. I am from India, and
Nice to meet you.
I have a question. Nice to meet you too. I have a question that right now that right wing is at par, and across the globe that right wing is comparatively ruling the major of the countries. So how you see that, as you are a left wing oriented people, so how you can comparatively defend the right of the left wing people or the minority on that thing? Because in my country it's also happening in India right now.
Yeah.
Right wing ruling in India, and the religious minority like Muslims are prosecuted out there and become political prisoner, and we are not have a right to speak freely, right, something like that. So how you suggest to
it's tough. You just got to keep organizing no matter what, and have a network that you can rely on when the time comes, because there's like not really much you can do if we're going full tilt fascism. Then the only people you can rely on are your neighbors in that regard, and have a network of organizations that you can go back to engage in some semblance of community defense. So that's what it is. Outside of that, you just keep trying to utilize the available legal avenues that exist to continue advocacy and to continue fighting for human rights in the process. Yeah.
Do you know things like the Photoshoot? No. It's the That's crazy. My college.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Hi.
Just want to say I'm a really big fan.
Oh, nice to meet you.
I don't have anything in particular to say.
Okay. It's all good. You want to take a photo?
Yes.
All right, let's do it.
Thank you.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
I'm Judah.
Nice to meet you.
I grew up in Chicago, so I was kind of wanting to talk to you about the DNC and your
Okay.
overall experience there this summer. Because I had this feeling, like when I was there, that there was this weird, like, dichotomy of the Democrats going really right-wing on some, like, military issues, immigration, and then simultaneously, like, propping up, like, do you know that image of, like, a warplane with the trans flag on
Yeah.
that's dropping the bombs?
Yeah.
And I don't know, I heard that you got kicked out on the last day.
Yeah.
Right? And
Well, I didn't get
curious
fully
what your
kicked out. They just made it so that it was impossible to stream. But that's it. It was a very polite.
DNC.
It was a very polite way to kick me out. I still appreciated the time I had there. So, you know. But what was the question?
No, just overall your opinions on like the direction of the DNC as like a convention.
Yeah, I mean they went super right wing. They had cops, border patrol guards, people like that on stage. Who they didn't allow space inside of that tent also matters, like Palestinian Americans, even though they're Democratic Party delegates, trans people, just like advocates and activists of many different backgrounds that normally make up a big part of the constituencies of the Democratic Party. Like they were not afforded the same speaking time. And I think they just, I mean, that's the reason why they lost. They,
I'm the meme of the soldier.
They went into a
The blank
treacherous
stare.
territory in right-wing politics, and they knew that they were always going to get dominated in that space. But I guess they didn't think about it clearly. They thought this is a successful method to win over voters, but
I guess where I struggle a little bit with like leftist politics in the States, though, is that I think Jill Stein is a grifter. I think she is literally a bot for Russia, and I see this really difficult path forward to be anywhere but try to make the Democratic Party better.
I mean, I agree with that for the most part. Yeah, I think that is what's that's the only way out of this. Other than that, it's just like a complete collapse of the uniparty approach that we have, and then who knows what happens after that. Yeah.
Thanks for
nice to meet you.
I'm sure you're quite tired.
Yeah. No, it's all good. Hi.
Hi.
Hasan.
Gemma. I've been a fan for ages.
Hell
Really
yeah.
nice to meet you. I had a question. So, looking at the UK specifically, kind of the future of the progressive left. Like, if we're thinking electorally, like, do you think it would be worth trying to push the Labour Party to the left, or do you think now, you know, with Corbyn gone, like, that's kind of never going to happen? Like, do you think we should look at third-party alternatives?
I don't know.
Do you think it's just a very long road?
I don't know. I don't know what like a junior coalition partner can do in terms of like making demands known. If the Labour Party will fail on its own, no matter what. If they continue along with austerity agendas and anti-immigrant sentiment and the like, without addressing any of the material harms that people are experiencing. So in that process, I think it's important to have, like, we don't have third-party options in America in the same way that you guys do. At least you have the Greens, right? And you have even independent parties that can form and maybe even see a lot of success in a short period of time, like Reform, but that's right-wing, so it's a little bit different. There's more space for growth there. But overall, I think maybe there's an opportunity to apply pressure as a smaller party with coalition building. But at least as far as I've seen, I think that Labour is probably more amenable than Macron was, for example, in France. So I think there's more opportunity there. But ultimately, it should still be trying to restore Labour to its former glory, I guess, and not have this right-wing, lighter Tory version of the party that it now is. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It was so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Do I have any particular questions for you?
You don't.
Takes on Hong Kong and China.
Takes on Hong Kong and China. Oof. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. We'll see. Only time will tell what Chinese rulership over Hong Kong looks like. It's the Chinese governance is very oppressive on social issues. Totally understand why people in Hong Kong would be like, this fucking sucks. But I think the only way to make up for that is by continuing, better land use, continuing to develop, and also, creating a shit ton more housing that alleviates some of the pressure that people are feeling in Hong Kong. Because I feel like housing is a major problem there. So, that's the only thing I can say about it. Other than that, I mean, it makes total sense to not want to be ruled in a way that where you're fearful of political expression that previously you were not worried about.
Makes sense.
Yeah. You want to take a photo? Yeah. All right.
Thank you so much.
No problem. What's going on?
Thank you so much for getting
Nice to meet you guys.
European mind into American politics at a young age. It's much appreciated.
Hell yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's real brain rot over there.
We sat next to your mum. It was just a lovely experience. She had
Oh.
a lot of questions. So
Oh, wow, okay.
You get to have a nice night in Cambridge.
Yeah, I will, hopefully. It's very nice here. It's quaint. I like it.
Yeah, no, it's quite
You guys want to take a photo?
Yeah, that'd be great. And then we've got to rush to a form actually. So. Do you want us to take it? Yeah, cheers.
This one's equal there.
All right.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Nice to meet you guys.
Hello.
What's going on? Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys.
My name is Tia. I don't know why it says.
I thought you handled yourself very well.
Yeah, there were so many questions that were quite attacking.
They said that I had more contentious questions than even Ben Shapiro did.
Really?
Yeah.
To be fair, that was a big protest when he came. So
Yeah.
You're slightly less controversial than Ben Shapiro, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen one more controversial. To be fair, when Jeremy Vine came, my best friend ended up arguing with him across the thing. But, you know, happens.
Were you going to meet up with Jeremy Corbyn? What happened?
So yeah, his team reached out, but unfortunately he has like some prior obligations until Saturday, so it's not going to happen this time around. But every single time I come to England, I'm like this much closer, and inevitably it'll happen.
Yeah, one day.
Yeah.
I mean, I love Jeremy Corbyn.
Yeah.
Who doesn't? Actually, a lot of people.
A lot of people don't love him. I wonder if people interpret it differently now that in like the post-October 7 world, because like a lot of people falsely smeared him as an anti-Semite, and I think there's a lot of like that narrative continued, and I think people just like never gave it an afterthought. Yeah. They just kind of went along with it without really questioning it. And I wonder if people's analysis of that has changed at all. But I don't know. I don't know how like big the pro-Palestine movement is in England. I feel like I've seen a lot of.
It's definitely big here in Cambridge. I would say. Yeah, it's definitely big in London. There's been protests every Saturday in London. Since I think.
Yeah, like tens of thousands of people and stuff. So.
I think a lot of people are lying. I mean, he was voted as an independent recently.
Corbyn is one of like the most loved politicians in the UK, whilst being one of the most hated politicians.
Yeah.
Like
always the way though.
Yeah.
Feel highly loved.
But like, I think most people who actually properly understand who he is like him. Obviously, the media here is just like the media.
Oh, it's worse. I think British media is worse than American media. Yes, I think American media is stupider. Like American media is dumber. They're more like invested in like silly conspiracy theories and stuff. British media is vicious.
It is. I mean, Meghan Markle.
Yeah, they're pretty scathing and they're pretty vicious. Like, I mean, even fucking Piers Morgan. I go on a show all the time. Like, but he's like, didn't he do the paparazzi thing? Like, he like leaked people's. Like, that's vicious. That's like really.
I don't know how you go on his show, to be honest.
I don't either.
I don't know how patience.
It's hard. That's why I do it sparingly. I don't do it all the time.
Yeah, I would run out of patience very quickly with everything.
All right, you want to take a photo?
Yeah, of course, thank you. Would one of you mind? Yeah, use your phone for that.
Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, love to meet you.
What's up, man?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oliver. Been a fan for a while. I'm a bit nervous in front of 30,000 people. So
don't worry.
But
I can look away.
It's okay. But yeah, I enjoyed the talk. Nice to meet you.
You are taller than me. Is that what you're looking at? Yeah. You are.
Maybe just to get a screenshot from the camera.
Do you ball?
A little. I started like this term. I'm not great.
Oh, that's a waste of height, man. You got to start balling.
Well, on and off this term.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
All right, nice to meet you as well. Yeah, of course.
I'm taller than both of them.
Right. Nice to meet you. Hi.
I'm Ida, and I'm really sorry to bring up something a little bit old, but I have this favorite thing that you said was a couple years ago, I think. You said that One Piece is Marxist and Luffy's a terrorist.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. It's true. It's still true.
Yeah, absolutely. That was actually what got me interested in what you do, and also what got me interested in watching One Piece. So
hell yeah.
actually did a really good job for me as well.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
So my question is, what do you think the role is of popular media in conveying politics and political ideals in the current day?
I mean, I think media always plays catch up with whatever is going on in the real world, right? So I don't place a lot of emphasis on like the power that it has to change. I wouldn't say change people's minds, because that's kind of what I try to do to the best of my ability. But overall, even from my own personal experience, like when I have seen the most impact is when there are people like Bernie Sanders out there that are communicating these ideas from the largest podium available, and only then do people actually start recognizing the importance of movements such as like leftist politics. So overall, I think political media is important, but it's always going to be downstream to material realities and the things that people experience.
Thank you.
No problem.
Would it be okay if we take a photo together?
Yeah. He's already snapping while we were talking.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
No problem. What's going on?
I don't really have a question. Just been a big fan. I watched you more when I was like 15, 16.
Hell yeah.
And you got me interested in politics, and now I study politics.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry for that.
Yeah.
You want to take a photo?
Yeah. Can I give you my phone? I must get bored of this.
No, not at all.
Surely.
This is great. I get to meet people.
Thank you so much.
What's going on, man?
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
I've been watching you for years, and I think you're doing an incredible job. And I think that you do a very important job, especially because I think the media nowadays is shifting a lot towards the far right.
Yeah.
And I think you should keep on going. And I think you're very, very funny. And
thank you.
My question to you is, because I'm trying to take advantage of this attention economy that we live in.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think is like an advice that you could give me, how to take advantage and how to maybe like build a personal brand?
Be yourself, and also find things that are not immediately political that you're interested in, and show that you're a multifaceted person.
Okay.
Because I think that politics in and of itself will bring you a lot of attention, both negative and positive, but overall it's kind of boring and dull. But if you want to reach a broader audience, you always have to show that you're a normal person with real hobbies and things like that. And that's what I try to do, at least.
Okay.
And that's what I've seen success in.
Thank you very much. And also, how's the body transformation had an impact on your on your overall streaming and your life?
Pretty good. I mean, it creates a lot of mental fortitude, I think. Like, I'm more confident, I'm happier, so I can withstand a sea of attacks and smears and whatnot without really thinking about it at all. And it keeps me stable, like it keeps me grounded. So it's been great.
All right. Thank you very much.
No problem. You want a photo?
Yeah.
How you doing?
Good.
Okay.
Better if you're looking around the room and exploring. That's fine.
What's going on?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
It was so good, so thoughtful. I love that you also had the Jeb Bush moment where you was like, sort of like police clap.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I was more so memeing.
Yeah. Don't do the same in the Oxford. I think you're speaking tomorrow there as well, right?
Yeah, I'm speaking to Oxford tomorrow. I'm gonna be like, yeah, Cambridge sucks.
Did you see your Spotify rap? What's your top artist?
I don't have a Spotify rap. I don't use Spotify.
You don't use it?
I don't listen to music at all, which is weird. I know everyone always says I'm so weird for it, but yeah, I don't really listen to any music.
Music, can I have a picture?
Yeah, of course.
Hey.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks. Just love to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
What's going on? Nice to meet you, my man.
I have nothing of substance to say to you.
It's all good.
I'm really sorry. I wish I had something.
No, you don't have to.
I wish I had something interesting to say. So can we just?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do the photo.
No, that's cool too.
Wait, your phone's really bad. This way. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Casey.
Hi, Casey. Nice to meet you.
I don't really have any questions either, except how are you finding Cambridge? Have you ever been?
It's beautiful. I've never been.
Yeah, it's
I like it. I like it more than I like London. I think it's very nice. Why are you making faces over there, March?
I like it.
I like it. It's pleasant.
You need to go to Jack's. I think that's my.
Is that the pub?
No, it's the ice cream store.
Oh, okay. All right, maybe.
Yeah, I would say that's the best place.
Okay, I believe you. Let's do it. Which side? This side?
I don't know.
POV, you're a fly that just landed on this glass.
Thank you so much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Tilly.
Nice to meet you.
Cinema.
Oh, yeah, sure. There you go. Sorry for asking that question. I don't know.
No, what do you mean? It's,
Someone warned me that the comments were evil, so I thought I'd apologize down the lens of the camera, you know?
no, it's a perfectly valid question. I think. I was just she was taking photos, so I was trying to pose. No, but yeah, I didn't think anything of it. I think there was way more scathing critiques.
You get evil questions all the time, yeah.
Yeah, I do. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's not a problem.
I just was wondering, since you're quite successful, I know you've got some
Oh shit, the sweater.
but also, insofar as you've organically grown your following, I'm trying to do that, and I was just wondering if you have any advice.
Yeah, get an uncle.
Besides
with a media
that.
company.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't. I mean, that's been definitely very helpful. I've talked about this quite a bit.
Yeah.
It gives you a major leg up. But I think in the age of TikTok, the opportunities are truly endless. You know what I mean? I would suggest just forcing yourself to do content every single day on TikTok, especially because something is going to hit. And once it does, you're going to start developing an audience. You're going to develop a brand. And you just got to keep doing it over and over again after that. And I think being regimented in that regard is probably the most successful way to boost your brand and to become a brand in general.
Yeah, well, thanks.
No problem.
I guess you want pictures?
All right. Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I just want to say thank you for being an accessible voice to me. I'm a medic, so I'm not really involved in the whole politics scene. So it's really, I just want to say thank you, basically.
Oh, of course. Thank you for watching.
No, I'm sorry, I don't have that interesting questions.
No, it's all good. Don't worry about it.
Debate.
You want to? I'm not either.
I mean, you don't give that impression, but
I know. Everyone always thinks I'm a debate lord. I'm not.
Marshall, it's a good thing.
I'll just take a photo.
It was really nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And your speech was really, I really liked your line on kind of nothing can change in kind of a couple
That was not my line. That's Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. There are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happen. Hi, nice to meet you.
Weird, you're a real person.
I am a real person.
Do you find it weird, meeting people in real life as well, or most of it's kind of...
No, I'm used to
Do you
it.
feel you've just always been kind of confident in bigger groups, or is it something that's come with it?
I think at this point in my career, it's just I'm used to it. That's what it is. And at first, it was really exciting because I'd be like, "Oh my God, someone knows who I am! That's sick." And then it just became a normal thing, you know. But yeah, I've been a sociable person my whole life, I would say. Twitch has ruined that a little bit. It's broken my brain, but I try to do my best.
Well, it's weird the way people interact online, isn't it, compared to
Yeah.
in real life. It's
Well, we saw that earlier today when people wanted to come at me in a very, fiery way. And I think it plays itself out in a real personal dynamic in a very different way than it does online, if that makes sense. Where when you can see the person,
no, you could feel the tension in the room.
and you can feel the tension in the room, it's a little different.
Yeah.
I don't think it favors the people with scathing commentary as much as they think it does. Yeah, I think people kind of look more hysterical in that situation. Yeah, but it is what it is. You want to take a photo?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
What's the pose, though?
Boom. Nice to meet you. Do you guys all have questions, or you want to take photos as well? All right, let's do it.
Sorry for questioning you, but I'm sure.
What? No. I'm used to it.
I guess the thing I was talking a little bit about was, I know you're not a fan of. I'm not a fan of him either, but Richie Torres sent a big letter. But
oh God!
But in particular, there were some comments in there about sort of dismissing. A lot of people did feel very upset at the time. I remember seeing it about dismissing Wham! October 7th as rape fantasies, rape hallucinations. I mean, the UN has gone checked.
Yeah,
verified.
no, You know what's ironic?
apologise for those comments.
You want to know what's ironic about that? So that was a 17-second clip that Richie Torres got from a group of people that are like, trying to present this narrative that I am a vicious anti-Semite that is a rape denialist. And what's really interesting about that clip is that I went back because I was like, this doesn't make any sense. And I went back and I looked at the 17-second clip that he put in that. And it was actually from a broader conversation where I was arguing against someone who was denying rapes. And I was like, no, I think that there is a very high likelihood that sexual assaults occurred. And I even brought up the UN report that you're suggesting that there was at least one documented instance of first-hand account testimony from one of the hostages that sexual assault had happened, and that there is no reason to disparage or to claim that it did not happen when there is at least evidence that it did, and that it had not changed the dynamic of genocide for me even a little bit. And I think
that the way in which you said that to a lot of people sounded very, very dismissive. Especially to people who, had relatives who were perhaps murdered or taken away, or had felt that, the loss of life on that day.
So let me ask you this question.
Traumatic for the Jewish community.
Let me ask you this question. Now that you know the broader context, do you feel as though, do you feel like you were maybe duped? I don't want to say duped, but that you saw this that was very clearly out of context. Does that change your opinion a little bit, or do you feel like I'm running defense?
I'm very much on the sort of. I've always been on the pro-Palestine side of this. I'm a left-leaning person, so I never looked at what I saw and said this is justification for blockade, genocide, anything like that. But I did see, I'm also a humanitarian, and I think that it's important when you're trying to solve a conflict or when you're trying to stop violence that you honestly say what happened. And what happened was,
I agree.
Murderous militants went in to a music festival and murdered hundreds of teenagers in cold blood, and often massacred and mutilated them in ways that we have on camera. And that is deeply traumatic to me. And I guess this was linking to a broader point that, yes, I understand this whole thing about there is context to this, and you can't just sort of suggest any violent action is justifiable against someone if they don't hold views you like. But this is endemic to the ideology.
Do you think I maintain that position?
Side, it doesn't.
No. But do you think I maintain that position? Do you think that I think that it was wholeheartedly justifiable?
I think certainly you haven't been very clear in your condemnations at times, and I've watched what you've said.
Okay.
It doesn't seem, for example,
I
in the course of your talk, you didn't mention what happened on October 7th once.
Yeah.
You mentioned it as the start of the conflict. You didn't mention...
I don't even think it's the start of the conflict. I actually, if you recall, started the conversation even before the inception of the State of Israel. There's a deliberate reason for why I did that, because I think it's important to understand the historical context in which violent resistance...
There's no context for murdering hundreds of teenagers, is there?
Yes, I think
really?
There's always context. Just like there's context.
Justified?
I don't think it's a contextual justification. I think it's offering background and analysis. Analysis is not justification. I mean, this is a deliberative body, right? We're in a space for free speech and debate. And I think that this is actually, ironically, one of the things that I don't like about debate is that there is a woeful misinterpretation that exists in this space, and that especially when we talk about certain things, like certain subjects that are very difficult to broach in an open and honest manner, I think a lot gets lost in the nuance. And I think you understand where I'm coming from when I talk about this, like that October 7 is, I've never said that October 7 is like the inception or the first stage in what has unfolded. I think that it's important to understand the context in which violent resistance has evolved, whether it be Hamas or whether it be any militancy against like overarching oppressive colonial actions.
But I suppose what I'm saying to you is there's time for nuance, and there's also time to say something is unequivocally evil and something is unequivocally unjustifiable. And I'm wondering why you can say that correctly about the wealth of Israeli atrocities. But to actually fix this conflict and gain trust with people, you need to say that unequivocally about the murder of hundreds of teenagers at the Supernova Music Festival, their mutilation and often their rape. And I don't know why you can't say that.
I don't. First of all, in terms of using the language of mutilation and rape, and also consistently saying that there is a contextual justification for it, I think the violence that states engage in, specifically an apartheid state, which you agree is Israel's an apartheid state. Okay, so the violence that an apartheid state engages in is oftentimes considered to be invisible. There is a tremendous number of documented, there's a tremendous number of speakers and media representatives that have actively communicated all of the violence that has unfolded on October 7. I myself have also maintained the position that any kind of violence against civilians is completely unjustifiable. But I think it's more productive to at least be a resilient voice that, especially in the West, that tries to explain that these aren't barbaric monsters, that these are horrifying atrocities that they did, right? But that it is not coming out of a place of this antiquated anti-Semitic tendencies, or that they wanted to go out and like do mass rapes, or any number of different ways in which people have, I think, in a very unhelpful way, tried to claim that there is no emancipatory ambition here, and that there is no valid interest in wanting to be rid of Israeli sovereignty.
Do you think that by invading the Gaza Strip, that they were not motivated by anti-Semitism, given the fact that they were murdering civilians indiscriminately?
Invading the Gaza Strip?
By invading from the Gaza Strip into Israel.
Yeah.
Do you think that they were not motivated by anti-Semitism, given that they were murdering citizens? No.
No.
That is remarkable.
No,
the entire logic of Hamas
I don't.
is built on anti-Semitism.
No.
And if you don't recognise that, then you're never going to build any trust with the Jewish community. If you have people who are out there and suggesting that your people don't have a right to exist, the slogan of the Houthis, who you so admire, is death to the Jews.
I know, and I've been very critical of that as well.
Well,
I don't know if
critical enough not to platform somebody and call him a sexy pirate.
That person wasn't I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but that was a 19-year-old Yemeni teenager that was actually not associated with the Ansar Allah movement at all.
There is enormous debate about that, and it is highly unlikely he'd be fighting with them if he had no connections to them. And you were not mentioning that in the context of it.
He was not fighting with them. There is a lot that gets lost in the translation, and certainly I think a lot of commentary has existed in this space of a conversation that I had 10 months ago, or at this 11 months ago, before the Ansar Allah administration was even designated as an official state-sponsored terrorist organization. Joe Biden had actually taken them out of that classification that Donald Trump had put them in because of the fact that they were moving on, that the Saudi-Iranian normalization had taken place. And that person, the 19-year-old Yemeni teenager, I originally thought was a Houthi. And I'm very open about that.
And you were perfectly happy to give them a hang.
Oh, absolutely. I think that it would have been a very different conversation. But having said that, if you think that I would have, there were points in that conversation where I asked them directly, what do you think about Jewish people? What would you say if I were to tell you that there are a lot of Jewish people who are leading anti-Zionist protests in America? And his answer was very clear. And this is a person that has...
If you talked to an IDF soldier and they said, "Oh, I don't hate Palestinians," you would critically engage and examine that. But you do not critically engage and examine with this individual. And instead, you
because an IDF soldier in many circumstances is living in similar conditions to someone like myself. So I treat someone in the Western world with Nazi ambitions very differently.
No, I think this is interesting because it suggests that you don't have a moral universalism. What I've heard from you is this very eloquent, and I agree with it, moral condemnation of the atrocities. But when we talk about the murder of gay people en masse in Yemen, when we talk about, for example, Tibet's oppression under China, or when we talk about what Hamas has done to gay people within there, or what they do to Jewish hostages, you enter this contextual blather. And it strikes me that these...
Because you want to know why? You want to know why? Because Israel has killed significantly larger numbers of gay Palestinians than Hamas has. And that is precisely why I think it's a universally unproductive conversation to consistently talk about the many different moral failings, especially when I look at this with my own personal background, with the understanding that reactionary movements grow when there are outside forces that are invading a country. This is something that I actually talked about with respect to Ukraine as well, that while there were many movements within Ukraine that were constantly fighting against paramilitary groups that had started off as offshoots of football hooligans, the Azov Brigade being one of them, that once Ukraine was invaded by Russia, that the inevitable violence was going to was going to make all of the most right-wing reactionary forces the emancipatory forces that were going to dominate the country in perpetuity. We saw this with Iran. The destabilization of Iran, backed by the CIA, caused the Ayatollah to overtake the country, because in most circumstances, when Western forces or an outside force is coming into your country, you don't care about who is actually fighting back. You just want the pain to stop. You want the violence to end. And I examine this across the board in the exact same vein. When a larger, more powerful country meddles in the affairs of a smaller country, no matter how big or small. Yeah, Iran, exactly. Iran is a perfect example of this. I think that the Iranian destabilization and the implementation of the Shah regime is quite literally the reason why the Ayatollahs were able to gain momentum.
The intervention of Iran in the other powers, but in terms of the broader problem with that.
But do you understand where I'm coming from? Because there is universality there, and I think the universality is hard to grasp, especially if you've grown up in the United Kingdom, or if you've grown up in America. It's very difficult for people in the Western world to shed themselves of Western chauvinist frameworks and engage in, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but engage in what I have seen as pinkwashing by consistently talking about the internal dynamics of any kind of resistance group, when in fact we do not make those considerations for many of our allies, and it's not even something that is remotely brought up in this conversation as far as like universality goes. I've never heard anybody go, we got to stop giving Saudi Arabia weapons because of the horrifying treatment of gay people. I still think it's unjustifiable, just like it's unjustifiable in Yemen. But ultimately, the way I look at it, if there is a much larger, much more powerful country that is getting unlimited weapons from the most powerful country on the planet, and they are engaging in wholesale slaughter, I think analyzing or interpreting the dynamic of like Hamas and gay people in that regard is ultimately not only unproductive, but also it's not something that is within our realm of power even. I think that these countries, my country, Turkey, for example, will inevitably, once they have breathing room, have the time and opportunity to be able to advocate for their own civil liberties. Because at the end of the day, the gay people that Hamas could potentially harm are still gay Palestinians. Does that make sense? And we have the benefit of living in the UK or in the United States of America, where we have undergone this process of civil liberties and advocacy for civil liberties, and be able to overcome these issues like the structural hurdles, the systematic discrimination that gay people face. Like, I mean, think about Alan Turing.
I think there are two issues. Sorry if I just could respond quickly.
If I could just say, you've been debating for a very long time, and by all means.
Sorry, I don't mean to.
No, it's fine.
I would love to sort of offer some of Cambridge Union's sort of fantastic hospitality, maybe trade British culture, maybe take you for a pint at the pub.
Sure. Can we film it? Can we still stream it?
We can film. We'll go to a pub, have a pint. Because you've been debating for a very long time. I love debating as well, but
I hate debating.
Sorry.
That's I am not. A lot of people think I'm
fair enough to debate about things in which you like fundamentally disagree.
Oh, no, of course.
Like, we don't get anywhere in society without doing that.
Sure, but there's a line of people too, so maybe consider it.
Yeah. We'll get back. Yeah.
We would love to.
Do you guys want to take photos?
Let's get some pics.
All right.
We'll take you to the
Okay.
pub.
Because I'll never stop.
Have you been to the pub before?
I've only been to Spoons.
Oh, well, we'll take you to a famous Cambridge one.
Okay. Hell yeah, I love that. All right. Hi.
Hi. Can we also just say something like, we've had chat open this entire time.
Yeah.
And you've opened an amazing space for men to talk about these issues. There are a lot of comments. I've seen some emo-only moments where people are just talking about appearance and completely kind of ignoring these issues. How do you deal with that as like an online presenter?
I have a very diverse moderation team, and they try to handle that to the best of their ability. We usually ban a lot of people that do that sort of stuff to just like, to really stress the importance of not engaging in that sort of thing. It's very frustrating because like, it's probably one of the best moderated communities to the best of our ability. I mean, when there's a stadium full of people, and especially because I want to make sure that anyone can talk. Most people will, especially at this size, they'll usually do sub only. Yeah. Like they'll have sub only chat, or they'll limit like how you can communicate. And I don't want to paywall that at all. That's why I have this like 10-minute follower mode so that we can withstand bot attacks usually. But, you know, that's the downside of it, unfortunately, where anyone and everyone can just like wait 10 minutes and they just say like a bunch of unhinged shit. You know?
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I hope they're being nice to us. So
Yeah. I mean, 30,000 people calling you ginger or gay is like a lot.
Were they doing that?
Not to you. to the ginger gay man.
Oh, that's crazy.
Anyway.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, no problem. Also, for the record, it is a very gay community, so I don't. Yeah, they're not.
I don't know, handshake, whatever.
I love your glasses.
Thank you. I love yours, by the way.
Oh,
great outfit.
thank you.
Loving the whole
thank you.
professor get up.
I'm trying.
No, you've assimilated well. Okay, this is going to be a really weird request, and I know there are like 30,000 people watching this.
Okay.
My mother is a huge fan.
Oh my God!
Yeah, like
that's amazing.
And so when she found out this event was going on, she asked if I could do a favor for her. She lives back in Texas.
Of course.
She just wanted like a shout out or something.
Yeah. What do you want me to say?
Just like hi. Her name's like Chantel.
Chantel?
Yeah.
Okay.
What else? But you know, I'm sure you can think of something.
Okay.
Because I can't. But.
Hi, Chantel. I hope you're having a great time in Texas. You have a wonderful son here. He's great. And I would say, you know, you should come to England, but honestly, Texas might be maybe slightly marginally a little bit better. Better weather, at least. But I hope you're having a great time, and thank you for watching.
I mean, to be fair, she was born in England, so she's had the best and worst of both worlds.
Okay. All right. So she knows.
She knows.
She knows that the sun sets at 3 p.m. here. That's crazy. That should not be allowed. You guys need to fix that. I don't know how.
It gets worse. It gets worse.
Yeah, it's cold and dreary, and a lot of traffic, but it's still very nice sometimes, so I like it.
You enjoyed at least some of it.
No, I did, yeah. This was great. You know, sometimes it's good to let loose and debate a little bit. A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, nice to meet you. I was going to ask, like, what made you get into, like, want to go onto Twitch specifically as a platform to, like, kind of spread?
It's a great question.
Yeah.
So I played video games my whole life, and I recognized that there was a real gap in like video game politics space for leftist commentary.
Yeah.
And part of that was because like a lot of the gamers, just at least the political gamers, are very alt-right or center-right adjacent. They constantly talk about like wokeness in video games and all this shit. And I knew that wasn't the case because I knew that like gamers are in general very diverse. The other reason why I got on Twitch was because I needed a place where I could just like endlessly talk. Mm-hmm. And I felt like the live streaming format was very conducive for that purpose. And now I can't seem to shut the fuck up. So I guess it worked.
Yeah.
But those were the two primary reasons. Like I wanted to show that like you can be a progressive person and not necessarily be, you know, a cartoonish depiction, like a woke scold, like someone who's constantly like, that's bad, that's wrong, and a joy killer. And I think that there's a lot of people like that out there that just want to have fun, but also be progressive and not allow certain kinds of aggressive, bigoted behavior to exist in a community. So I wanted to create a safe space like that.
Well, I agree. I feel like you've done a lot for particularly young men who I think otherwise might have been tempted by the alt-right within its kind of like position in social media and in gaming, like you said. So I think it's really good. And like, because as a female viewer, I feel like I am slightly outnumbered maybe by the men, but that might be a good thing. You don't know. Like, perhaps, do you think that you have felt that you've had that impact where...
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, I tried to. I think that there's a lot of what I speak to is directly trying to change the minds of people who don't share that opinion from the start.
Yeah.
So whether it be me talking about patriarchal constructs or you know, transphobia, homophobia, bigotry of all different sorts, I'm oftentimes trying to communicate with people that and trying to reach out to people that don't share that opinion. And I try to use the way I look and my background and everything else to suit that purpose. And it just happens to be that I'm authentically myself, and it works out that way. But yeah, that's definitely a deliberate thing. I recognize that, there are a lot of people who have these opinions, and I think they can be convinced to not have these opinions. So that's my overall purpose.
Yeah, that's really cool. And then finally, what's it like to see first drafts of yourself, like on TikTok or?
It's great. I grew up very fat, and
I guess it's like confidence boosting, yeah.
I mean, it's fun. I don't mind it, And it's like, I feel like it's one thing that all my haters can't necessarily undermine.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's like one area of streamlined propaganda where they just can't be like, nah, he sucks, he's ugly. They can say anything else.
In your favor,
Yeah, so I'll take it.
That's really cool. Because I just watched your video of Quen where you were doing like the cooking, and there were so many edits made from that.
Yeah. She's great. Quen is dope.
Yeah, she's really cool. Can I get a picture?
Yeah, of course. No.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you. Good? You want one?
Yes, please.
Okay. and you want one as well, right?
I can have one.
All right.
Not enough.
You should definitely get one.
Yeah.
You've been very helpful.
I grew up as a fat kid as well.
Oh.
And I think it's cool that you're spreading the fitness goal. I watched
Hell yeah.
Mike Israetel.
You watched the Mike Israetel collab?
That was really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a very interesting guy. We don't agree on he's like an Ayn Rand lover from what I understand, but like I love his commentary on fitness, and I think he's like a well-rounded person in general, regardless of maybe some political disagreements. I think it's good to be able to have that, have a conversation like that, especially with someone who, has a massive male audience that's focused on fitness. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's dope.
I love him as well.
Yeah, he's great.
Get a pic, man.
No, I mean, I actually agree with most.
You did great. You were great.
I said you.
Yeah, I hope I did better than Peter Thiel.
He tried his best.
Yeah, he did.
He's only a small time guy.
Yeah. I don't want to be. Yeah, we're not.
He sold a weapon or two.
Yeah, it's
the best of us.
Yeah, just some surveillance tag here and there.
Yeah, you know how it is.
All right, what's the move?
Right.
I think we can try and go to the pub. I'm down to do that.
Can I get another picture because I look bad in the other one?
I was
in there?
Yeah, that's fine.
I didn't think anyone would
care.
Yeah.
I'll keep it low key.
Yeah, of course.
Just because I just look. I don't mind it.
I like the sweater.
Thanks. It's not. There's no affiliation.
Yeah, I could tell.
Yeah, perfect. We can go for a more traditional one.
Well, you're pretty much around the corner.
We could take you to.
Okay, I'm gonna tell them.
Your stuff's over here.
On the Peacock or the Eagle. We could.
All right.
The Eagle's right? It's a bit further. A bit further, yeah. What are you guys like time-wise?
We're good. I mean, we're chilling. I think.
The Eagle. That's why DNA was discovered. There's also a U.S. military bar.
Oh God.
No, definitely not that one. I need to run to the green room and grab a bag.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right. Yeah. You want to put it down for a second?
Sure. You want to grab them? Well, can we just run to the green room real quick?
Yeah. Let's just do that. All right. Let's do it. What are you missing?
The carrying case.
Oh, true. All right.
That's it.
How do we get out of here? I'm here?
Yeah, I just started.
Okay.
Can't believe you haven't eaten, man.
I still haven't eaten. Yeah.
I'm fucking starving.
I'm not even hungry though.
Let's food at the pub. You can get like
mushy peas.
Like shepherd's pie.
Mushy peas.
Mushy peas, yeah. What else?
Are we being racist right now?
Jellied ewes. Jellied ewes.
Bangers and mash.
Yeah, bangers and mash.
That's that fucking meme I hate. It's like why do the English still eat like the Germans? It's still flying over our head.
It's true. is true. Yeah. No, it's right here.
Hold the chat real quick. Hold while I put it in.
Comes to me. Hi, Chad. It's been a long time.
Oh, need that.
He lost his hand warmers. I know you missed me. I know you're probably feeling very parasocial because I haven't directly responded to the chat.
I've been taking care of it.
I feel like I'm undermining. Why is it not focusing? The focus is all fucked up. Is it the lens?
No.
Okay. W stream? Yeah, no, it's been fantastic.
All right, ready.
His hand warmers fell out. You should have brought the fucking tripod.
How would that have worked? I would have been carrying a tripod around.
True.
You should have brought that grip. What are you talking about?
I don't have it.
You fucked it. Yes, you do.
I don't have it.
It's at your house.
I don't have it. It's not. I promise.
Okay, so it just disappeared.
I think it did.
Whatever.
It's the second one that's disappeared.
Yeah.
It's not the first one. I
Weird.
bought another one.
I hate it because things are anything that's.
I bought another one, actually.
Are you guys looking at the common British memes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, fish and chips. Fish and chips.
Fish and chips.
Jelly deal. Fish and chips. Bangers and mash. Bangers and mash. A proper pint.
Do not get jelly. Do not do
Yeah, spotted dick.
We're always eating spotted dick every day.
Alex loves spotted dick.
Okay, when you say that though, like, okay, you have to remember, like, people believe you. Okay, people are gonna believe you.
Being serious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Supersize thought you were being serious.
No, why does he think that you're joking?
Well, we think the other way around. Like, we know you guys don't just eat like fucking supersized meat hamburgers.
Yes, we do. No, we literally do.
That's 100% accurate.
Yeah.
What? The Route 48, like Sonic, what's it called? Sonic Glass. Those go crazy. Those actually go crazy. Route 48 Sonic Glass sounds like a horrible thing.
What is that?
Okay, so it's this like giant. Okay, so like I've lived in Texas for 5 years, so
Yeah.
I've tried everything now. This giant fucking cup, right, filled with ice cream, and okay, my favorite combination, and this is gonna sound insane: M&Ms, cookie doughs, Oreos.
Stop, man! You're making me hungry. I'm so hungry.
That sounds like a day in the life of a true American geezer.
Yeah. You're making me miss home right now.
Yeah.
You're at Popeyes now.
Yeah, I'll get down with that.
And the Wendy's.
Born in the USA. Yeah.
Hey,
okay.
yo,
I do
Nando's,
like.
though.
Okay, now it's making me feel like they do only eat spotted dick because the thing that you guys have mentioned, Americans do eat all the time.
Have you ever been to one of those tapas places? They sell like this kind of cottagey restaurant and they feed you like that kind of food. And I think the American food is actually British food. Americans love it.
Yeah. No, I know, like Sunday roast.
Carry this.
Why don't you put it in the bag?
What?
Why don't you put it in the bag?
It's too big.
No, it's not.
Because you have a free hand.
I mean, I can carry it.
This is socialism, baby. I can tell them what to do.
That guy was so funny. The guy who was like, "You own a car and a house."
Dude.
It's just like it's funny. It's funny to hear those arguments in person because then like you get to see the person making that argument and you're like, "Oh, dude, you're fucking hysterical."
Dude,
like,
that was so crazy.
Why would you openly behave this way in public? Or the fucking ACP guy.
Our poor driver.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna talk to him real quick.
You have a mic on, remember.
Yeah. We're not leaving yet. We'll be leaving in like an hour. Is it no problem, right?
No problem at
Okay.
all. You take
All
your
right.
time.
Thank you.
And you got the text from your mom, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell her right now that we're going to a proper pub.
All right.
See. What's up? You want a photo? Yeah. Sure.
Stalking us on
All right.
Twitch.
Oh, this is gonna happen. Yeah.
Business as usual.
This is normal. All right, do it with the flash on, bro. That was ass.
How are you finding it?
I love it. It's great.
Is it?
Yeah, Cambridge is dope.
Enjoy yourself.
Yeah. What's up? You want one too?
Can I get a photo?
Yeah.
Can I join for the pub? Is that okay?
I mean, sure, if you want. I don't know. All right.
Oh my god.
That's why I had to do the question of like.
We'll see. You'll.
All right, you gotta do it with the flash on.
Oh shit.
It's terrible.
I've been watching the stream like outside.
Yeah.
Alright.
No, give it to me. Give it to me. This guy. There you go. There it is.
Cool.
All right, have a good one.
Is that can I join to the pubs?
Don't ask me, ask them if they're fine with it.
That's what we said. I mean, if you are.
I don't care. Yeah, you can come. Actually, I don't know if we should. What's up? Hi.
Sorry that I keep stuck on you guys.
Okay.
This is nothing compared to America, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We wanted to go to the talk, but we aren't members of the Cambridge Union.
Damn. Well, these guys are the people to talk to.
Yeah.
I think. I don't know how that works.
It costs like 300 quid. We're too broke for that.
What's 300?
I feel that. Don't worry. It's a lot.
We have to fund ourselves.
What's up?
So long.
What's up? Nice to meet you. You want to take a photo?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. All right, we're gonna keep doing this over and over again. So we got a jet.
Yeah.
From here on out, no more photos. We just gotta go.
Sorry, am I holding you up?
Yeah, but it's okay. Come on. Okay, you're the last person.
In America, it's literally like.
Can I get a photo?
Yes, the last person though. Oh God.
Thank you so much.
Can you take a picture? And I'll take the
circle around.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, I got that.
All right.
Okay.
You helped me so much during COVID and all that.
Hell yeah! Thank you for watching. Thank you.
I mean,
all right.
Keep it going. And March, you're amazing too. Sorry.
Oh,
I forgot you.
oh, thank you.
Yeah.
So sweet.
Big fan of your work too.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that is bad.
Cheers, Anna.
Thank you. Sorry, I know I've kind of just bombarded you.
Oh, that's a good one.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Have a good one, guys. All right, let's go. Okay, I mean, that's not gonna work.
That's not gonna work.
Trust me. Yeah, I'll just tell people no more photos.
How far is it from here?
Like 3-4 minute walk.
Okay, great.
I mean, if we walk, there's like a number of other pubs on the way, but they're not as big. It's not. Well, it's not really big. Yeah, they're really tough. Like the Mitre, Baron of 3 minutes. I think this one's pretty easy to do. What the Maple?
Hi.
The Maple?
Don't die, March.
I know.
We'll get you some chips there.
Like French fries.
No. This is the thing though, because we do have French fries. But French fries are different from chips.
Yeah, chips are fatter.
Chips are like
chips are fatter.
We call those steak fries.
Thick French fries.
We call those, America's big French fry.
No, they're still French, except for a brief period of time when France refused to invade Afghanistan, and we call them freedom fries. That was awesome. Whoa.
So actually, this is John's college here. I don't know if this is where like the abolitionist movement started. So like this is like slavery ended, basically, essentially, originally from this.
That's crazy.
William Wilberforce has like a massive statue to him in the chapel.
I did not know that. That's dope.
Yeah, so there was I don't know if you like the history. Tell me stop if you want.
I do like the history.
There was an essay competition back in the day. Everything used to be in Latin, and the vice chancellor of the university. He set this essay question in Latin. I don't know what the Latin is, but it's like, is it right to hold our brothers in bondage despite the fact that they're black? This essay competition generated like a lot of controversy at the time because half the people thought it was chill, half the people thought it was fucked up. And this guy that wrote this essay, he became best friends with this MP, this politician, and he was like, look, we need to end slavery, like, how are we going to do it? And then, it started right here, so all that happened just at this college.
Damn, so debate did work.
Yeah, the debate worked, yeah. The pub's just literally up here on the road. This pub is older than most states in the US.
Damn. Everything here.
In Cambridge.
What's that? Yeah, exactly.
Most things here are older than most states in the United States.
Actually, yeah, my house style is like literally a house. We got in like 1820.
Yeah.
Every time you
This isn't the pub, is it?
No.
I was gonna say, this does not look like what I envisioned a pub to look like.
I have a very clear image in my mind. I'm curious of how consistent it'll be with reality.
This is probably the most British pub we can get to, right?
Well, good, because I'm imagining the most British pub in my brain.
Depends what social class you're talking about.
I feel like you're chattering, like, they're expecting like geezers like in England.
Football's coming home.
Yeah, alright mate, how you doing, governor?
No, I'm gonna do it's coming home, it's coming, football's coming home, I got to do that.
So you can sing it in. It's yeah, maybe that's what a bit of a screen is like.
3 lines on a shed, jewels remain still gleaming.
When are you going to Oxford tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
And then you're doing the UK straight afterwards, or?
Yeah, I have my friend's Streamer Awards happening on Saturday, so I got to go back for that.
We can jaywalk here though, so we can just kind of expect cars to stop.
Do they? Because we almost got trucked by a bike before. Is this it?
Yeah, the picker win.
That's a crazy name. Uh-oh. What's happening here?
What's that? Yeah.
Okay, what would you like to drink? Do you want a beer or?
Yeah, beer. Whoa. Dude.
What the fuck is this?
That's crazy.
So yeah, we've got
Oh, it smells great in here.
Yeah, maybe a Peroni.
Whatever you guys are drinking.
I'm gonna get a Peroni. What's it?
You guys card people here?
What's it?
Isn't the drinking age 18?
Yeah.
They
young believe that we're over 18.
No, I know. What do you mean by that? Damn, I thought we were chill.
Yeah, could I please? No, I'm kidding. Should we find a spot?
Oh, I got it. It's on me. No. If you're cool. Yo, come on. Whatever they want.
All right. Okay, sure.
It's on me.
Well, I mean, 3 Peronis to start with.
Yeah, you added me in March. You want one?
Yeah. 4 Peronis.
He already knows.
Pink gin and lemonade. 5 Peronis. 6 Peronis. Sorry. A vodka lemonade, please.
Authentica.
Peroni. Sorry. Another. Yeah. So is that 7 Peronis now? 7 Peronis. That's
Yeah.
great. Thank you very much. No worries. No rush. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you.
Of course.
Away for
What's the
purposes.
7 Peronis.
I'm gonna take a look.
Can we all order food here as well?
We've got 45-minute wait.
Oh my god, never mind then. It's fine. It's not a problem.
So 7 Peronis, gin tea, pink gin and lemonade.
And then a vodka
lemonade.
Is it a single or double? Like both those.
Can I get
Double, pink gin. Was the vodka and coke single?
I'm heading off now.
Alright, Chad. Oh god. Can't see myself. How's this angle?
Sorry, Lefty, I'm heading off now.
Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been
nice
March,
to meet you.
no food, but hey, beer. I'm gonna eat beer.
Yeah.
This isn't my first time eating beer on an empty stomach, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah,
no problem.
I'm
going. All
I know
right.
how to do my job.
Yeah, sorry the wait
What? No, it's fine. All right, we got it.
Eating beer, Chad. Beer is food, not ours.
I'm trying to think what cool shit happened there.
A little mini sexo for you guys.
This is
Micro
I lived by one of the colleges. This building is in Magdalen College.
What's up with the small ass doors?
March fitting right in, looking like a Lemony Snicket character.
Made for you with you in mind.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a PhD. I got a PhD in putting that shit on university.
Yeah, they have to be real tiny though. Like that
Putting
is
that shit on.
tiny. Yeah. Beer is a veggie, I think, says someone in the chat. I agree. Yeah, it's basically a vegetable. Do we just grab it right now and then walk, or?
Yeah, they'll come. They'll bring them here. And then
Okay.
we'll take them out.
All right.
If you want to go, we can pick them up. Have you paid?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Yeah. No, yeah, you guys are cooked. Wait, let me see. Do we have space? Is there even anywhere we can sit?
Unless there's an outdoor area I don't know about.
Are we going to be able to find a space to sit or anything like that?
Oh,
I'll go have a look outside.
Yeah.
I'll follow you. Go have a look outside. Sorry, that's fine. That guy, I just walked by a guy who was eating a shepherd's pie, and ironically, it was so good. Oh, perfect. Oh, this works great.
Oh yeah, this is perfect.
Oh, we're good. It's coming home.
right, well, I'm putting this down here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Excuse me.
If you want, sorry.
I'm gonna do a little camera setup situation.
Oh, did you guys get it all?
I don't really know how I'm gonna set up the camera because Hasan forgot the tripod.
What's up?
That we use for tables. So
ourselves on this table.
might be kind of cooked.
There you go.
You guys might be getting
Thank you.
table cam, unironically. I guess I
think this one beer is gonna nuke me because I haven't eaten yet.
No, I'm not eating today either.
No, it won't. It'll be
There's a
fine.
problem though. The only place in the whole of the US where you can get a whole pint is Boston.
What is that?
Unless maybe like a
Is
few
that
sports
real?
bars. What's that?
Is that real? I wouldn't know.
I don't know.
Is this a pint?
I assume a pint is
This
bigger
is a
than
pint. This is a pint
the regular amount.
Italian beer.
Okay.
Baroni. Where's the restroom?
Literally just there to the right.
All right, March. Here you go. I'm gonna keep you.
You don't wanna. All right, I'll take care of them. Is this one mine?
Yeah, that's yours. Yeah.
Oh, first drink of the day.
Good shit.
Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers. No, just you.
Cheers.
Hey, I've got that. So I feel like I'm performing to a British stereotype that
You 100% are.
Don't really conform.
You 100% are, but as Americans, I'm very, very much entertained.
That's great. We've been reading the chat this whole time, so we're deeply aware.
They love you guys.
It's so funny. We've got Alex Mitchell as Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, the guy that left. Here's Harry Potter.
Chat behave. Okay, they're nice, I promise.
I can take Harry Potter. It's been said. It's
Here,
not
you
the first time in my life.
Hassan's peeing. So Hassan's peeing. You can just hold it.
I can be Hasan. Expelliarmus.
Don't feed into them.
Oh.
They'll never learn.
There's worse things to be. There's worse things I could be compared
I have a problem.
Yeah?
I need to prop this camera up somehow. I just don't know. Oh.
On that?
Wow, you're so smart. This is what a university degree gets you.
This is what I studied.
I dropped out of community college in Chino Hills, California. Okay. There's not much going on up here in my brain.
There's a lot of people I think at Cambridge are, they may be good at academics, but the common sense is not always there.
See, I have plenty of common sense, but academically.
Well, that looks like it works.
Yeah, that's great. I need
Nice,
Hasan.
you got a good
So we need Hasan and I to sit over here.
Yeah. Cool. Cool. Do you want to move?
Or I guess we could just do this.
Wait, can you say expected Patronum?
No, don't listen to that. It's in his hands.
Oh, were you about to say expecto patronum?
Go sit over here.
What's up, my man?
Do you mind if I sit over here?
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
No, it's all good.
I'm just trying to. Yeah, while also not blocking it. So.
Oh, nice.
Even before somebody knocks that over and I'm cooked. Yeah, we'll put us right here at this end.
Dude, I'm a real person. There's no need to be starstruck.
Okay. Hasan's taking photos with fans.
Nice to meet you.
The Japanese hand warmers from the Konbini are burning my ass right now. Thank you for all your help today, seriously. Hopefully you guys are happy with everything. I feel like I have a pretty good read on Hasan, and I've done a lot of these things in a long time. I've done a lot of these things now, and I feel like that went better than we both expected. Already because we can't stream it. So yes, it already is way better. Yeah.
We're under fine scope in terms of if you start advocating for Palestine, you get your GMC registration sort of pulled. There's been
Really?
There's been a handful.
It's really interesting because there's a lot of prominent doctors that are doing surgery in Gaza right now are British.
I've been able to see a few of them.
But I'm sorry, I was listening. Yeah.
I wonder if there's a legal advocacy network that you guys can
very
rely
American.
on. Like in America, we have Palestine Legal, and they're pretty helpful. Like their entire purpose is basically to ensure that if someone is being discriminated against for any sort of political action.
Over here.
1 second, I'm going to come in a second. If someone is discriminated against for
I'm not
doing
ignoring
exactly
you. I'm just
what
not
you
going to
just
say
said,
anything because I don't want to.
they go after them pretty hard.
His content.
So there must be something in London as well. I'm not familiar with the English process. Anyway, thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you. All right, where am I sitting?
Right here.
Where's the camera?
Right there.
Where's my beer? Is that mine?
Maybe.
Okay. All right.
Your camera's over here because somebody didn't bring a tripod.
Yeah, was that me? I'm somebody?
Yes. Literally.
All right.
Cheers.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers. I don't know if they can see us. They can. Oh, we're good.
That's good. A proper pint.
For two proper blokes.
For two proper blokes. How British does he look? Doesn't he look like a Beatle?
Look like a Beatle.
Yeah. I went with Baroque core for my fit today.
You look more British than I do, and I was trying. I was trying to look British.
You're British maxing.
Yeah, I was Brit maxing. Brit maxing. Yeah. When you're maxing your British output.
We're just eating beer right now.
I know. It's 8 p.m.
Beer for breakfast.
I have not eaten yet today, and my first meal of the day is a proper pint.
True Brit maxing.
Yeah. Day of the life of a true Brexit geezer. How much you guys hate that, the accent?
That video's great.
Oh, that video is amazing, yeah. Isn't she lovely? Susan.
Meet the wife, Susan.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, I love gammons. It's my favorite. I love hogs of every variety, and there is a universality to it where I feel like regardless of ethnicity, background, there's always a universality to the hogs in my experience. And I'm fascinated with them, if you know what I mean.
I'm
sorry, I call it right wing. Right. Yeah.
Like gammons, but international.
Yeah.
And also not necessarily old.
Yeah. You don't know what gammons are?
It's not like a universal thing. I think most people would in the UK.
I know more about British culture than a British person. That's crazy. That's crazy. Cheers.
So, yeah, we're good.
To fish and chips.
So fish and chips, which we are not having. We're just having beers for breakfast.
Hell yeah. This is right. Okay, so what else? What else did you guys want to debate that was left on the table? Let's go. Fire them at me.
All right. No, actually.
I was going to ask you about the Cambridge Union, about whether you think, like, we brand ourselves as a free speech society. We have you, we have Ben Shapiro. Do you think that is a legitimate stance to have, or is that dangerous?
I mean, it does feel like
to be rude.
No. It does feel like you guys at least like abide by the principles of it, because you know what I hate? I hate people like Ben Shapiro or Barry Weiss that make a career out of being free speech warriors, but then they also, like Barry Weiss especially, has spent so much of her early career going after campus protesters, like Palestine campus protesters, when like, in terms of real egregious violations of free speech in the United States of America, Israel-related conversations are the singular, like, that is the one thing that is directly in contravention with U.S. law. It is unconstitutional. And it's really interesting because people, Dianne Feinstein, before she passed away, and Bernie Sanders were like the two congresspersons that always criticized it. They were like, this is a violation of the First Amendment. Like, you can't do these BDS laws. This is completely unacceptable. And I hate that people that advocate for that kind of restriction on speech then basically hail themselves as free speech champions. Because I think most people love cancel culture, most people love identity politics, and most people don't like free speech. They just, they have the boundary of permissibility, like permissible speech. And you go outside of it, they're like, oh no, I don't want you. You should lose your job. And it doesn't seem like you guys do that, at least, but I don't know. I don't think you guys have had like any Nazis on, right?
Well,
recently.
A few years ago, we banned a guy. The debate was this house believes there's no such thing as poor taste, and the guy started his speech by doing a Hitler impression. So arguably, there is such a thing as bad taste.
That counts as bad taste.
I think what's interesting is, so we got a lot of flack last year when we hosted Ben Shapiro and Peter Thiel. Obviously, Peter Thiel, sort of founder of Palantir. But then the same people that celebrated us for platforming these people then criticised us for platforming you online.
Yeah, of course.
But no, we want to platform you and them. We're supposedly an apolitical society, as Alex says.
I don't think there's a real. I mean,
Do you think
I don't think there's any such thing. I don't think there's no such thing.
Yeah.
That's why I say I think everyone has their own personal standard, and as long as you're relatively reasonable, it's fine. I'll tell you this much: I get yelled at a lot. People constantly are like, "Oh, you're anti-Semitic." They always say that, and anyone that has ever watched even 10 minutes of my broadcast knows that not only is that the most untrue thing, I am actively, consistently combating anti-Semitism for the past 10 years. But I think that many mainstream media outlets that normally would hear that and go, "Oh, I'm not going to touch this person," kind of come at it with a level of charity where they're like, "We kind of know why people are saying this. They're saying this because of your opinions on Israel." And I think that is the standard in general. Most people are, unless they're super ideologically invested, most people come at conversations from a place of charity, especially in person, and they kind of understand that even if they lean into the smears themselves, they kind of understand deep down inside that maybe it's not fully valid. Having said that, there are definitely very real, rabid, vicious anti-Semitic people, and in terms of offering them a space to speak, I have a very different attitude than many other people do, especially in the debate sphere online, where I see no valid reason to ever platform a Nazi unless they've already gotten mainstream recognition and they have to be tackled. Their ideas have to be ridiculed and addressed and undermined. Because if you don't do that, if you're just platforming any Nazi whatsoever, what's up?
Can I take a photo of you?
Yeah, we can do that. You gotta come down here though.
Yeah, sure.
All right, no problem.
Are you from Cambridge? There's so many people. Okay, yeah. There's so
sorry?
many people on Twitter. People are I'm going to come down from Liverpool.
I'm not coming. I didn't come from anywhere. I was literally just 5 minutes.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I just want to say you've been a good inspiration for me. I've been watching you for a few years, and you give me a lot of inspirations. And thank you a lot. I hope you.
Hell yeah.
Good luck, I guess.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Have a good one, man.
Yeah. Are you gonna stay here for longer? Or?
No, I'm gonna be leaving Cambridge and never coming back very shortly. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe again for Cambridge Union. All right,
yeah,
nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too. I didn't come to the talk because I had some other stuff.
Oh, that's all good.
I watched stream on and off.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for watching.
Yeah. Hi, Mush. I also.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, I know you because from the Fear and podcast.
Fear and Mention. Let's go. Thank you for watching, man.
Nice. Yeah.
Nice to meet you, my man.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
One question I'll ask, sort of following up on that. There's been a lot of issues within the English justice system. From the river to the sea, Ben Shapiro defines that as calling for a genocide. There's also been when there's marches in London, for example. There's actually been the lawyers don't know what to do, how to
Yeah.
Do you think that's a call for genocide? No. I mean outside of the rhetoric, of course, but rhetorically, what do you think are the implications of that? And specifically, I know obviously you mostly deal with the US, but in the English case, because there's been so many legal issues with barristers and lawyers actually not knowing how to prosecute or not prosecute. Where do you sit with that? And it'd be great to hear an explanation, I suppose.
I think it's so disingenuous, I think, to be your emancipatory slogan is actually, I am going to frame it in the least charitable way possible. And I mean, people do it all the time. Right-wingers do this all the time. Like, I treat... The thing that a lot of people don't understand is, like, I look at Israel as a right-wing country. Yeah. Like, Israel as a... I see it as, like, a country that is at the I wouldn't even say precipice of fascism. I think, like, they are very clearly in the throes of fascism. So, a lot of the defense, I interpret in the exact same way that I interpret right-wing defenses. So, one thing that happened quite frequently in America was... people would always say, like, oh, Black Lives Matters means, like, you want to kill white people. And they tried to do that. And everyone was like, oh, come on, man, shut the fuck up. And then they tried to do the All Lives Matter shit. And it didn't really work. But when it comes to Israel, because there is a valid claim, because anti-Semitism is a real bigotry, unlike, anti-white racism, which is not a real bigotry, right? Because there's a valid claim there, I think a lot of people, like, openly conflate real anti-Semitism with things such as from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, not really recognizing what that does in the way that people interpret anti-Semitism in general. I think that that has a really damaging impact on Jewish people in the Western world in general, especially at a time when anti-Semitism is on the rise, partially as a consequence of exactly what I'm talking about. When people go, any kind of slogan against Israel is anti-Semitic. If you're against Israel, you're anti-Semitic. Israel's demographic concerns, you're anti-Semitic if you don't recognize that. And I think people see right from wrong. They look at it, they're like, well, I don't like babies being murdered, especially with my tax dollars. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah. And if you think that's anti-Semitic, most people don't have the capacity to go, oh, they're falsely claiming that this has anything to do with Judaism. They just go, okay, I'm anti-Semitic then. And that's what's really terrifying. And I've seen this happen in America. I've seen, like, reasonable people become more anti-Semitic as a consequence of this, because they look at it and they're like, well, everyone keeps telling me that Jake Tapper on CNN is saying, like, if you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic. Well, I guess I'm anti-Semitic then. Yeah. And that's really scary. It's not scary if you're Israel, because you want Jewish people to come and live in Israel. So it suits your purpose, it suits your demographic purposes. But it's actually very scary for the millions of Jewish people that live in the Western world that are now, they have to just, like, sit in this weird paradigm where they have to be recipients of anti-Semitic hatred for things that they didn't do, things that they don't even advocate for. Yeah. So, I don't know, it's really
interrupt. I'm sure
What's
you're
up?
indie professionals. We're real big fans.
You want another? I got this next one. You want another?
I would love another.
Do you want another one?
Oh, you're getting me one too?
Yeah. You're not done yet.
I'll be done. I'll be done by the time you get back.
All right.
All right, let's do it. Peroni.
Yeah, Peroni.
No, I have
It's
Mike from the table.
Oh, nice to meet you guys. Hi.
I'm Eva. Nice to meet you.
Eva, nice to meet you. Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
We heard some shit chatting about Welsh in the chat earlier. When you
Yeah. I said he reminded me of my Welsh friend.
Yeah, someone put he's a good type of Welsh. More Welsh are great.
Well, I make fun of him all the time for being Welsh.
Would we be able to get a quick selfie?
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Let's do it.
Can any of you take a picture for me?
Stop getting paid for taking some photos.
Thanks, man. Cheers.
I know, I'm actually quite bad at it.
Thank you so much.
All right, have a good one, guys.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Wait, can I just ask them? Oh,
Yeah.
is someone talking? Okay, well, can I just ask, how do you think that the right maintains some kind of level of consistency, or like espouses to have that logical consistency, insofar as they lament the existence of systemic racism? Any modality of DEI is considered woke nonsense that isn't backed by any evidence. That essentially ethnic minorities are imprisonable because they commit more crimes, and that's as far as the analysis goes. And yet there's this in-depth contradiction there, like given that they don't believe any of that when it comes to anti-Semitism. Like, how do you think that that the right maintains that? Because surely that's bound to crumble at some point, but it seems that for 60 years it kind of hasn't.
I think it is... I mean, they use it to their advantage. If they could do anti-white racism as a real movement, they would do it. So, like, currently, as it stands, the only people that do like white identitarian politics are neo-Nazis, like open Nazis.
Yeah.
But if that was more acceptable, I think a lot more right-wingers would do it too. And things do change, like environments do change, cultures do change in that regard, especially when it benefits the pre-existing hierarchies. And obviously white supremacy is a pre-existing hierarchy. So any day now, that could be a legitimate thing. I guess I compare it to Korea a little bit. South Korea has a massive misogyny problem.
Yes. Yeah.
And it is insane. Like 70% of South Korean men under the age of 35 say that like anti-male sexism is a real problem. And I think it's like 79% for over the age of 35. That's insane. Like that is the most insane fact I've ever heard. And I think obviously part of that is the draft. The draft plays a role in this.
Yeah.
Like conscription plays a role in this, but still, but that is a attitude that I think most people would not be on board with. But once like enough members of your society are on board with it, all of a sudden you can actually like make initiatives in favor of combating misandry.
Yeah.
And some of the silly things that they've done in that regard is, for example, like this right here. This is a hate speech in South Korea. This means like you have a small penis. Yeah. And South Korean incels have like successfully gotten this banned on League of Legends and in other places. And I think that there was enough momentum. Like there's enough instability, there's enough anger. And when there's enough anger and instability, especially if it favors pre-existing constructs, you can get your message across. And I think people cynically utilize anti-Semitism in that regard, but that's only because they can't use anti-white racism in that regard.
Yeah.
But things might change, and they might start doing that as well. Yeah, but
I mean,
hopefully not yet.
In which case, do you think that the solution to combating those kinds of issues are to alienate those people who have those views, no matter how much of a majority that they make up within any given region? Or do you think the solution is to welcome the fact that they feel disillusioned and try to cater to them in some contexts?
It depends, right? So if someone is entertaining delusions, like, do you entertain it for them?
Exactly.
Like, is that productive? And this is something I think about quite a bit. I have a lot of men in my audience, and one thing that I always stress is that the reason why they feel anxiety and the reason why they feel resentment, the reason why they feel hopeless is systemic problems that they're facing. But also, depending on the level of charitability or depending on like how insane they are, I will sometimes be like, okay, you're ridiculous, and I think that's important. It's important to put your foot down at certain points and just be like, you're being a silly bitch. Like, wake the fuck up, And as long as someone is earnest and willing to learn and willing to understand why they're angry, I think it's valid. But no, I don't think we should like completely capitulate to the delusions of enough people, you know what I mean? Yeah. I'm not going to capitulate to like the delusions of people that think that immigrants constitute a grave threat to American national security. A shit ton of people believe that. It's not born out of data. It's completely made up. If you look at the data, it's the exact opposite. Undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens are.
Yeah.
And yet, a shit ton of people believe this false framing. Why do they believe it? Because Republicans advance it all the time. So, if someone comes into my community and says, like, nah, you don't understand, like, they're rapists, they're murderers, I'm not gonna allow that because it's just simply untrue. It is not dissimilar to, like, do you guys know Fresh and Fit?
Oh my god, yeah. Too well.
Yeah. So Myron, the guy who's a former Fed,
yeah.
He's always like in my DMs, or not DMs, in my mentions, being like, they're coming after you, the Jews are coming after you. Just like, why don't you just admit that it's the Jews? And it's like, in the simplest terms, it's just not true. You know what I mean? Like, what do you want me to do? Just like lie? I don't understand it. When people get mad at me for that, I don't understand what they expect from me. I'm like, I don't agree with you. Like, I'm not secretly hiding my opinion. I just don't agree with you. I think you're wrong, and I think you're delusional, and I think you're a fucking moron.
Yeah. I think
so sometimes you got to put your foot down, is what I mean.
Yeah, but I just worry because at the point at which this becomes some kind of international consensus that is also a lie, how on earth are you going to, like, rectify that? Oh, I think someone wants a picture.
Oh, what's up?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Big fan. Found out about you Among Us 2020.
Among Us 2020, goddamn.
I love the gaming stream.
Hell yeah. Okay, that's awesome. You want to take a photo? All right, let's do it. We got a gaming watcher, chat. Nice to meet you, my man.
Nice to meet you.
Have a good one.
It's not a wide angle lens.
No, I don't think we're on.
Which goes to the very end.
I don't think we're on. I think it goes like to there. I think the shot.
Yeah, we had to make this weird angle because we don't have a tripod. The only tripod we have is a standing tripod.
Yeah, the font's doing well.
Can I ask a question about something you said earlier?
What's up?
So, do you know when you were saying about
pull the mic to you.
Do you know when you were saying about platforming Nazis? And obviously, I know in the past with like Nick Fuentes, you've kind of.
Sorry to interrupt. Oh, my friend wants to say
Hi.
I'm interrupting. I didn't
No, it's all good. Nice to meet you.
the union event where we had a thing.
It's all good. Nice to meet you, my man. You want to take a photo?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Okay.
Sure. Yeah. Sorry for her.
Remember what you were gonna ask.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
I might get really close.
I'm on the alcohol free, so I'm not going to do much good to it.
I put thermal leggings on.
And it's the way it's on like a weird mood.
Alright, it's all good.
Sorry.
Thanks for
letting me
so much. Nice to meet you.
I saw you
Sorry about.
Oh.
Make sure my friends said hi.
Hell yeah.
Are you from the same
Yes. Yeah.
Online political personality.
All right, we got some more beers. Let's go. Nice to meet you guys. Thank you.
No, I was going to ask a question on demographics beforehand.
All right. Well, he had a question.
Sorry. I don't want to interrupt.
Well, then you do deal with politics.
But no, he had a question first.
Okay. So
some people have careers online.
I'm a politics student, so I can make this case that
I was going to say
everything you do is politics.
I was just intrigued because you all seem gathered around.
Yeah.
I was like, sorry, I'm very much interrupting right now.
No, it's all good.
I was just like, you seem to be the font of knowledge of the
No, I'm just here. I'm visiting for the Cambridge Union.
Oh, were you speaking?
Yeah.
Ah, well, how did it go?
Pretty good.
I think it went well. It's a mixed bag sometimes.
Okay. No. Go ahead. Wait. Why do you think it's a mixed bag?
Why do I think it's a mixed bag?
Yeah.
Well, it generally depends on the speaker and the audience.
Oh, okay, fair. Yeah.
Which college are you at?
St Edmunds.
St Edmunds. So, wait, what do you study?
PhD history.
PhD history. So do you attend the union regularly?
Not really.
What events do you like and what events don't you like?
Marshalling. Right, so what position do you hold at the union?
President.
There you go. Right, so that was fairly obvious.
I think.
Well, I mean,
I'll take one.
Who was a speaker that you liked recently?
The speaker that I liked recently, Pamela Anderson, was quite good the other week.
Pamela Anderson was a speaker?
Pamela Anderson?
Maybe the other year.
What was she talking about? Julian Assange?
Huh? How long have you been in Cambridge?
4 years.
So yeah, longer than all of us. We don't remember Pamela Anderson.
Pamela Anderson, was she talking about Julian Assange?
We had Stella Assange come last year, actually.
Yeah, she's a big free Assange, or was a big free Assange advocate.
We also had Julian Assange came in by telepod.
Oh wow!
We held a referendum as to whether to do it or not.
Wait, really?
This was years ago. Yeah.
Why was that See, okay. Think about why that's controversial. Why is that even remotely controversial to have Julian Assange as a speaker?
I think it's a shame that we had a referendum about that. I don't think we wouldn't now. It really can come down to the.
No, but it's important to understand where that controversy even comes from. Yeah. The reason why it's controversial is because it goes against the interests of the American State Department, and I think that's where it comes from originally. Because like, there is no other world in which you would consider to be like where you would even remotely consider someone who is a leaker or someone who's like engaged in like hacked material or any number of different things that Julian Assange was criticized for doing. You would never look at that guy and be like, that's a bad guy. I don't even know if we should have him on. And I think that plays a big role in the way that we interpret the world, whether we recognize it or not. Even if you're against a lot of the stuff that America says and does, I think without realizing we succumb to a lot of power dynamics and a lot of resentment that is instilled upon us through social conditioning, and we don't really examine it too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of truth to that. I think,
Anyway, what was your question?
It was kind of going back to what you said earlier about like platforming Nazis and saying about like Nick Fuentes and stuff, and before you would just kind of like not even mention his name and try and ignore him, but then obviously when the election came he became much more popular. So like at what point do you kind of think like, do I talk about them or do I just keep them nameless kind of thing?
It's always going to be a case-by-case basis. I don't think he's still there. But I think the only time where I talked about Richard Spencer was when he got prominent coverage from the New York Times. And even then, I was more so criticizing the New York Times for platforming him. So I think that I think that like my thresholds for it is very different than other people. But like, as long as someone is relegated to these like alternative platforms, and these alternative platforms don't have a lot of leeway, they're not like massively consequential, I don't think there's any reason to offer this person a platform, because their primary purpose is not like having a spirited conversation and maybe even changing their minds. Their primary purpose is to propagandize their position. It has nothing to do, like when you have a Nazi on, when you have someone who's ideologically committed to the Nazi project and you offer them a platform, they won already. Win or lose that debate, they already picked at least like 3, 4, 5, 10, maybe 1,000 people to listen to them in a charitable manner. That's their ultimate goal. So that's the reason why I'm very, that's the reason why, like, that's my limit for the most part.
There were other options. There's Moretti, also Italian. I love Moretti. Amstel, Dutch. But I think Peroni here is probably the best bit.
You had a demographic question. If you here, grab the mic.
So you said earlier in the speech, or no, in the Q&A, and this is a question to learn, not a challenge. You said there was no other nation with demographic concerns or demographic, worries, either sat firmly within the Western bosom. So Singapore has demographics enshrined into law. Han Chinese having to legally be the majority.
Well,
so
China, I wouldn't say.
Yeah, twofold. Would you say that Singapore is firmly within the Western bosom? And two, if not, what do you think of the Han Chinese dominance in Singapore and just within the wider Eastern Asian sphere of influence?
I think Singapore is a good example of that, but it's like somewhere in between. Whereas I think China would not be a good example of that because, one, it's still inappropriate and ridiculous, and also China will suffer from that because ultimately demographic concerns Japan is an even better example of this, where like they don't openly state that they have demographic concerns, but they like very clearly have a Japanese nativist immigration structure, and they're literally suffering as a consequence of that. But you're right. There are other countries. I didn't know that Singapore had it codified in the same way that like Israel has, which is so insane to me. Like saying we don't want any immigration whatsoever or make it like super incredibly hard is one thing, but just openly being like East Jerusalem has to be 69% occupied by Jews is like, to me when I hear that I'm like, that is the most insane thing. Like I can't believe that is a real policy in a country that is directly like an American asset in the region. But I guess we have allegiances with Saudi Arabia, and they have a whole bunch of fucking insane rules and do a metric ton of hurt anyway. So I guess it doesn't really matter for America. That is my point overall.
Yeah, fair enough.
Dude, I went through so many like rural Japanese towns because I like just got back from Japan. I started on the southern point of the islands, and then I moved my way up to Tokyo over like a week. And I passed through so many rural towns, and they're just straight up ghost towns, like just like dead. Unless you're like in Tokyo, Osaka, or Kyoto, like it's just like dead. Like there's a huge population issue.
I think nationalism is inevitably a death cult. Like nationalism always turns into ultra-nationalism, which is inherently a death cult. Like there's no way that you can get out of that problem. You're always going to have a population problem. You're going to develop, you're going to urbanize, and when you develop and you urbanize, you're just not going to repopulate. You're just not going to fuck as much. That's it.
Yeah, true. Where do you see China going in the next 15, 20 years then, regarding that?
I don't know. I think they might be more open-minded to immigration, but who knows? We'll see. I mean, they have very aggressively Hanified every part of China, which was, I think, a massive problem with the USSR. Not to say that China is like ideologically upholding the principles of communism or anything, but I don't know. I don't know what'll happen to the Chinese population, but they also exhibit some of the same problems of all these other developed nations. But because of their starting position not that far ago being so dire, I think that they're still living in their like 90s era almost. Like, you know how America was in the 90s, like the boom? Like that's what China's going through right now. So we'll see what happens. I just don't know. I just don't think you can maintain a nation state that is so vast with any sort of demographic considerations in mind. I don't think it's a successful method at all. I think it inevitably will be. It will inevitably succumb to the same traps that many other fascist countries have found themselves in, where you're like, what are you going to do? Are you going to force births? You know what I mean? Like, look at South Korea. They have no way out of it. At least with China, there's like a level of stability, a level of prosperity, a level of like development that factors into it. But even then, rapid urbanization and rapid development is always going to lower your birth rates, no matter what. And I have not seen a country that has overcome that problem. Maybe there is one.
Singapore is the worst example to ever give in terms of anything ever, because it's like the one consistent exception to most rules. Like a lot of in international relations, we study Singapore as a consistent exception that you cannot be applying any blanket statements to whatsoever. So, for example, Singapore had a dictator who had the best interests of his country at heart. You're never going to say, well, in which case I think a dictator with the best interests of his country at heart is going to make things work.
Yeah, except Keir Stalin. Put some respect on it.
Why do you say that, by the way?
What?
Why do you Keir Stalin?
Oh, I joke. I'm joking. I think it's really funny to think that like this like very conservative Labour Party is somehow Stalinist.
I think there's something about Keir Starmer's name that's just very funny to say wrong.
I like Kid Starmer more. But he's like, look, I'm a big Corbyn head, so you know.
Yeah, big up Jeremy Corbyn.
Yeah, I love Corbyn. I think he's too soft, unfortunately, just like Bernie Sanders was. But you know, I will always have respect for people who are consistently been on the right side of history.
Wait, what do you mean too soft?
Jeremy Corbyn?
Yeah, or Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders was far too conciliatory to the Democratic Party. Like, far too conciliatory. No, that makes sense. I get where he was coming from. I don't agree with it, but I understand where he was coming from. He's an old man. He thinks like if he becomes a junior partner in a coalition. What's up? Yeah.
Wow, you're so tall.
Hey, good eye. You caught him before I did.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, my man.
Usually I'm pretty quick at that.
Oh, nice to meet you. Have a good one.
Many Chinese friends like you.
Oh, hell yeah. Dude, I gotta make inroads in Bilibili.
Yes, of course.
I'm trying.
Okay. Very good luck. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Never mind. I'm not gonna say that.
No, he said he's Chinese. And I got a lot of mileage in Chinese Twitter.
Oh hell yeah! What's Chinese Twitter?
Wait,
no, Bilibili.
Oh,
Bilibili.
Bilibili.
No, I'm kidding. He didn't say that. I wish.
Yeah.
That's that.
Fear and Billy.
My dream is to become a
Chinese influencer.
Do you guys know what a white monkey is?
Huh?
That's what I say.
In China, and they kind of use it, I guess not really in Japan, but in China they have a concept called white monkey. One of my friends was one for Riot back in the day when he used to work at Riot.
Wait, who?
Wow.
Oh.
Where you get put into meetings that you're not supposed to in like a Chinese company because you're white. And they're like, see, we have a white guy. Like, this gives us more respect and authority.
I was teaching English in China this summer.
Oh, you were?
I was in a
Tim Waltz.
I was in a tier 3 Tim Waltz, exactly.
Yeah.
I was in a tier 3 city, and I don't know how it works in the US. In the UK, you have a concept of like Mayfair girls. So they'll like let people in for free. They give them free drinks all night, and they put them on their Instagram or their WeChats. They're like, look, we're cool. And I was in this city that was so shit and so like irrelevant. They would like film me and my like. One of them was a girl, so they would be like. They literally like posted on their social media. Look, we have an exotic white, blue-eyed lady, a beautiful lady, shipped in from England. She is here now, and they were like posting that on their fucking social media to like increase their publicity.
Yeah,
it's fucking crazy.
That's my dream. I want to be like my man Ben Norton.
It's time, Hasan. Let's go.
The kids that I was teaching, right? So I was like, fucking bored. Just draw a picture. They fucking draw this Chinese soldier on top of Japanese corpses.
They hate Japanese
and
people.
When I said, I taught them a debate camp given the union, and I said, okay, give me a motion like this house would. The first thing they say, this house would drop another atomic bomb on China. I was like, fuck, no. This is a 9-year-old, by the way. I'm like, no, something else. And then a 10-year-old student says, this house believes Japan is a Chinese island. These are 9 and 10-year-olds that I was teaching. They're fucking crazy.
Okay. I mean, look, listen, Japanese colonialism was pretty fucking ruthless. I get why they still carry on a lot of resentment. It makes sense. They don't even acknowledge it, by the way. I love Japan. I'm a massive weeb. The fact that they don't even fucking acknowledge any of that is crazy.
The Yasukuni Shrine, where there's like fucking... They didn't like do any... I'm not even going to say live stream what they did, but they just horrible war criminals.
Yeah.
It's like
well, I mean,
like the position of honor in the Yasukuni Shrine.
Okay, but that's America. Like, we came in and we're like, if you give us all the data, the very important like biological and chemical warfare information from Unit 731, Unit 731, like unethical experiments, and we could use those later down.
It smells so good. Sorry.
You'll be fine. We'll give you back your power. You won't get prosecuted.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We gotta head out soon.
Yeah, we gotta head out soon.
Before you do, can I ask? You're coming to Cambridge and the Union, which I think is such an echo-chamber place, and like I think it's something that really needs to be acknowledged. Like the fact we are at the most like privileged uni in the country. At least
no, that's awesome.
Yeah. Second, sorry.
Yeah, Oxford's the most privileged.
But like the difference between like streaming and like going to an audience of everyone versus coming to the Union, whereas people who have paid for a membership, gotten into one of the most prestigious unis, has like such a disproportionately high like private school. Like how does that feel? Like how can you? Would you go to like a regular university? A university that's not if they like offered you to?
Yeah, I mean, I don't usually go to any universities at all. This started with like USC because the professor was a big fan of mine.
This is the second one.
This is my second ever like college, like any university tour that I've done. But yeah, of course. I mean, I went to a state school. I did not go to a wealthy school, and I have no problems with that at all. I think it's. I mean, I will go to regular protests. Like that's usually what I do for the most part. Like when I went to the DNC, the first day we went to the pro-Palestinian demonstrations outside of DNC, or in Australia we went to a Palestinian demonstration in Australia. Like I don't have a problem meeting people where they're at. I much prefer it actually. When you go to a Cambridge Union, that's when you get a lot of people who hate me. For me, it's like I'm going into the beehive.
Like more recognizable spots.
And it makes sense. Like I get it. If you come from like a relatively wealthy family and you come from a relatively prestigious family, go to a prestigious institution of higher learning, you're going to develop certain resentments and develop certain attitudes that are entirely against the way I view the world. and then you're gonna come across like that one last guy who was like, "You're rich, but a socialist." I wanted to be like, "Get your money up, dog. Why are you complaining?" Like.
How's it going, bro?
It's good. Hey, what's good, my man?
Yeah, good. How are you?
How you doing?
Good.
You want to take a photo?
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Do you have a phone?
Want me to scoot over?
No, it's fine. What do you mean? Hey, get over here. You gotta come down here.
Cheers. Yeah, man.
Nice to meet you.
Can you sign my lighter?
Oh, you want me to sign your lighter? Okay. Here you go.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, mate. Yeah.
Have a good one.
Yeah, looks good. Live.
What happened? Did the camera fall?
Yeah, but it looks like it's good. You're totally fine. Honestly, not a great spot for it to be in. You're good. Chad, are we alive?
Ouch. R.I.P. Camera down. No, I think it's fine.
Let's see.
We're out of focus.
Sony builds these things pretty sturdy. Yo, shout out Japanese excellence. Sony cameras.
Respect. Oh, hi.
Sony cameras, Sony lenses.
What's up?
Any cracks on the screen? No, we're good. It sounded bad.
No, it's all good.
I heard like a crack. I saw it. I was like, it's okay.
Oh yeah, we just.
Hasan will just pay for another one. No, it was not you.
No, it's all good. Don't worry about it.
I'm Kurdish and I appreciate
Focus. Oh, it's out of focus.
Yeah.
I got you.
I was going to speak Turkish with you when I first I thought it would leave a better impression.
Fuck.
But yeah.
No problem. Nice to see you again.
It's raining now.
Have a good one, guys.
I just need to go under the awning.
What's wrong?
It just rained.
Oh, is it raining?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I can hold it.
No.
We can put on the table.
What was the question?
Are you guys going for food or back to London?
Going to like other units?
Back to London.
You guys want food before you go?
Takeaway on the way.
There's one final cultural tradition.
Give him the mic.
To show you guys.
Who has the mic? Oh.
I know.
Here you go.
Do you ever feel like when you're coming to different unis, so you came to Cambridge, and to be fair, all the people here came to see you, but they already know about you, and if they know about you, they already know about your message about Gaza and Palestine. Don't you feel like it would be more beneficial if you went to random places like other unis, where people aren't expecting you, to spread the message even further?
If people invite me, then I would go. But it depends. It depends on like the time I have. Because I stream every day. And I have to, like, there's an opportunity cost to it. Like how much bandwidth I have, how much time I have. That's why I did Cambridge, because I was going to do Oxford anyway. And then when Cambridge asked, I was like, oh yeah, of course. So that's just the way I view it, where I want to... Oh, my mom is calling me. I wanted to... I don't mind going in front of larger audiences that are unfamiliar with me. That's why I do like mainstream media appearances and stuff too. So yeah, I think it's relatively productive. For sure. What are you talking about? Kebab?
Kebab. We can take you to the best. We can take you to the best kebab spot in the whole of Cambridge. Gardy's. It's heavenly. They make their chili sauce fresh every day.
Let me see what my mom is saying, and then maybe.
Okay, no worries.
Are you talking about kebabs?
I'm so hungry.
There's not a single kebab spot worthy of that title.
Fucking God, don't even lie.
God, it sounds too like...
In the South, wait, are we in the South right now?
We are in the South. Thank you.
Is this the South?
This is the South.
Not the South in the UK, not like the South. When I heard South, I thought you meant America. I was like,
good food too.
I'm sure. No, I don't doubt that. I think the UK lit South divide quite.
Yeah, it's the opposite.
Chili, where are you from?
The northern enclaves are the labor enclaves, no? Like, or formerly.
Gravy and like down now back.
They are very similar to the South in that regard.
Fucking people in Lancashire call bread rolls.
What did you say? What did you say? The North is comprised of a lot of like working class backgrounds that are now that.
The South, I think, is a very distinctive, the American South, the politics of it.
It didn't used to be. It didn't used to be. It used to be like West Virginia was a workers' enclave. Like West Virginia had mines and union.
Yeah, I mean that's.
Wait, really? What's up? You want to take a photo? All right, let's do it.
Would you like me to hold the camera?
There's 30 cameras.
What happened?
Somebody walked by and knocked it off.
Did it break the lens, you think?
No, I honestly feel like it should be getting paid for that.
Seems to be fine.
I think the autofocus is a bit slower than it usually is.
Alright.
We had such a terrible photo.
Let me see.
I want to prop the camera back on, but it's raining now.
I was so cropped out with it. I just like
Someone said I'm guilty, and I was like, you know what?
It's time to focus. You need to find all these.
No one's texting me saying, I'm honored that you used my parts of my speech.
Convincing.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
You're not offended if you want to leave.
No. I'm gonna see. I think after this beer we can go grab the kebabs. Yeah. I think that's a good way to. That's a good note to wrap it on. I would keep going. It's just like I don't know how long I can stay here with the car. Who's like waiting for us? Where are you at?
3%.
Oh yeah. Wait. Oh, I have a
portable charger.
No, but I have a iPhone cable.
That doesn't help me.
Why?
You have a USB-C?
You have a USB-C charger?
What are you, iPhone 14, bro? That's two
I don't
iPhones
fucking
ago,
know.
man.
I don't know.
We got rid of that shit a long time ago.
You're too fucking rich, bro.
Bro said I have a lightning cable.
You're too rich. You're too rich. It's unsustainable. It's fucked up. You should never give workers too much power. It's fucked up. Yeah, I hate it.
That's gonna get clipped.
Yeah, no, clip it. This motherfucker will go to Japan for 2 weeks. It's much better when workers are hungry and starving and do not have the allotment to go to Japan for 2 weeks and get a new iPhone.
And get the new iPhone. Specifically the new iPhone.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Would you like me to take it?
You work with that?
Oh, it's nice to meet you. I'm Rafi.
So many cameras.
It's British culture.
I can go home and get an umbrella if you want.
It is pretty funny though. Like, alternately, a lot of those arguments always reduce to like, why don't you advocate for the rich? You're rich, and it's like, what do you want me to do? Like,
give me more money.
Like, it makes no sense.
Hello.
What's going on, man?
Good. How are you?
I love your jacket.
Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you.
Yours is quite nice as well.
Oh, thank you.
How did it go?
It went great. Swimmingly.
Did you hear about the occupation?
Oh, the campus encampments? Yeah, I did.
There's another one up right now in the financial center of the university.
Oh, wow. Okay. The discussion.
Any upset people?
Oh yeah, there were a lot of people who were mad.
Sorry, chat. How long?
What's wrong?
Nothing. I'm gonna plug my phone into the camera charger.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
The camera's at 100%.
So many good things about themselves.
You were so lucky to have me.
Yeah, I wish I could have seen it.
The camera's USB-C. Yeah, don't let me hear phone. Good catch.
You are fucking out of your dang mind, okay?
I had it too.
Dropping, it might have fucked up the autofocus.
Wait, is it fucked up the audio? I've only had beer to eat, chat. You're right. That's right. But it's a vegetable.
Not only that, but it's a 2-hour ride back home. We need beer.
I know.
Whoa,
oh
we're
my
gonna get
god.
Gardies. It's the best kebab in Cambridge.
All right, I'm down. I'm
Let's
down to
get
do
it,
that. We're getting a proper Cambridge introduction here.
You guys are basically locals.
Yeah, I like that.
Plus, I can't prop this camera up anywhere anymore, so I might as well walk because I got a handheld.
I will say this: it's a lot better than Birmingham.
That's not hard. That's not hard.
Not saying much. It's not saying much, but I've seen Birmingham, I've seen Brighton, and I've been all around London, and Cambridge is very nice.
Brighton was gay capital of Britain.
Yeah, I just there's something about like an island, or not an island, but like a beach town that does not have any remote beach vibes whatsoever. That fucks me up. Like it's crazy.
I'm from one of those tiny kind of towns, Morecambe. It's like a notorious shithole. And essentially, the reason why that happens, I think, no offense, but a lot of Americans come to England not understanding social class dynamics, and they're like,
Yeah.
Also, basically, the reason why that happens is because of advances in technology that happen. Most working class people used to just go to the coast in England to go on holiday, so there's loads of tourist revenue that happens. And then, when more and more people can commercially fly on airplanes and they don't have to be like upper class or wealthy, then those towns are left desolate with no funding or money from the government, so then they become shitholes. And they become
Okay, to be fair, not being relegated to the British Islands as your only travel destination is not the worst thing.
I agree, but
What is this?
A message for a friend of mine.
What did you say? Who would win oiled up twerking, Lennon or Mao? Chris. Please. Yeah, I think Lennon would win.
The oldest pub in Cambridge. Follow the Pickerel Inn on Instagram. It's a lovely local pub. Hard-working people work here. So follow the Pickerel.
The pickle.
No, the Pickerel.
Pickerel.
Inn.
Oh, the pickerel. Alright, let's boogie, yeah?
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, careful.
It's a Muslim culture or something, and so we used to come take fights with
It's coming up.
Yeah. He's coming. Football's coming up. Oh shit.
No.
What is this?
Oh, let's have.
Oh, I can't have a third one. I'll die.
We'll go halves.
Oh, thank
We'll
you.
go halves, son.
Thank you.
Between the two of us, this is nothing.
You're a fucking alcoholic, bro.
Between the two of us, this is
crackhead.
nothing.
My friend says, Alessia,
I'm just
please,
when
I
in
see you
Rome,
on a
bro.
stream. Can I get a 10-second video? This is Lily Anderson.
What do you
She's
want?
She's all the way in some shit fucking place in Germany on a fucking shit year abroad, doing her shit fucking fake degree.
Hi, Lily
That's
Anderson.
so funny. You're literally on a FaceTime right now. It's amazing.
I don't know. Hi, I can't hear you. It's very loud in this crowded pub.
That's so funny. Holy shit.
I'm sorry, chat.
Okay.
Is he on call with
Yeah, he's literally on call right now. Kind of beast, honestly.
Nice to meet you.
Oh my god, you have another one. There's no way. There's two.
Okay, I'm gonna give you back to your friend.
It's a video meeting.
Hello, hi.
Dude, that's
Hi.
so
Who's
fucking
currently in the
funny.
theater.
Nice to meet you. Keep up the good work in the theater.
Good work.
Okay. All right. Have a good one.
It's a fan meet, dude.
Oh, yeah, I know. I mean, that's what everything turns into.
Are all of the IRL streams like this?
Yeah, it's worse than this normally.
Yeah, I was telling you, I was like, it's usually a lot worse.
Look. These guys are...
In what sense?
No, we get mobbed pretty quickly. Normally, it just depends.
Holy shit, maybe not.
That guy goes to
Yeah, no.
he goes to my college.
There's I mean, I don't mind it. I look. if I was going to Cambridge University and like, I don't know, someone that I really appreciate
I went to pull that
randomly
shit up
showed up
university.
on the street, I'd fucking freak out. I'd be like, oh my God, I'm gonna go find him. You know what I mean? I get it. I understand it.
Time where it sort of happened for the first time, and you were like,
Many, many years ago. At this point, it's like it's just a thing that happens.
There you go. That works.
That's a big set.
Well, yeah, we need to finish it. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Creative.
So we get a good angle of you down here. That's essentially right.
Don't worry, it's not going to be a problem for you at Oxford.
I think we need to do
I thought you were becoming a lawyer in Singapore.
we need to do a. Do you have it in America? We love to drink with Hasan.
Ooh, Oxford, Cambridge.
When we drink with Hasan, he gets
Right,
done.
pull that shit up university. Anybody got a degree?
Oh, no, hell no.
That's what
I'll
I
die. I'll die. Wait, this is not charging, by the way. It's at 38%.
That's because the battery died.
Oh, it did. Wait, put it on the other battery then.
Yeah, the battery did die. I will
I
swap
would die.
it.
I'm sorry. I'm a 33-year-old man. I don't do peer pressure anymore. I used to. Yeah. What's up?
I was wondering if you were staying in the UK.
Yeah, I'm staying in London. It is a
You went
trek.
tonight?
Yeah. It's a trek. It's a 2-hour car ride. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
what's up with that?
Yeah,
why
do they put
Oh, it is.
Yeah, why'd they do that?
I mean, it depends then where you're going in London. But
Yeah,
like,
no.
being-
From where we're at, I think the train was like comparable to a car ride. So we just, because I love trains. Any opportunity to get on a train, I'm there. And even though, yeah, I've been on a train in England. Yeah. I mean, look, I've heard that it used to be better, and it's no longer as good. Shouts out to Margaret Thatcher.
They're renationalising them. They announced it the other day.
Well, they're trying to water down the nationalization.
Yeah. I feel like it's not.
It could be better.
Why is this not working?
Yeah, privatization is pretty bad.
Especially for trains.
Yeah.
It does not work on rails.
At least you guys had it at a certain point in your history. America never really had it.
I couldn't living in LA, driving everywhere. Well, you have some trains.
No, we don't.
Bro, we have nothing. Like we have no public. It's really fucked up. Like we have Los Angeles is an anti-public transit city. Like
I'll say this.
They used to have a tram system, and they destroyed it at the behest of cars.
It looks dystopian. 18 lanes of just...
I'll say this. I was born and raised Los Angeles. All my family is there. Every friend that I've ever known is there. I don't know a single person in my life that takes the train. A single person.
That's what Roger Rabbit's about. Actually, like when the car, what is it called? The car people came together, like fuck the car.
Yeah. No, they destroyed. They had an active tram system in LA, and they basically bought it out and destroyed it. And that's kind of what Elon Musk did with the boring shit, where we had a high-speed rail system that was like being implemented. It's cost like hundreds of billions of dollars at this point, and it's been held back over and over again in California.
So he can do his cars on wheels.
And Elon Musk came in and basically tanked the project in its entirety, and said, "Oh, we're gonna do boring tunnels for Tesla cars."
Anybody from LA in
God,
chat
I hate
saying
America.
Metrolink slander is coping so hard.
What?
There's some fucking LA heads in the chat being like, "This is Metrolink slander." You guys are coping so fucking hard.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, San Francisco has like somewhat decent public transit internally, but everywhere else in Los Angeles is dog shit.
Have you done the London Underground?
I've been in the London Metro. Like I've been in the. I've taken public transit in London before, and in England in general. It's great. I mean, it's great if you're. It's kind of like drinking sewage water if you're stuck in the desert for like.
Do you know which tube lines you're on?
Where have you been?
Yeah.
There are differences. It's a big difference.
I have no idea.
There's a tier list.
I have a question. How the hell is LA gonna do the fucking like the Olympics?
The Olympics, oh my god. Oh my god. Well, first of all, we're gonna kill every homeless person, which is what like they're doing right now. Gavin Newsom is doing that right now. And then secondly, we're gonna have like a somewhat of a fake public transit structure. I love that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, let's do it right
If you
now.
have a phone, I'll take it.
She has a band mail podcast shirt. I agree.
You run a podcast. Don't say that.
Except for your podcast.
No, we're not a male podcast. We have a gay guy and a woman.
That's true. That's true.
So it's not a full one.
Is a song missing?
Thank you so much.
No, we're filming on Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's Cambridge been treating you?
It's fantastic, except for the rain. I didn't realize it was raining. And that sucks, but what are you going to do? Thanks very much.
I'm flying back on Friday.
Have a good one. You want a photo? Nice to meet you guys.
What? I don't even. Is that English? I don't know what the fuck you just said.
His fishing license.
Milton Keynes.
Yo!
What is that?
Wait, can I show this? Not the license number, but chat. Okay, wait, do you have a pen?
From Essex. Essex.
You know Essex.
This guy?
I know Essex.
Wait, hold on, show this. This guy wants me to sign his fishing license. There's a thing, it's a fishing license.
Dude,
fucking hell,
so
mate.
sick.
All right, don't show it.
The only thing I'm doing is I'm visiting the Ministry of Sound, the club in London, Ministry of Sound.
Now when people ask, you got a license for that, mate.
Speaking of Charlie
You're gonna
XCX,
be like,
my
I do,
fiance, her husband,
actually.
George Daniel,
Yeah, nice
is
to meet you guys.
DJing
You want a
somewhere in
photo?
London tomorrow night, so I'm gonna go see that.
let's do it.
Without
All right,
him,
let's do it.
obviously. I know how to have fun.
Where's
You
your
guys know how to have fun. I'm gonna go see George London
Oscar,
in
get your fucking ass
George
here.
Daniel in London.
Take us to
Same thing, dude.
How come you're in the UK?
I'm here
Wait.
for the Cambridge Union, and then I'm going to be going to the less
Shout out to George
less
Daniel.
exciting Oxford Union as well.
Fuck Oxford.
Yeah.
Have you been told about the falling apart, the Oxford Union?
What's up?
Have you been told about how the Oxford Union's falling apart?
I have seen the Yosef Haddad situation.
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna empty stomach in 3 beers
The
deep.
committee is falling apart.
Oh, I didn't know that. I don't know the drama.
No, it's insane.
Yeah, I gotta pee real quick, and then we'll do kebabs.
So loud.
March, you are drunk, dude.
No, I'm not.
How are you gonna hold this fucking camera?
I'll be fine.
By the way, the US says that
I mean, he's not here right now. Does he know that? They're very frank about
Yes, he does now. Oh, it is like raining now. I don't know how I'm gonna. We don't have like a camera cover. We don't have an umbrella. I don't know what's gonna happen. This camera might be cooked, guys. Chat. I've had 2.5 pints, man. You underestimate Billy Ray brains. Come on. You came to the UK and did a pleasure. Dude, I missed Salute last night. Evo.
I love when you guys are really staring me in the
Exactly.
21x Pivo combo. What's up, guys? You're egging me on really hard. I'm having it with March.
we like to drink with
March, it's my mate. And when we drink with March, we get it done in 8, 7, 6, 5.
Hasan's gonna be real.
You have to drink it.
7,
3, 2, 1.
No!
Fair enough. I've heard that once before. Was I supposed to finish it?
Yeah.
I'm leaving some for Hasan.
What's Chuck saying?
We always I love it. They did. You missed it. No. I didn't want to. I swear to God, I didn't want to. They
did the song you had to.
They did the song I had to. You left me alone with them, Hasan. You left me alone with English people.
You're a fucking animal.
Yeah. I did all the heavy lifting.
Come on, guys. I'm a big boy.
All right.
Hasan, we're kind of cooked.
Why?
I don't know how to get the camera through this rain. We don't have an umbrella.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Don't say, oh yeah, Haas.
So, right, the thing is...
Haas what? Bro said, oh yeah. Yeah, I know.
Does nobody have an umbrella?
Is the stream have to end?
No, the stream does not have to end.
What?
I'll just cover them. How far is it?
It's a bit of a wall. Well, it's like 20 minutes.
Wall.
It's like 20 minutes.
No. It's like
10 minutes.
No, it's 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
It's 5 minutes.
Okay, there's worlds apart from 20 minutes and 5 minutes.
I feel like it's 7.
It's not.
If we go
have a good kebab.
Yeah, of course. Amateur knowledge of
No, you're not doing that.
Because I also want an umbrella.
Of course, no problem.
How far are you from your place?
And my place is on the way. It's like 3 minutes. It's in between here and like.
Thank you very much. It's not often that people are told.
I'm sure with that.
Yeah.
Also, Hasan, Loki, the backpack might be cooked too.
Why?
Because there's electronics exposed.
It's fine. It's not raining
Yeah,
that
it's
bad.
fine. All right, carry this. Fuck it. We'll limit the test. We'll limit the test.
Let's do it.
If they don't want the easy ones, they go on mine.
I don't like how they cornered me like that. They started singing the song, and there were so many of them. Hasan, they started singing the song, and there were so many of them.
Wait. Oh,
they did the 5, 6. They did the countdown.
Drunk. You're a drunk ass, dude.
I didn't want to.
You're a drunkard.
I didn't want to. I swear, it's on camera. They fucking made me.
Oh, I do. Oh my god. Good call, guys. Holy shit.
I can cover.
I'm a drunkard too, March.
Yeah. I can cover this.
If you want a whole coat, I can.
No.
Oops, sorry.
It low-key is. No, it's not. If I just like turn left.
It's coming from here.
This is a good setup, I think.
Yeah. This is good. The rain is coming from this angle. I'm covering it. We're good. It might.
What day is it of the week? What is it, Wednesday night?
Oh.
March, get out of the road.
I'm trying to fucking film you, mate.
You're gonna fucking die, brother.
Can I tell them to follow me on TikTok?
Sure.
Can you follow me on TikTok? Blonde Praxis. Thank you.
God damn it. We should go back to London.
Can you follow me on Instagram? It's not public.
Me? Well, I don't know about that.
Okay, sorry, chat. You're getting you're getting coat camera. I'm covering you from the water. It's for your own good, chat. It's for your own good.
It'll be worth it when we get the kebab.
Yeah.
Does the kebab have an awning of some sort?
It's inside.
Yeah, it's inside.
Oh, great.
Looking like a vampire.
Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to do my fucking job, okay?
All the kebabs will be coming out of your pay.
He's got too much money. It doesn't matter.
You're welcome to share if it's a problem.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe in that socialism shit.
That was bollocks. Get that out of here.
It's so dope to have people that you work alongside that have that financial stability though, because I don't stress it at all. I can just be like, yo, buy this, and he'll do it.
I did buy a round for the group.
Yeah.
Also, dude, I swear to God, the IRL,
Ooh, it's cold, man. Holy shit, my hands are fucking freezing.
The live view's gonna die any second.
Wait,
it's
really?
It's gonna short circuit, bro. It's getting wet.
It's fine.
If I turn down the street here, I can get my umbrella.
At any moment. Maybe over this part of electronic right here. It's pretty important.
I'll turn here.
Are you sure you don't want a full coat over it?
I think I got it with mine. Feels dry enough.
Dry enough. When it's electronics, that's fine.
Why is the country like this, man?
We'll meet you guys there.
Is it always like this?
Yes.
That's how we live.
We don't even get snow.
Dude, this is why it makes sense why they colonized the fucking planet, dude. It makes sense. I wouldn't want to live here either. I'd be, give me a tropical destination. I'm ready. Spices. You cannot say that with a straight face.
We're good.
You're not been electrocuted yet.
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the stream dying.
Yeah.
Chat's still
Not
chatting.
great.
Oh shit, I almost ate it. Holy fuck. I was an inch away from eating it on camera. Holy
That's a
fuck.
true, proper Brexit bloke right there. Not even rocking a jacket or anything. He's just raw dogging the weather. That's crazy.
Sorry, Chad. I'm wiping off the fucking water. It's cooked. It's so cooked.
I feel like the sun is too much for me. I'm accustomed to this.
Oh, trust me.
I'm like a
Once you
snail.
get acclimated, you'll be like, this is the greatest.
Yeah, probably.
I never want anything else.
If I'm being honest.
That's how I feel.
Yeah.
You guys had 5 minutes. You guys are fucking liars.
Yeah, this is 5 minutes now.
It would have been 5 minutes.
It is.
Are we halfway? Are we halfway?
We are past halfway. We're going to go down there. We're going to turn left eventually. And we'll be in there.
Back in the coat, Chad. Back in the
This
coat.
kebab must be fucking dank.
So they've got like in photos in there. They'll take a photo. We could get a photo taken and put it on the wall. The walls are covered in photos of students.
Nice.
After like nights out. Like post.
What's the who owns it?
Who owns it? I think it's a family business.
Yeah, but like, are they Turkish? Are they Arab?
I want to say they're Greek.
What? You're taking me to a fucking gyro place, bro?
Dude,
I'm gonna kill myself in a video game.
Dude.
I can't. I'll have to confirm that. I have to confirm that.
Bro, no fucking. What's the name of the place?
Hasan.
It's Gardenia's.
Oh my god, it probably is Greek. Oh my god. This is the
Hasan,
worst day of my life.
We're in the middle of fucking.
Sorry, guys.
We're in the boonies of the UK. What did you expect?
Oh my god, we're about to have Greek kebab. Oh my god, Stavros.
Don't let Stavros.
Stavros is gonna never let me live this down.
No narcs in chat. This never leaves this broadcast, okay?
This is fucking devastating. We're doing it in front of 30,000 people. Fuck.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get.
Oh god.
This is an iconic Cambridge spot, even if it may be
Greek?
nationally wrong.
So, do they have
Look,
pork?
It's the UK.
Pork.
Yeah.
I thought they. No, I didn't.
Do they have pork product? Maybe they're not Greek then.
Anti-white
Maybe they're not
racism,
Greek.
that's
If
my
they don't have pork
bad.
product, they're probably not Greek.
My bad, y'all. A little jokey joke.
We're about to find out.
We're about
Quick.
to have fun around here.
What's up?
look
You want to
up.
take a photo? All right.
Let me check if we're even live. I might just be speaking to the ether right now.
Good one.
Oh, an awning. Holy shit.
I don't eat any seafood.
And Chinese.
Wait, balık fish chips? This guy's Turkish. Oh, they're Turkish.
Read up there. Read
No,
up there.
no, this. They sell it as Greek, but I think.
I'm so sorry.
Have the
What's up?
Do you like doner or chicken?
No, I'm gonna get. Well, I don't know. Where are you guys from originally? It depends. Are you Turkish or Greek?
Both of them.
No, both of them. No. What are you? Oh, you're from. Okay, that's fine.
Hey, that passes.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Thank God.
That passes the
I got
smell check.
worried. Because it says bullock outside. It says fish and chips, but in Turkish. That's why I was like, maybe they're Turkish. Don't say that. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You're right. It's cool. What's going on? What are we gonna get?
Whatever
what do
you
you guys
order.
want?
Whatever you order.
You can just get this for yourself.
Okay.
Whatever you order, get me one too.
Which one do you prefer, chicken or?
Chicken souvlaki is very nice.
Chicken souvlaki.
That's burrito.
Okay, I mean, it is what it is.
Get me the lamb. I don't.
Starving. Oh, they got baklava too. God damn.
Give me the lamb. I don't fuck with you.
Wait. Do they have lamb? Do you have lamb? Yes. Okay, let's get two lamb souvlakis then. Large, and then whatever they want. I got whatever they want. I'll get it.
Sure?
Yeah.
Any drinks?
He's sparkling.
Do you have Pepsi?
All right. You know the stream is
Coca-Cola?
still
No, I'm
live.
good. It's, I'll just add water.
We haven't short circuited.
No, that's fine.
We're good.
Doner and chicken.
Together?
Yeah, I'm paying for everyone.
Doner and chicken mixed.
What's your regular?
Regular, please, regular.
You know what? Can I change my lamb souvlaki to chicken? You said chicken is the
Such
best,
a
right?
traitor, bro.
Yeah, give me the chicken.
Clark, fucking delicious, bro.
No, he wants a lamb still.
So one chicken, one lamb.
One
Yes.
chicken, one lamb, yeah.
Chips or salad?
Chips.
For you, chips or salad?
Chips.
Chips.
Sorry, fries.
Fries. One chicken mix with chips.
Vibe check.
That looks good.
You want to try some?
Is it good? I'm about to get
It's
it.
alright, it's not bad.
We can move down this way. Oh no, actually, you probably say.
No, I'm gonna pay. Yeah, they're all. I got them all.
Champagne socialist, you got champagne socialist over here.
Can I get a mixed kebab? Just regular, please.
Oh,
Wait, this Cuban
I can afford to fucking pay for 8 people. Must be nice.
What are they talking shit about?
No, I'm just fucking with you.
What do you mean? Salad on the kebab? More salad. I can get you more salad. Can I get chips?
You claim you're a socialist, but you bought 8 kebabs for college students.
Can I get a regular
Curious.
chips cheese? Fancy.
Yes, please.
Can I get the lamb kebab?
Thank you so much.
Regular.
Chips or salad?
Neither.
Chips or salad?
Chips.
Chips.
Can I get cheese and chips?
Regular lunch.
Do you want something to drink?
Can I just get some water, please?
Who are you?
Yeah, where are you guys?
You can get those 2 as well. No, I got it. Go ahead. Go.
Can I just get like falafel? Sorry? With pizza. You didn't have to.
No, it's all
By the way,
good.
thanks for sending book earlier. I just now popped in because I caught you on the stairs. See if you'll be okay with
Oh,
nothing at the
Mr.
hotel.
Moneybags.
Yeah, we can do that.
Alright. No, not doing
Out the back. I had a history.
All right.
Thanks for distributing.
The son is drunk. He's trying to hide it, but I can tell. You're parasocialist, and Mod's ban that guy. Also, anybody who says that I'm drunk, ban them as well. Anybody who says I'm a lightweight and can't hang, ban them.
It's true though. You want people to be banned for the truth? Speaking truth about? Oh no, I was talking to him.
Ban any
The
non-believers.
souvlaki comes with what? Like, is a wrap? Is it a pita or no?
And chips or salad?
Okay, but what do you put in the souvlaki? Like, do you put like jajuk or anything, tzatziki or anything like that?
The son's really hitting them with the, that's not how we
great.
do it.
Great.
Oh, Authentico.
Or did I get a discount?
Don't worry about it.
I'm reading all of you right now, chat. You think I don't see this shit? I'm really reading you right now.
Yeah. Square.
Wait, I'm a mod. Talk shit right now. I dare you. Say something.
No problem.
Catch these hands.
What's up?
Nothing. Hey, what's up, man? Hey, this is great.
The natural drop of Wales.
Yeah, you need that. Not me, though.
You want the garlic mayo in a pot for chili sauce?
It is a criminal offense to buy alcohol on behalf of a child. You could face a $5,000 fine.
5,000 pounds.
5,000 pound. Quid. 5,000 quid pound. 5,000 quid pawn.
Oh, we could drive back to the UK.
It's just 2 hours. You'll
or
sleep.
London, I mean.
Yeah, you fall asleep. It's gonna be 2 hours, little bro. You'll be all right.
Nah, I'm going out tonight.
Shut the fuck up. No, you're not. Are you really?
No,
Consequence of Sound?
I could.
You're such a freak, dude.
Well, I mean, Oxford doesn't let us stream, so I guess I'm not busy anymore.
Chat, what a night.
They're having a great
What a day, what a night.
Chat's having a great time. This is a one-off special.
You clocked the blonde dude on the right.
I know.
That's funny.
Yeah. I didn't tell Chat this, but I clocked him so hard that about 10 minutes before he spoke and asked the question, I took a picture of him.
He sat behind me and was asking about why won't you debate Destiny law? Oh no.
You know how I clocked him?
Why?
Is during your initial speech, you said just something like, and I saw the eye roll, and then I was like immediately like, oh.
Yeah. Where's the trash? Is there trash anywhere here? Oh, there's right there.
Seriously?
In Japan, we don't need trash cans.
Got to get the chili sauce. It's fresh made every day. It's the best.
Okay, I believe you. They have a bunch of sauces. I feel like we ordered everything in the store, so it's gonna be quite some time until we get it.
Did you know in Japan the streets don't have trash cans?
What? Yes, I do know. Thanks. Thanks.
In Nippon desu. And yet the streets are so clean. Explain that.
Because they have better culture. They pick their trash up.
Curious.
My hands are so cold,
Dude,
Chad.
okay, it's not just me, right? Like,
they're so fucking cold that
I mean,
like
I can see
you
your
my breath.
Why, yeah,
it's
why?
unacceptable. Oh, there was a Bloomberg article that came out about the adpocalypse. Chat.
Don't do coverage right now, man. You're doing coverage right now?
No, I'm not, but I see that all the normal heads are out.
Yeah, it's like 2 p.m. in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
It's 1:30 p.m. in LA.
Nice.
So yeah, hey, get to it. Do politics. Do politics, politics, man.
Exactly.
Give us coverage. Chat, start linking him videos.
You know what's crazy? Because up until today, I was like, anything like Tilly Middle, I said on she studies really hard.
So cold.
I know, it's all she's full of shit. All her opinions, rubbish.
Alright, who got a hero?
Oh, that might be me?
Yeah, I think so.
That might be me. I'm free.
I don't know. Did you guys ask? Did either of you guys ask for a lamb hero?
No.
No.
I'm gonna give you donut and chicken mix.
I think you take it.
I asked for donut and chicken mix. I mean, I can take that. I don't mind. But
Just chilling. Just chilling.
I'm not trying
Can I get hummus and sweet chili, please?
Any harissa enjoyers?
That girl that jump scared me was crazy, dude.
The ghost?
Yeah, while we were talking about ghosts, like she just pulled up.
Was she actually a ghost?
What?
Did she turn the corner and then evaporate?
Yeah, she just came out of nowhere. It was crazy. Oh, I'm so hungry.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you guys a taste test, and then we're gonna wrap this up.
Good call.
Yo, big man, I got the chicken souvlaki, right? Can you put the chili on it too? Thank you. All right, this guy really loves the chili sauce.
This is the mixed.
Yeah.
Dolan chicken.
Oh, that's mixed.
Okay.
Mixed Dolan chicken.
Oh, mixed. Who wanted the mixed chicken? Chicken and what? Chicken and doner.
That looks so good.
This guy fucking loves the chili sauce, bro.
The bar's in hell, let's be real.
Yeah. He's been hyping this shit up nonstop.
I'm Mexican, he's Turkish. You can speak about
he brought
salsas.
the umbrella, by the way, but I mean, we're not even gonna use it. For
It's
long.
fine.
We already got here.
Sorry, I'm very particular about my salsas and spicy sauces, okay? I'm not easily impressed, let's say that.
Well, because no one's
And second cheese and chips. And sauce.
Ooh, they got the garlic mayo though, too. Puro pinche México a la verga. Puro pinche politique.
Falafel and salad.
Oh.
Falafel.
Falafel?
Yep.
With the salad.
No, with rice.
Chad?
One with chips, one with your friend with salad. And your friend with salad.
Did you want the
I didn't want to ask.
Yeah,
You want to take a photo? Yeah, of course.
Because my husband, I hear your voice.
Yeah.
My husband.
You hear this? She says she hears my voice more than her husband's voice.
Wait, you guys were already in here eating though.
Yeah.
We were, yeah. That's crazy.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, likewise.
Good, good man.
That's awesome.
If he's watching me in the house, is it?
Sorry for.
24/7, I wake up.
You don't understand. I hear this. I heard this from my optometrist. I went to get a new prescription for my glasses. My optometrist is like, I recognize your voice. It's because my boyfriend plays you in the house all day long. Yeah. Now they all know you're cooked.
I feel bad. I feel like we barreled in and just ruined your dinner, but.
Can I take this picture of you as well?
Yo,
Hey, can you hold the camera?
We got the marsh heads.
Hassan, can you
We
hold
got
the
marsh
camera
heads in the
quick?
building.
Yeah, someone wants to take a picture of me. Sorry,
What's up?
Hassan, hold on.
Chicken souvlaki? Yeah, hit me with all the sauces.
Yeah, it is.
What do you got?
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah, hit me with all three.
Also, I just want to say, please follow Cambridge Palestine on Instagram. It's
Okay.
got all the stuff happening here.
Wow. All right, hell yeah. Thank you. You hear that, chat? Follow Cambridge Palestine on Instagram. Thank you.
Hey, chat saying W cameraman. Hey, good job, man.
Hey, you know I got you.
For me. Oh, it's lamb.
Chicken.
Someone ordered $1 kilo. $1
How are we feeling?
Oh my God! Wait, somebody.
It's not bad, but
I mean,
I think you have to be quite drunk to enjoy it.
we're in Cambridge, Hasan. Come on now.
so much. I feel like so much British food is reduced to this.
That's like somebody in Cambridge being like, the best burrito you ever had in your fucking life, mate. It's just not going to be true. It just
And then it's
simply
made by a
isn't.
Spanish guy,
Yeah.
like from Spain.
It just simply isn't going to be true.
I'm from so hungry.
Yeah, you also have to realize that you're grading this on a curve because you're starving.
Yeah. British people love their chips, bro.
And you know what? So do I. I fuck with their chips. Why are you hating?
I'm not. Hey, the chili is bomb. You're right.
Probably not. Right, I've got all of this. I've got a lot of food.
Cool, where's mine, man?
I'll have like a bite if it's really going nowhere.
That's for lamb souvlaki, you bougie bitch.
Yeah, we'll share it. Thank you.
And I stand on that.
How are you gonna eat your food when it comes in?
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'll hold the camera. You
I'm gonna eat yours as well. No more Coke, chap. You know my ass will be drinking, guzzling some Coke right now.
Yeah, you haven't asked for a single Diet Coke today. I'm actually...
I even did the unthinkable. I asked for a Diet Pepsi.
Wait, why? Is there... Oh.
Chicken. Pesos.
Can I get
Yes, I'll die.
mayo, please?
Yes, I'll die. Let's get a zoom in.
Pretty good.
Thank you. Wow. Oh, sorry.
I feel like this is literally so much of like British food is reduced to this. It's just like sauces and chips.
Wow. Eat up, chat.
Healthy bit of protein in here though.
Sorry, I need to fucking back up a little bit. My lens isn't wide enough. It's a tight space. Chat, if you're wondering why the camera angles suck right now, it's a tight space, okay?
Wait, did they not give you your lamb souvlaki?
Someone might have eaten it. It's okay. Just give me a bite. I'll eat it.
Want some chips?
That's okay.
Did he not get his lamb? The lamb's... Okay.
I'm just a bougie bitch.
What? Cheese and chips?
Yep.
What?
Can I have garlic mayonnaise, please? Oh, you're so wonderful.
We don't got gunshots here.
Not very common in Cambridge.
I'm at Fitz. So yeah, 25 minutes. There and back. Where are you? I can Uber there and back.
Hey, Hasan.
What's up?
You stream, man.
What chips?
This turned out significantly better than I thought it would.
I fucking knew it. So I was literally talking to someone earlier, and I was like, I think I can speak for both of us, and I think I know how Hasan's mind works. I think we both think this turned out way better than we thought it would.
Yeah.
Verbatim, I said that on stream while you were off camera.
It's because a lot of perverts in the chat say they hate debates, but they love watching me debate. They love it. Especially in public. In front of college students that want to own me.
Chat, stop saying I'm drunk. I'm stone cold sober. I would beat up 2 more pints and then drive.
Cheese and chips.
We're just going to be outside, so it's not like...
Give me my keys right now. I will operate a motor vehicle.
You want to operate one, but, you know, you'd be drunk.
Give this man his keys.
Can I snap the selfie?
Oh yeah, Hasan, can you hold the camera? No, I'm just kidding.
Or whatever, yeah. I will ask Hasan, but like...
No, you're good, you're good.
We took a photo, right?
Okay.
No, we didn't. Sorry.
This is amazing.
Oh, thanks, bro. You know, your main reason why I'm watching, otherwise it would be so boring.
That's what I'm saying. I get that so much, honestly.
It's true.
Sorry. Don't mind.
Like, I can't be in
All right.
this.
Ango's a bit
I have my moment. I don't need it again.
Nice to see you again, my man.
No, like honestly, I said like I love your advocacy. Really valuable.
Hell yeah, thank you.
Merge heads. There's dozens
And I
of us.
come from also one
There's
of the most
dozens
random
of us.
places. I'm Polish Belarusian, like you know.
Oh wow.
You have like. So you have people, you know, who appreciate it hidden in like weird corners of the planet. So there you go. All right, well.
He's the second Polish guy that came up to me tonight.
What? Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
we have right?
We have the entirety of the Polish Socialist Movement here.
You and the guy with the turtleneck.
Probably not wrong. I think we're just like one missing at this point.
No.
No, but yeah, it is a bit sad.
Let me get the chili sauce. Is that the spiciest thing you have? Yeah. Okay, yeah. I'll get that. Can I get the garlic mayo too? Yeah. Yeah, and a little bit on the chips too. Why not? Let's get crazy.
I don't want to be on camera. But I didn't realize you raised so much money for that sign. I just want to say thank you so much.
Oh,
wow.
Hell yeah. Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Wait, what is that? Mayonnaise?
A little garlic mayo. Why not? Get crazy, bro.
Can I get some?
I have no
I
affiliation
want more
to the Middle
chili
East, okay?
and more tzatziki.
I can break the rules and not feel any shame.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm Latino.
It's so good. The chili is fantastic.
I'm from Los Angeles, but I'm Latino.
Thank you.
I'm first generation.
Thank you. I got it right here.
This looks pretty
good.
good.
Bro, he gave me so much chili. Jesus Christ.
Oh, you redosed? You re-upped on it?
I wanted a little bit.
All right, let's see. All right, taste test.
No.
One by everybody knows the rules, chat. Let's go.
Let me try this vloggy. With the garlic sauce too? Oh, there's a fucking lemon in there.
Not bad.
Oh, come on.
We could have live streamed me asking for a
Look. I'm in the UK. The bar's in hell.
Bro,
nothing. No, nothing.
You didn't have to get fucking mayo like that. So disrespectful.
Pardon me, excuse me. That's what I just thank you.
Exactly. You got British people agreeing with your cuisine choices.
Yeah, that's fair. That's true. That's pretty true. Yeah, that's true.
It's like me going to a Mexican restaurant and being like,
that was a lemon. Why was there a lemon?
Oh, I told you that. You didn't hear me? It's like me going to a Mexican restaurant. I mean, like, substitute the sour cream for some mayonnaise, please.
Hey, I get down with mayo, bro.
Don't fucking act like it wouldn't crush your soul a little bit.
No, I mean...
I'm making your ass eat Guzmán y Gomez every day in Japan when we go back. There's a Mexican food chain in Japan.
Started by Australians.
No. An American guy from Chicago. It's ass.
Well, we don't know that. We haven't tried it yet.
You're acting like you want to try it.
What do you guys?
Content.
Okay, guys. What do you make of the 4B movement in South Korea?
Ooh.
And do you think
South Korea mentioned?
Do you think problematic attitudes towards women in East Asia are the reason why perhaps women don't want to have kids?
Yes.
I think it still comes back to how expensive it is, childcare, and how awful it is to be a child in Korea. But yes, I think that the misogyny, the ramped up misogyny, plays a significant role in it. Like, I've looked into Korean misogynists. They're on you guys know how like Nick Fuentes, that Nazi that came out and was like, "Your body, my choice." Oh, ew.
Here you go, chat. Take a bite.
True.
Wait, sorry,
Yeah.
I've missed that one.
He said, "Your body, his choice." That's what he said.
Oh, and you know Destiny. Yeah, and that's real.
Destiny.
I don't think it's true though. But no, that's a video. Yeah, but I argue.
No, he's really he's sucking that dick, but we don't know if it's Nick Fuentes' dick.
You know what? That's okay. Good for him.
Not if it's Nick Fuentes. Fuck him. Wouldn't be the first white nationalist he fucked, but no, like the way he approaches it, where he's like, "Your body, my choice," like that level of like insane, angry misogyny, like that's, I feel like that's the average Korean incel.
You know what's really interesting is that Korean true crime demonstrates the degree of misogyny. Like the amount of secrecy involved between networks and protected ones. It's like American or Western true crime on steroids.
In Japan, they have problems. They have true crime documentaries and then porn, I don't know what they're called, channels, producers will like make half of the...
Look, say what you want, Hasan. I'm eating it.
And then make their own half and then be like an activist.
Say what you fucking want, mate.
Why are we even talking about politics there? It's insane.
I feel bad for saying that.
Who's got one free hand and is beating up this lamb? Me. Don't laugh, man. I'm on the clock, man. Don't laugh.
Yes.
That's crazy.
How many people
What
are
life do you live?
Why?
How could you deal with that? The fact that people will tune in to watch shit British bacon.
Excuse me, the chili is made daily. I can't believe y'all made me eat Greek food, bro.
That's fucked up.
How many people are on?
Like 30K.
28 to 30?
Just watching us eat
Do they fuck with guys?
It's the London and Cambridge.
Someone says, come to County Durham. Why the fuck would he go to that shit place?
Oh no, that's my favorite thing when British people are like, "Oh, come to Birmingham." It's like, no, man. No, I've been there. It's the worst. It's the fucking worst. They have one mall. That's it.
Oh, the Bullring. Oh, it's really raining.
Yeah.
Should we have the car come this way, maybe?
No, we gotta go back. Also, I gotta pee. Do they have a bathroom in here?
Yeah.
All right, give me the mic.
Here.
No, it's off, bro. I promise it's off.
You're doing You're doing a great job one-handed.
I know.
You guys have a bathroom upstairs?
This one needs to be
All right, chap. Here you go. That's for you. This is your bite. Here comes the airplane. There you go, chat.
I like my private Instagram. I want Instagram around.
I have 7 people looking at me like I'm crazy right now.
No, I'm sure chat appreciate that.
First person eating garlics. I love it.
Do you fuck with the garlic?
I'm babysitting right now. It's like, ooh, here you go, chat. Here you go. You guys want a bite? Here you go, guys. There you go. 10,000 people going, thanks, March. Thanks, March. Check the chat. Go ahead. You think I'm crazy? Look at them. They enable this behavior.
That's horrifying.
I just got an from a real life person, okay? I'm out here doing this for you. She looked at me like, I'm never speaking to you again in my life. Which is super fair.
That's the threat that I don't really understand.
Can I do a shout out? Not even to us, to Guardians. Like, we're supporting local businesses tonight.
What's happening? To this place?
This place.
This is place.
Yeah, go for it.
Here we go, guys. We've got Gardenia Foodiversity. It's the best local kebab we've got in the whole of Cambridge. They just want to support the students. They want to support the town. They post pictures of people when they're drunk. Check it out. We love supporting local businesses. It's good. Support local businesses, guys.
We do. Big up.
You had me into that last part. I was like, wait, that's weird. Hi. Hello. Hi. What's up?
What did chat think of my interview? I'm wondering. Were they on board?
When you were in the hall?
Yeah, when we were like
my question.
Oh, chat loves you. You did a great job.
Oh, thank you, chat. Much
Yeah.
appreciated.
Yo, W's in chat, hearts
W's
in
in
chat. Go ahead, pull the chat up.
My phone's fine.
I got you. There you go, read it.
Oh, that's so wholesome. Thanks, guys.
The thing is, I have like a symbiotic, personally, I'm not speaking on behalf of like Hasan or
Yeah.
personally, I have a very symbiotic relationship with chat because I just know chat super well. So I don't even need to ask them or consult them to like kind of accurately assess how they're like digesting a situation. Yeah.
There must be some.
That's why earlier after it was all done, I was like, you did great. Like that was awesome because I know chat was loving it. So I was like, yeah, no, you did good.
There must be some kind of leading characters in chat that you sort of know, you
Like,
recognise. Or no, was it just sort of a mass?
It's like a hive mind. A hive mind's the most accurate way. What? I see it. I know. I wouldn't have forgotten it. No, I wouldn't have.
By the way,
I'm the responsible one here.
I don't know if it'll focus, but this is the Guardian's
It's been shown, it's already been
shown.
out.
Then why did Alessio ask for... You said you wanted to... Never mind.
No, I promoted it already.
Oh, you wanted a screenshot? You wanted a screenshot?
Just like chat.
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted me to show chat.
No, chat.
Chat's already
Chat
shown.
is well acquainted with Guardians.
Yeah, chat knows about Guardians now.
Ready to go? Oh, you're...
No, I'm done. Let's go.
Do you want me,
well,
go back to the Union?
Yeah, that's where the car is.
Yeah.
Right, I got the umbrella.
I'm just gonna throw this out real quick.
Are you Alan Mitchell, by the way?
I am a Mitchell, yeah. Alex Mitchell is my name. It's a great name.
Wait, second name or first name?
Second name. You're Mitchell first name. Oh, wow. It's good. It's a great name wherever it goes.
What a bond.
Hey, it looks like the rain's let up a little bit, real quick. Let's get back there.
Well,
right?
you also have the umbrella itself.
Oh, fantastic.
All right, boys. We're gonna walk back to Cambridge Union. Is anyone coming with us or no?
I'll come.
My stuff is there.
Thank you. Are you sure?
Okay.
May I?
Yeah.
Bro, look at this
wow.
absolute freak, dude. Look, not even wearing a jacket. He's just raw dog in the rain.
Yeah, that's crazy.
What's going on, my man? You want to take a photo?
I'd love a photo.
Nice shirt. Nice shirt.
Thank you very much.
Wait, let me see the shirt.
He's got the capitals in his
Oh, hell yeah.
drippy.
Oh, fuck me, I'm bad at these.
You got it.
What do you mean?
So, do you mind if I go right side?
Yeah.
Retake it. Retake it. Both your phones are dead. Well, then you're cooked. I'm sorry.
Hell yeah. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Hasan, they both want a selfie again, but their phones are dead.
We did it wrong.
Oh my God.
We can do it in transit. We can move as it happens.
Okay, let's do it. No, that's gonna be bad as well.
Yeah, but it's a different kind of bad. It's really bad.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm one-handed with a goddamn umbrella, so I'm doing this on hard mode, chat. So before you get at me about camera work,
no problem.
Again, the camera work is shoddy today because Hasan forgot the handheld grip that we always use. So I'm fucking raw dogging it.
You're so drunk, dude.
I'm really not.
You're so drunk. No, I'm kidding. No.
I'm stone cold. Give me my keys right now.
Free points.
I will operate.
3 lines on a shirt. Jules remains still grieving.
Am I supposed to know what that is?
30 years of hurt. Never stop me dreaming.
What are you saying?
What do you mean?
I don't know what this is.
This is a proper banger, mate.
I genuinely don't know.
It's coming up.
I know that
it's
one.
Coming. That's the song. Football's coming
I only know that part.
Coming up. It's coming up. It's coming. Football's coming up. Greatest British banger.
Is soccer even happening right now? Like,
No.
Probably not.
No, but it's still coming home in my heart.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll come on one day.
Yeah.
One of these days.
30 years of hurt.
That's such a crazy
Never
line.
stop me dreaming. It's crazy that they said 30 years of hurt. And it's like, that was literally like 30 years ago.
It's giving emo banger. A
So
little
it's
bit.
been 60 fucking years of hurt.
It's giving Midwest emo.
And they still have not stopped dreaming. What is it,
Chat.
George Ramet or Jules Ramet? Whatever his name is.
I need
the name of the
a
footballer.
talented musician in chat to make a Midwest
You don't
emo
even
cover
know.
of that
British
song.
people don't even know the song. I know the song. And I taught a British person what a gammon was. 2-0.
You're saying we know their culture better than they do.
Yeah, one of you guys didn't know what a gammon was.
I still don't know what a gammon is.
You don't know what... It's a gammon!
What does that mean?
Okay,
Fucking gammon.
Question time, right?
Don't know what it is.
Yeah.
And it's all like old white men who look bad.
It is no longer that, actually, because they're doing all these demographic things to
Okay,
change.
but before.
Sure.
Before woke ruined it.
Yeah, before DEI.
That's what a gammon is.
British white men?
No, it's like a racist. It's like a racist old guy. It's a racist old pensioner who fucking. I grew up with them because they would come to Bodrum. That's like a travel.
He has a T-shirt on.
For what the fuck?
Bro, that's crazy. That guy's a T-shirt on.
Does he not know how cold it is?
It's not that bad.
It's like 35 degrees and raining. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
My hands are fucking freezing right now. And motherfuckers are out there wearing their Barcelona kits.
Literally wearing a T-shirt.
That's disgusting. There's some in the water out here, dude.
The Los Angeles brain cannot comprehend.
All right, let's call my mom.
Yeah, I feel bad. We've kind of made them wait a bit, eh?
Yeah, it's fine. They had fun. They got to see their son at, Cambridge Union. Get yelled at by gray names.
IRL gray names. It's coming home, mate. It's coming home.
Yeah, hello.
I forget this is a college campus.
Yeah, so everybody knows each other.
Yeah. My mom is not picking up the phone, but I think they're in there. I
They
think
might
I
have
see
left
her.
without us.
No, they're in the bar. Why is it open still?
It's open till late. Well,
Till
like
4
11
a.m.
to midnight. Well, this one does 11 to midnight, depends on the day.
Oh. I'm
Nice.
gonna die. Excuse me.
You're drunk.
No,
You're drunk.
I just almost got hit by
You
a
got
car.
control.
By the way, I'm going to post like the photos I took today on Instagram.
Oh, yeah.
Just like tag you when you repost them. Do you wanna
Yes,
like,
yes. And if you send them to me, I will publish them as well, and I'll at you. I'll give you proper credit.
The orator.
The orator.
Can someone close this for me?
Here.
Maybe outside.
It's bad luck to.
That's why I
bring
said
an
maybe
open
outside.
umbrella. 30 years of hurt.
One last send off.
Where's live music? Wait, they're not here.
Wait, did you think they were here? They're at a pub around the corner.
No, I thought they were here.
That's not. No, they're not here.
I don't know where they're at.
Nor do I.
I called them too, but why is she not picking up? My mom is so unreliable on the phone. It's crazy.
She said this place, which I think is close to where we were actually. I think we might have just passed it.
Hello, Anne? Hello.
Oh, it's a walk back.
Hello. Oh my God.
Dude.
She
don't walling you right now?
I love my mom, but she is like this. She really is like this. She will literally go incognito for like hours and then be like, what happened? I don't understand. And it's like, Mom, you put your phone on like do not disturb. I know. Yeah, we're in the union. And we're in the orator. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you, Mom? I can't hear you. You're not talking to me. She hung up.
Sick.
Okay, well,
Yeah, do a
I'm
send
gonna
off,
end it.
yeah.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, thank you so much for participating in this wonderful adventure. Day 2 of London. We're in Cambridge. What a fantastic time. bunch of proper lads. Is that the right term? I don't know. Thank you so much for everyone that joined us on the fun. You can show them on the camera. Yeah, thank you so much to Cambridge Union. So far, Cambridge on top. I'm not gonna lie. Like in comparison to Oxford, Cambridge on top. Okay. Thank you so much for your hospitality. This was fantastic, and we'll see you tomorrow. Oxford, unlike Cambridge, is not allowing me to live stream the process. So, yeah, boo. Anyway, so I will be live after that process, but we'll be able to do a sit-down, regular live stream. I might have Jimmy the Giant on as well, so we'll see. But I'll see you tomorrow. I'm gonna journey back.